We're doing it. We're doing the whole thing. We're going to significantly transform this video with some of the worst commentary you've ever heard in your entire lives. But it'll still be commentary, and it'll transform it for some people, and it will make some people feel beautiful about it. So, yeah, let's just do it. Let's watch this Leftovers. Let's react. Excuse me. Shut up. React. We're going to react to this. I'm curious about the debate. I wish it wasn't the whole 3-hour episode, but that's life, brother. Sometimes you don't get to make those choices. That's just how life works. Sometimes you just don't get to. My belly's empty. I've been taking massive, for some reason, maybe a medication. I don't know. Let's just start. Enough rambling. My head's very shiny today. Let's go.
All different flavors.
Dude, I feel like...
Oh, yeah, and as we go on, I'm going to slowly ramp up the speed. Because this is gonna be a long segment.
Skinnier you get, the better you get at debates, and you've owned me too hard. Let's just.
There's probably a level of truth to that, because I feel like being overweight and eating poorly has a negative impact on your brain. It gives you like a brain fog, a brain frog even. So
get it out of the. Let's just start off by saying, this is the last episode of Leftovers.
Yeah, after our last episode, in the heated.
I know that they're memeing a little bit, but I feel like this might actually be. 3 years from now, there's going to be a Willie Mack video about, where did it go wrong? And this might be that moment. They're not going to have a terrible falling out. But this might be it. This might be the beginning of the end. 6 months from now. All right? You're going to see Ethan voting for Vivek Ramaswamy or whatever his name is. Just kidding.
A debate that we had, I realized that I was a class traitor.
True that.
And that
I don't know why people said that, because, that's a good thing in your situation to be a clash.
I don't think they meant it like that.
Yeah. Why
would it be a good thing in this situation to be clash?
That doesn't make any sense.
I like what you're saying though.
You'd be like Engels, you know what I mean? The guy who co-authored it and was facilitating it, but also had a factory. You know what I mean? So that's not a bad thing. Engels was a clash trader.
What?
That's right. That's me. I'm Engels.
Oh yeah, gotcha. So it would be a good for him to be a class trader because he's the bourgeoisie. Right, so he would want to be a class trader. That's true. Good point.
Definitely.
But there was crazy fallout from our last episode, which is kind of nuts because ignoring all that though, it seemed like a lot of people did like the conversation. I myself am pretty ignorant on the methods of governing and histories and all that. So I do think this conversation of I'm not even gonna say capitalism because that seems to trigger people. I'm just gonna say social democracy. Because when people hear me say capitalism, they shit their fucking britches.
Yeah, because there's a lot of first of all, we're online. So
yeah, because people are terminally online and have too much of a negative conversation about it. Capitalism isn't all bad. It's not all bad. I think that things are getting worse mostly because of technology. And technology is driving down jobs, or displacing jobs, driving down wages, is putting an economic strain on everybody because there's less money available for people to share, and there needs to be a robust way to try to redistribute that wealth to everybody in a more fair way. That's why I'm a big UBI type of a dude, But that's a conversation for another time.
No matter what you say, people are going to be very passionate about it. One of the things that I do quite frequently is yell at people to be normal because people just have no fucking way of being normal online. So there's that problem. And then the other side of it is there's a lot of, baby socialists out there who are on their own journey. Okay.
Well, let's be very clear. Okay. Those people listen to Hasan. And so their journey is parroting what Hasan would generally say to somebody if they weren't friends with them. So let's just keep it clear, right?
And they get really passionate. And the goal always is oh my God, we have to convert every single person to socialism.
Yes.
Immediately.
Or anyone to the right of me is part of the problem.
There's that too. But of course,
True that.
It's
typical lefty moment. I mean, that is an issue more on the left than the right, but that's only because the right's losing the culture war, and they have to be friends. They're I'm really anti-Semitic because they're on the right. But I have to like Ben Shapiro because he's a thought leader for the conservatives, But if the conservative perspective was more mainstream, you'd see people like Ben Shapiro getting consumed by people like Nick. Well, he already is by Nick Fuentes, but it'd be a more active way. That's the reason why a lot of religions are in general are more copacetic, I'd say, in the United States, because it's religion isn't super popular. Don't worry, I'm not going to sit here and shit on religion. But that kind of breeds like a necessity of being like, okay, like almost the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Not in this super predatory way where they're like, I gotta sit here, I gotta figure out an angle. But it's more like, you find more common ground, the less people there is common ground to be had with. So
it takes a while. It takes a while to engage in any kind of movement building, and it's something I stress quite a bit.
It's hard to tell how much of it was. Anyway, regardless, I was actually invigorated by the conversation, and that
I like that.
I don't know what I'm talking about, and so I've been thinking about our conversation.
I feel that's weird. I wonder why Ethan says that. I wonder if he really feels like he doesn't know what he's talking about, because I feel like he's not really that uneducated on any of these things. He seems to have a decent grasp on it. I don't really see why he's. I wonder if I just don't. Okay,
a lot, and I've been
we're all exploring for knowledge,
educating myself a lot, and I want to continue the conversation today. But I don't want to have a debate. I want to have I want to go on a fact-finding journey for myself about how socialism is addressing certain issues versus social democracy.
Okay,
and to understand from you, a socialist, what really that is, and how would it be enacted. Dan, are you a socialist, would you say?
I'd broadly I'd say so, sure.
I'm just a dude.
Dude, we're about to get executed after this. Ethan's called.
Dude, everybody was riding for you guys.
This is Ethan's McCarthy trials. It's like, would you say you're a card-carrying communist? Okay, very good.
No, being a socialist is cool, apparently, online.
No, dude, it
is. I mean, it is online. You get that social clout from a bunch of stinky little boys.
Mike Danielson super chatted $10. Hey Papa, it's Dacre Montgomery. I just wanted to see if you were able to get the $10,000 gift card for me so we can finally be together and watch Stranger Things forever and ever. Among us balls.
No problem. I'm just waiting for you to send a picture of yourself so I know that you're not a catfish. Listen, there is like a community of socialist bullies on the internet that go around and harass people, but I'm going to be absolutely honest with you. Making this content with my wife, realize that those people are not near. They're not even close to the worst group of people. Not even So I got to say I'm sorry to all the stinky little socialist kids on the internet that are like annoying when every time you say capitalism isn't the worst in the world, because they are by far the nicest group of bullies on the internet. My wife and I posted a silly clip on our Instagram, and it is currently viral, and people are just making fun of our weight. For no reason. I'm going to show you the video, and it's like, dude, I can see why people, are angry at young boys, because it's young boys are the people that are doing it more than anything else. You know what I mean? But it's crazy. It's just like, damn. Like, I'm going to show you the clip. It's really not that. This is it. You're going to be surprised. I swear to God. Here it is. You can't hear it. Shut up.
Compared to billion.
All right, here you go.
What is like million compared to billion?
A billion is 1,000 millions.
We got to go down to like a scale. Is it like 1 to 100? Like
1 to 1,000.
Dot.
1 billion is 1,000 millions.
There's too many ones.
$1 million is $1,000.
Just move on. What is like million compared to billion?
Yeah, so that has spurred a bunch of people specifically to just make a bunch of fat jokes, which is just bizarre. And so like I've been just sitting through, because it went viral. That's had like 150,000 views at this point on Instagram. And it's a silly little moment. It's just a silly little moment where my very intelligent wife, who has a master's in social work, who is very good, who's very intelligent and good at her job, to get like relentlessly bullied for being overweight. And it's just so weird. It's like, it's not even a big deal. It's just a silly moment where like my wife, everybody has moments of like silliness. And it's like people are going fucking insane. The clip is just funny. But it's all these it's not even just it's not even just young boys. It's like grown men as well. It's so bizarre. Like, I'm starting to understand why women were saying that they want the cam movement. It's still wrong. But I mean, holy fuck. Holy fuck. Like, I've never, it's like, damn. Like, I kind of understand why there's a lot of hatred against dudes. Because I'll be real with you, I don't think I've ever been bullied by a woman the way that I've been viral on the internet, and I've had my fair share of annoying people. I have never been bullied by any group of women in a way where like me and my wife will sometimes get like heat over her just existing. And we're both fat. I've never been criticized even by these guys and be called fat. It's fucking crazy. So I just wanted to vent about that. You know. So I'm sorry to all the young socialists out there. But I've been just sitting here blocking a bunch of pages because it's, you know, my wife and I, that's part of our that's a clip for our Rob and Dan podcast, by the way. Link in the description.
Like
sick?
there are
right.
as
super cool.
It is
for as
dope.
many
It's
for
cool.
as many
It's
like
dope. It
very
is
low.
cool.
Well, of course, there's a lot of
you're for the
people
people,
here.
bro.
There's a lot of people here that would be like there are very few places online where you can just be like out and about and openly defend any kind of economic organization, society beyond capitalism without a tremendous amount of scrutiny.
Well, I got roasted
under a
in our
capitalist
community.
dogma. Well, of course, the other.
Well, I feel like most people online are not really trying to have these robust conversations about fucking socialism. So
was defending you. That's why you didn't notice it. You know
See,
what I
that's
mean?
not good though. I don't want Tim Pool defending me or whoever. I didn't watch all the.
No, I don't think Tim Pool did anything.
Absolutely.
But one of his commanders, the guy who's like always the really weird like failed musician guy.
That I think
was,
describes all of them.
Yeah, that's true.
But I want to better represent my position because I don't really know a lot, and I feel like I've done a lot of research in the
link in the
week
description.
following.
The conversation.
So
What did you do? What did you read? What kind of research did you
I
do?
had a very in-depth conversation with ChatGPT.
Respect. Okay, that's good.
I asked it really kind of.
Well, Ben Shapiro thinks it's socialist, like ChatGPT socialist. So
Right.
like ChatGPT probably
ChatGPT
Lenin.
is
Right,
so
yeah.
real.
Yeah.
ChatGPT keeps it so real. You don't even
Yeah,
know.
ChatGPT Lenin pilled you.
So
Yeah.
is Lenin a socialist or a social democrat?
No, that's Lenin is the revolutionary figure that is probably more important than Marx even.
What's
in-
his deal? He's just a socialist.
Yes, he's
social workers don't get paid enough. Yeah, I agree with that, man. It's actually crazy, you know. And this is even more of a ramble, but for me, I feel like when there's the conversation about feminism that's going on, a lot of times people focus on like the wage gap, which like it exists, but like not really. You know, for the most part, after you factor in like jobs worked, hours worked, etc., it's like 99%, not 80 whatever percent the numbers I know. Well, one of the things I feel like is a bigger conversation is that jobs, in my opinion, that are more feminine leaning don't generally get paid as well. Like daycare workers or any caregiving job, social working jobs, these jobs don't pay well for men and women as well as they should. And, you know, I don't know if you'd say it's because women, but in my opinion, it's an issue with the way that we perceive femininity. I would consider like empathy, if you're going to do masculine, feminine organization of traits, I consider like empathy more of a feminine quality, whereas like infrastructure building is more of like a masculine quality. You don't need to label things in general, but if you're going to, that's how I would generally label it. And it's like, well, you know, I feel like there should be more value on jobs that are like caretaking jobs that women tend to lean towards, but that's a different thing.
Right.
the first. Like, I mean, we're the father of the USSR.
That was a nice legacy to have.
Could have been.
I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Could have been.
I'm not gonna start
No.
already.
You're no. There's nothing. I don't think it's that controversial to say that like.
Yeah, I mean USSR, or well, Joseph Stalin was basically. Whatever. That's not what
I don't know, man. I'm not super educated on USSR. I feel like they're not good.
I want to get into right now.
Stalin definitely had a lot of issues. I will admit.
First,
Didn't Stalin like kill a bunch of people? How many people did Stalin kill? Like 6 million. Yeah, I'm feeling like seems like a bad guy. Seemed like kind of a bad guy. Seemed like wasn't he friends with Hitler? Not a good guy, I don't think.
first, I want to say that I promote my
Hot
shit all the
take.
time on the show, so now I want to give Hasan a shout out.
There's no reason to promote it. It's already all sold out.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Good for you.
New ideology drop, immediately sold out. Kind of annoying that it sold out so quick, but,
Yeah, so
but I'm
annoying
sorry,
about
except for the hoodie that I'm wearing currently. That's it.
Which one is
I'll
that?
redistribute some of that wealth, Hasan. All right, so go. Let's get to the conversation.
It's funny. I love that.
I'll just announce some breaking news I saw right before we went live. But Rupert, our boy
He died.
Rupert, did not die.
Yeah, he died.
Oh man, Rupert died. Okay.
He wants to go
This very moment.
smoke crack and die.
Yeah, there's already started a major boom in the geriatric care and palliative care.
All the boom.
Is this part of the conversation?
It's like end of life, like
Who cares if you get all strung out and it's like who gives a fuck?
you're like you're making an argument.
You're making the best of your time.
You're making an argument for palliative care, which I feel like
What is that?
it's like end of life, like death care, basically.
Based.
Is that hospice care? They do that.
No, I feel like there's this assessment from economists that there's going to be a major, and it's already started, a major boom in the geriatric care and palliative care.
All the boomers are done.
Because like the last, like what you would consider middle class of America is all in the boomer side. I mean boomer like in a boomer zoomer terminology. I mean like anyone over the age of fucking 50.
Yeah, like older people, they're getting older. People that are older have more of the wealth because like young people aren't able to generate as much because of lack of jobs and whatnot. And they're probably going to advocate for themselves to have better end of life care. You know, I get it.
Like,
I personally think that grind them up. Grind, you know, pass away, grind them up. You know, it's such an interesting concept to me. Grind them up. I don't know. Maybe we can eat them. No, but that's terrible. But that leads into the. You know what's weird to me? I know this is a random thought, but now that we're talking about grinding them up, I feel like it's just something that's come to my head. Just like a log of bologna. You know? That's the thought that I'm having. A log of bologna is just a tube of once living flesh. You know what I mean? It's just a whole tube of multiple dead animals grinded up and packaged together. And it's kind of fucking disgusting. And it's kind of fucking gross. You know? I just thought that was wild.
Actual baby boomers.
They're not actually, some of them are baby boomers. But they are all the people that are like desperately holding on to like whatever assets they have remaining.
Yeah.
So now they have money and they're the only people that have money. So you have to figure out how to like meet their needs.
How do we get it from them?
By insanely expensive.
We should make a hospice
shit
care.
like that.
We should get their money, bro.
Oh, we should jack up the price of hospice
get
care
their
to kind
fucking
of
money.
extract
Yeah,
all
get
that
up.
money.
Yo, that's my money. Give it to me, bro.
Yeah.
Here, take this fentanyl and shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I feel like that would be pretty fire though, like what you're saying.
You know what a great way to get old people's money is sick dogs. My mother has a sick dog. The dog has diabetes. My mother has spent like solid spent like one time went to spell like I think she spent about $15,000 on this dog. That's not. It's just it doesn't work either. Its legs just kind of are limp. She's got to give it insulin every day and check its blood sugar. It just kind of sits there and kind of shakes. You know, it's a nice dog. Her name is Abby. But it's just like, what the hell are you doing? You know what I mean? Throw it into the road. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. You know, feed it to a homeless person. That's the more economic choice, in my opinion.
No, but seriously, what's the drawback?
I gotta stop with the dog memes. Let's keep
just going full heroin. Because listen, there's a reason people get addicted to it. Because it is good. It's fun.
Well, once
we gotta let's get to the actual conversation here.
And then the other half goes to the children.
It goes back to them because they weren't gonna get that. I agree.
So fucking true.
Get to the
That's the entrepreneurial spirit.
I agree.
This is some shoot. By the way, Gary Vee is gonna do this.
You might already.
Yo, I've got a great idea. Let's make NFT critters out of your dead grandparents, you guys.
Bro, you know, I saw like a statistic. I don't know how fucking
giving a dog insulin daily is pretty rough. that's funny. That's pretty funny.
True it is, but like I mean, it feels very real. 95% of the NFT marketplace is now $0.
Yeah.
Like it's collapsed entirely.
Of course it is.
So crazy how none of those people, none of those fucking charlatans that were advocating for this shit.
Oh my god, can we just get to the fucking conversation?
Fortune favors the brave, my friend, in society.
Yeah.
I mean, my guiding hope in social democracy is that you can take the both of best worlds of socialism and capitalism and create a world where the poorest are cared for, where people can get free education, where people can get free housing, or not free, but guaranteed housing, where they get guaranteed education, higher education, and all this stuff. Okay? So let's talk about this. Now, my first question is this.
Finally starting.
Given that, you know, in a social democracy, we can regulate things like taxes, housing, higher education, sharing jobs, and all this kind of stuff, what are the problems in social democracy that we need socialism to address? What is it socialism does? It's social democracy.
I mean, like, what is socialism? How are they defining socialism? Because I feel like it's almost like it's so obscure now. You know, socialism traditionally is any movement towards towards communism, no? So I don't know. I mean, I feel like we're almost splitting hairs, and then Bernie Sanders coined social democracy. He just wants more social programs that benefit people. So what is it?
Democracy doesn't do.
So social democracy is still capitalist, with serious, severe market regulations, right? Some forms of viable social democracies you can point to right now is places like Norway, an example I use regularly.
Sure.
The issue is twofold. One, social democracies don't address some of the domestic problems because when there's still capital accumulation.
But which domestic problems?
Domestic problems such as labor issues, homelessness, like there's no way to fully eradicate that because the inherent class contradiction between the owner class and like there's no way to fully eradicate that.
Domestic problems.
Domestic problems such as labor issues, homelessness, like there's no.
My question is, here's and maybe this is a negative take. I don't think you could ever fully address all problems in a society of hundreds of millions of people. Like, we're not having a conversation between there's no all or nothing. You know, there's so many people. We're going to probably always have a level, like some kind of probably a homeless epidemic, or not epidemic. We're going to have a homeless problem, or a problem where people can't get employment because it's just such a complicated network of hundreds of millions of people living and existing together. I don't think that communism solves those problems. You know, when you look at our homeless crisis now, what is the biggest issue? Frankly, I think one of the biggest issues is mental health. You need more robust mental health services. And you need jobs for people so that they can feel good about themselves. But I don't think that you can solve the problem by going communist. I know we've never truly seen communism, right? Because it always gets kept interrupted by some kind of corruption. But yeah, I think that's. But I don't know if there's ever going to be a way to get to the idealist form of whatever socialist or communist or whatever idea there is. But you can still address those problems through like some kind of a union, you know?
No way to fully eradicate that because the inherent class contradiction between the owner class and the labor class still exists.
That's an assumption. I don't know that that's true. That there's just going to be there's not going to be homelessness in socialism, but there will in social democracy.
Well, the idea is that
it's an idealist.
Completely abolishing the profit motive in certain commodities like housing, for example, will address that problem.
Yeah, you could do that under capitalism. I think that's a great idea. We need to have more conversations about that, especially with Airbnb now, where people are buying up houses in solid areas just to rent them out for 2 nights a week and make more money than they would renting it out for an entire month. And but you can address that under like a Nordic model, no?
Because then you're making housing specifically for need rather than so you can make money off of existing units.
Right, but there'd be government housing, like for example, I think that exists in Sweden.
Yeah,
where if you're homeless, what?
Yeah, it exists everywhere.
So that's what I'm saying. There's not a profit motive. There's a humanitarian effort to house the people that need homes. And,
sorry, he was eating a napkin.
You know, so I don't know what you mean that there's homelessness won't exist in socialism, but
she's eating all your tissues.
Oh, nasty.
Oh, yeah, she's eating all your tissue.
Uh-oh, Hasan made the dogs hungry, so he doesn't have to answer the question.
Sorry.
That's gross.
Disgusting, girl.
Yeah.
Shame on you.
Yeah, she being a nasty
If only that dog was a socialist, it wouldn't be eating napkins.
girl today.
Better used to do that.
She's being a real freak. Sorry, what were you
what's
saying?
the homelessness in Sweden? That's just as
before we look at those numbers, something to consider, something to remember always is that homelessness is tracked very differently in different countries.
Okay.
So like those numbers will always be those numbers can be very different. Like you could think like, oh, it's so much worse. Like rape statistics in Sweden. If you look at that, I think Love can attest to this too. You'd be like, whoa, what the fuck? It's crazy out there. People are raping like crazy, and it's because they have
a different definition of sexual assault over there. Yeah, sure.
A different methodology for tracking rape. Like each individual act of sexual assault is tracked as like is written up as like one individual.
So then the actual number then isn't that important. But we acknowledge that in a social democracy that's run ideally, the homeless and whoever else needs a home for whatever reason would be provided one. So I don't understand what socialism does better in that case.
At the end of the day, these countries, the social democracies that we were talking about, still have a lot of wealthy individuals, a lot of people who are making money off of finance capital and capitalism in general. And their interests are always going to be to further erode the welfare state as best as they possibly can in an effort to claw back all of those areas that they could still technically
you're
privatize.
putting that on.
So what it sounds like to me is eradicate all these like financially driven aspects to just I mean, maybe it could work. I just don't know if I see a world where we are in any immediate capacity able to go, okay, goodbye Wall Street, goodbye stocks, because what the hell is a stock anyway? It's like it's like playing, it's imaginary. It doesn't exist. Maybe, but like realistically speaking, I don't even know if I could conceive a world that is like that. And maybe that's just because I grew up in this world. But wouldn't you just move towards Ethan's position as the next step? Because just overthrowing this system and just eradicating Wall Street is just not going to happen. It's not going to work. It's not going to happen. That's not realistic. It's just stupid. So the next step would be to live in a social democracy. And then maybe if you can, continue to push left. This whole conversation is unnecessary to exist because even if you think that Ethan's not radical enough in his perspective, you need to lean towards Ethan's perspective before going any further. Because doing some kind of a violent revolutionary change is just not going to happen. It's not going to be effective. There's a lot of skeptical people like myself who don't think it could work in general. But if we're wrong, it needs to be shown slowly through progression. And that progression starts with, like, let's figure out healthcare.
On them, but that's not, if you have a strong social democracy, that wouldn't be possible.
Well,
my question to you would be, if everybody's provided for in the society adequately and fairly, then why do you care how much money somebody has?
Because, well, first of all, I don't, but the real reason is not necessarily money, but more so how people make their money. And how people make their money being through capital accumulation is always going to work to erode this nation, the social democratic state that you're mentioning. And the example I will use is Europe. Because, like, if you look at European social democratic reforms throughout history, things that a lot of people take for granted, even the NHS in the UK, for example, is not immediately privatized, obviously, but it is crippled under conservative administrations deliberately, specifically so that they can inevitably privatize certain aspects of it.
So what do? We get rid of conservatives? Like, I don't know. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the solution, no, there's no solution to your problem here is that conservatives are dumb, maybe. Okay. Sometimes I agree. Again, like, what do you just overthrow conservatives? Because we all need to be able to have a social conversation, whether there's some people who are wrong or not. Again, I just feel like the conversation's unnecessary because you would just move to the progression of, like, Ethan's perspective first.
Kind of like how the same neoliberal reforms under the Reagan era wanted to openly starve the beast, the American government, which is why Americans no longer have any sort of confidence in the government to do any kind of social amenities, any kind of offerings, right? Like, you understand, you and I, we both are in the highest tax bracket. We live in Los Angeles, California. We pay a fuck ton of taxes. We pay like European taxes, right?
Yeah.
And the reality is, we both recognize that those taxes don't necessarily go to the places that we would love for them to be spent on.
Definitely.
Roads, schools, libraries.
But what's that have to do with social democracy? That, like, my utopian social democracy.
Well,
because all that money in this, situation, it does go to those places.
Because America is still a capitalist nation.
No, he's saying let's get rid of the ability to privatize these things. Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Because because him getting rid of the privatizing those things can exist under the social democracy model. So, like, he's not saying anything that's against what Ethan is saying while framing it like it is. So,
just like all of these other countries are, and in a capitalist nation, you are always going to have the influence of capital.
Well, let me ask you this then.
Okay.
In a socialist nation, on the other flip of the coin, wouldn't you also have a similar movement of people, a party of people wanting to move towards capitalism?
There will probably.
Well, the question is like, what do you replace capital with? Like, how do these things work? It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Are people? That's the number one thing that, like, we have to start with the ground up. Like, how do people get paid? Like, what does payment mean in a communist society? Like, that's number one. If you're removing the capital incentive, I understand removing privatization from some aspects that shouldn't be privatized. Like, hey, like healthcare probably shouldn't be privatized, right? But to remove it from the entire system, is that even feasible? Like, how would things get run in an organized way? Because all the flaws of capitalism, we still have money, which is fundamentally just the value of your labor. And maybe we're not getting valued enough for our labor, depending on what job you do. I'm a fucking YouTuber, so I can't really complain about that. but it's a very streamlined way of like doing some kind of work and then getting a payment and then using that payment to buy other things in a way that's like not micromanaged, because we are 330 million people in America alone. The systems are incredibly complicated. So
there will always be, yes, people
So what's
who
the
are
difference?
counter-revolutionary.
Well, not just that. I mean, there's a move because capitalism, social democracy. There's a certain level of individualism that you don't have with socialism. Perhaps I would say, and so I would ask you, what's the difference? You're saying that social democracy nations are the rich people are always going to be trying to erode the system. That's an assumption, by the way.
Well, it's not an assumption necessarily.
Well, that might be true, but like it's not rich people trying to erode the system. It's people in power trying to erode the system. So in a country that is very power centric in the government, more so than a capitalist society, because I would imagine that means that there's more power to the government. How do you monitor that? You know, we can already see corruption in the government, unless you think it's all financially or capital driven. But I feel like people in power, in general, people in power tend to become corrupt, unfortunately. I think that that's something that's very fundamental for a lot of people. So I just don't see that okay.
Yes,
Well, it's just not
descriptive in comparison to like. I mean, it's descriptive if you look at how it has played itself out in Europe, where we.
And you're right. I agree. That's what they'll be doing. So I'm not even going to argue.
Even America. America had a lot of social democratic principles in the New Deal.
I'm not even going to argue that. But I do think that in a socialist country, like I said, there's going to be a sizable amount of people moving towards capitalism. So what's the difference?
I don't know if it'll be as sizable. And there also always has to be a state mechanism of control, which exists in neoliberal capitalism as well. And this is actually an area where I very much diverge from other socialists, I would say, or even more orthodox Marxists, that I believe the neoliberal mechanisms of control, specifically, it's just, how do I describe it? Free market. Markets are better than the government at dealing with everything.
Okay.
Well, markets are better than the government dealing with some. It can be better with dealing with some things, just not like housing, because housing is, like when it comes to supermarkets, I think that it's perfectly fine to have capital govern that, as long as there's competition. If there's a sphere where there's decent competition in it and it's accessible, then like, yeah, it's fine. Like supermarkets and whatnot is fine. When it comes to something like a house where it's kind of it's a finite resource, right? There's only so many houses, and there's only so many houses in the realm of available jobs to work. So people can kind of jack up the prices, you know. Like, yeah, you would want to have more control over that.
So I think that there is two different, as reductive as possible, there's two different types of control. Control is always going to happen. This is what the state is there to do, right? Under liberal capitalist democracies in the West, you have a neoliberal mechanism of control that dulls the masses through commodities, gives you the false notion of choice. You feel like you have 32 different brands of Oreos, even though they're like owned by 3 companies that price fix, right? And they basically control all matter of commodities, and those markets are completely captured. But there's this idea that there are, this endless, boundless amount of choices that you can choose from. On the other side, the more authoritarian mechanisms of control, which have existed
What's your opinion?
I like the neoliberal one. I think that even in a socialist state, you should still very much give the people the false notion of choice and make it feel like they have a say in the process while doing the bidding of. I mean, it's a pretty cynical worldview, but
I mean, I understand what he's saying, that there are so many companies, or rather, there's like 5 companies that control the majority of things, right? I understand that, but at the same time, I don't think it's just about the idea of being able to choose whether you want Oreos or store brand Oreos. It's more about being able to enter the market as an individual and potentially sell your own type of cookie option. Right? Like, I don't I don't, right? Is that something that's possible to do this is the problem, is it's such an abstract concept. I don't know what Hasan's position, like, we'd have to flesh out, like, okay, so how do you start a business under your system? You know? It's like we haven't even gotten the fundamentals, so I don't even know what I'm arguing against, because I don't even know what Hasan's take is. He's obviously like, does he think that we should do money? I know this is a silly question, but like, what is his take on anything? Is because I've consumed Hasan a lot, and I know I'm gonna have like Hasan dick riders be like, no, he's talked about it. I feel like he's never really fleshed out his system of how he would want things to be run. You can still do that under socialism. What does socialism look like to you and Hasan then? Like, what does it look like? I don't understand. To me, it just makes more sense fundamentally to just change the problems rather than completely create a new system. I
think that, that's what states are supposed to do.
Let me ask you this.
And that will create a structure where there are significantly less people who are like, I hate the system right now. I don't feel happy. I don't feel good in the system that I exist under. So I should, do counter-revolutionary capitalist reforms.
Well, and likewise, I don't think there's that many people in Sweden or Norway who are saying, no, we need to move to a pure socialist because everybody there is provided for. I don't think there's a large... I'm speaking at...
No, you're absolutely right. You're actually 100% correct.
So then why wouldn't we just move towards Sweden's model? If everybody's like pretty happy and no one's advocating against it, then yeah.
Like some Orthodox Marxists actually hate the welfare state for this reason, because the welfare state is a continuation of capitalism by offering certain amenities.
Seems like the
liberal capitalism has thrived and has created a structure where like the inherent contradictions that exist under capitalism that I think everyone would agree with, including yourself, those inherent contradictions become a little bit more muddied, and they never end up getting to a point where they converge and capitalism erodes into some socialist formation.
Let me be, I guess, more specific. If you're in a socialist country, is there one party or multiple parties?
It depends. I mean,
because one party's scary, right? Can we agree on that? A one-party system is not a good system.
I think you and I would agree that we...
No, I'm just asking you. I don't care about the United States. I'm asking you about socialism.
I think that there are different forms of governance, and the United States is not that different.
I don't care about the United States. I just want to talk about a socialist
I think
country.
that no matter what happens, the state does what the state is supposed to do. You can...
Okay, I just want to be very clear here. This is he's wobbling around here. This is like Ethan is effectively asking the question of like how would things run under socialism, and Hasan is not giving him an answer. It sounds like what Ethan is just trying to ask is like, okay, so like how would the government be run under socialism? Well, it depends on what the people want. I hear this all the time from like dumb communist people. I have no problem entertaining a socialism communism conversation, but like this just sounds like he's like, yeah, like obviously you want a multiple party system. What is like
the United States? I just want to talk about a socialist.
I think that no matter what happens, the state does what the state is supposed to do. You can either do it at the behest of your citizens because you genuinely, earnestly believe that like that is the best possible way of developing a society, or you do it at the behest of capital owners and capitalism.
So you're saying you don't think it matters if there's one party or...
I don't think it matters as far as I care about direct democratic participation in local in local
one-party systems with socialism or communism has pretty much always been a catastrophe.
Yeah.
How does this organize itself? Like, I understand what he's saying fundamentally. People should be represented through their government. I agree with that. But what is Hasan saying to have one party? I don't. It's generally easier to categorize things into like parties and then kind of move forward. So like you'd have a multiple. I mean, we should have a multiple party system. I don't see
humanitarian disaster.
No, I agree with that.
There's just so much risk in having one party.
I agree with that. I think that a multi-party system is obviously going to be better. My point is that it doesn't even matter if you have a parliament. It doesn't even matter if you have a multi-party system. The changes that are being made in one direction.
But it does matter, because if you have a one-party system, that leaves you much more vulnerable to people becoming powerful and then taking advantage of people, the citizens. It does matter. That's like a big deal. If anything, we need like a third-party system in America, or a three-party or a multiple-party system, because two parties I don't think is enough. I mean, right now we have Democrat and Republicans. Democrats and Republicans are shit right now, but Democrats aren't much better. But I either get to take a shot of piss, or I have to fucking, eat a log of shit, and I'd rather take a chaser of piss. You know what I mean? It's not as bad. But okay.
Or the other are oftentimes incredibly marginal. And the differences are not born out of like the party disagreements. The differences are born out of like genuine material conflict, like even including like the Civil War. It's never like the kindness of people's or like one party of individuals being like, we are kind, we want to do good things, and the other side is bad and they want to do bad things.
So what I want to say was this then: if you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist, what would you do if that party started gaining momentum? And it was clearly like people wanted that route.
This is actually a really good argument, because the argument here is like, listen, different people have different perspectives on the world, and if you do have a socialist party, how would you stop people that might want to go back to capitalism from wanting to do that? Because the idea is that we have a bunch of different like varying perspectives on things, and and different people want to be represented. Different people would want to be represented differently. So how would you contest with that?
They wanted that route.
Yeah.
So what do you do?
I think I would do what America has done, not to the same
Which is
degree,
what?
not to the same degree as like McCarthyist trials or anything like that. But I would offer additional amenities to ensure that people are comfortable and happy, because I feel like any
But what do
kind
you
of
do if they're like, nah, fuck that, we're doing capitalism?
well, if everything is
Yeah, like what if your system sucks and people want to go back?
if everything is given to you.
Yeah.
At that point, if every single thing is given to you, if all of your problems are solved, which I think we can both agree is not under capitalism and has not happened.
No. Of course not.
If all of those problems have been solved, then there is
I don't think that we should give everybody everything and solve everybody's problems. I think that's a terrible dog shit idea. I think we should give people the ability to solve their problems for themselves. And I know it doesn't sound like a big difference, but like I think that it is. I think that, people should have the availability of jobs that pay decently enough so that they can work and make their own money. You have a sense of like pride in your job and in yourself for earning your things rather than having it given to you. I think it plays well to an ego, and I think that that's normal for people to have that and want senses of satisfactions out of their work. But maybe I'm just misinterpreting. I don't know.
There's no need for conflict of that regard.
But they're saying,
should
no,
come
we
to
want
an
Oh, you're
ultimate-
working on your Eagle Scout project? Hey, congratulations. Pretty cool.
Because they're like, yo, this is a free country, right? Well, we want to do capitalism. We think the market should regulate the prices and shit. Like,
It would
and we
always-
don't think the workplace should be socialized.
Okay, that's a great question.
And what about
You have to ask why though at that point, because
well,
like,
people never can.
Well, that would be because the socialism was not working for them, right? Because maybe it's shit. The idea doesn't seem fleshed out.
be explained by why anyway. You know what I mean?
some people are gonna be dumb. You're right.
It's like you don't. It's just gonna exist. You know it is.
Yeah.
And so if the will of the people is to go back and to do more of a social democracy, is that something that a socialist country should move towards, or should there be resistance in the government to keep socialism?
I think the resistance should be akin to how capitalist governments have resisted historically any kind of socialist movement, not to that same degree of violence, but I think
I don't understand. This is fucking dumb.
Should move towards, or should there be resistance in the government to keep socialism?
I think the resistance should be akin to how capitalist governments have resisted historically any kind of socialist movement, not to that same degree of violence.
Are you saying that we should? Are you saying that the government should try to stop people from having their own freedoms?
But I think that yes, the solution to that would always be education and offering more.
That's not what that sounded like. That sounded like a threat. What are you talking about? I agree, education, sure, but now, I mean, he said that how the America used to deal with communism, just to not to as bad of a degree. It sounds like you're advocating for like an oppressive government engaging in violence. What the fuck?
Re-education?
Re-education, sorry.
Yeah, we're gonna put them in camps. Re-educate. We're gonna call them re-education camps. No cameras allowed. No smartphones. No Wi-Fi. Okay, it's a poop bucket. Just a poop bucket. What the fuck? What the fuck? What, this sounds fucking insane to me.
Yeah. I know that that's like a
Let's put
trigger
them in
word.
camps.
Yeah, he's saying that the government should ban capitalism. That seems antithetical to freedom. I don't like that. I feel like is that not a slippery slope to give the government so much power? Am I dumb or
No, not like that.
I'm just
I know
dumb.
there's a trigger word because everyone goes, "Oh, re-education." What do you mean? Like immediately people think like, "Are
Well,
you
China
talking
does
about?
that.
Are you talking about like resident schools? Are you talking about
China has
Xinjiang?" Yeah,
re-education
100%. They
camps.
do. They do it. They did it in Xinjiang,
Which
which I
isn't
think
good,
was,
right?
No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it was good.
Yeah, but you're saying to do it. But
And
okay.
this is something I have openly criticized as well. Like,
But now
that's
you're
not.
advocating for it. What you're saying is that if somebody has a difference in opinion of the way the government should be run, you should put them in a re-education center. I'm just not going to live in that country. I don't know what to tell you. This is why it's never going to get there. What the fuck? It's insane.
Not good. The massive surveillance
not
apparatus
good?
they built
Are
in
you
Xinjiang
serious?
is not good.
So what would be
Even
good
though
about a socialist re-education camp for capitalists?
It wouldn't necessarily. I don't think it'd be camps. I mean, it depends
Or,
on.
yeah,
It depends
not
on
camps,
crimes,
yeah.
right? Like, are people committing crimes at the behest of this?
Bro,
Because
you just said you wanted to suppress capitalist political movements. What are you talking about?
there's a socialist state and someone is doing like white terror, let's say, or someone is doing
We're not talking about people doing white terror. We're talking about people who just want capitalism. What the fuck?
South Korean style, purges of communists, which has happened historically in every country that America is aligned with because they were anti-communist, where they've launched, military dictatorships, whether we recognize it or not. Those things have happened, right? So in a situation like that, I think if there's any kind of like terrorism happening,
sure, yeah. If there's violence,
then yes,
that's obvious.
I do think that there should be an enforcement mechanism, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
But you're talking about people who commit crimes. We were just talking about people who want capitalism. What?
Probably be a lot better than like a prison structure where they have slavery like in the United States of America.
I'm still a little bit confused about the ideal mechanism of a socialist country, where people still have individual freedoms to like form, to assemble, and it can also be like, yeah, I'm a capitalist, so what? And we're trying to grow our movement. I don't understand the organization of the socialist free country, because it seems to me to have a socialist country, there needs to be some amount of dampening of, rights.
Well,
because like for what I said.
Yes and no, because my point is always the same. It's that this is a constant.
Well, it's not really a yes and no. You just said you want people who would want capitalism to be re-educated forcefully. I mean, what are you talking about? Okay, I mean this is why people don't take Hasan's perspective seriously. I don't think he knows what the fuck he's talking about. Yeah, if there's people who disagree with us, we would just kind of force them to not do that anymore. Okay, based? Is that based? Oh, is that based or no? I don't know if it's based or not. I can't tell.
It's consistent. What you're describing is consistent with the American formation. It's consistent with capitalism. It's just a reality that will always exist.
Mm-hmm.
Violence, and who gets to do violence, is an inherent part of politics, because politics is, at the end of the day, a distribution of resources and a distribution of violence. Who gets to have what resources and who doesn't have the resources as a consequence of that.
Sure. It sounds like you're just for a different type of violence. So I'm in. As long as I'm in the position of power, I'm all for it. As long as I'm one of the I'm cool with whatever, as long as I'm in the position of power. This way I don't get fucking dumpstered, which is naturally going to happen based on whatever psychotic fucking system Hasan is going to advocate for here. Because holy shit.
And if they do something to get those resources, what the state will be able to do. The state has a monopoly on violence across the board, no matter what happens, right? I'm not an anarchist. A lot of anarchists will get mad at me for saying this, but the state should have some level of a violent mechanism, because no matter what happens, and there's different forms of violence as well. The structural violence of poverty, or direct violence in the form of military boots on the ground, military warfare, imperialism, police violence, police brutality. These are all different forms of violence.
There will be some exertion of force required to maintain a socialist country.
Yes, not just a social country, any country.
Sure, any country.
Yes, I agree. Until we reach a point of I guess, until we reach a point of production and our productive output has gotten to a point where it's so streamlined and so organized that there is no need for a state. But I don't know if we will ever be able to get there, where the state withers away and we have a classless, borderless, moneyless society.
Yeah, I mean, if it is, it's not in a long time. It'd have to be like post-World War III or something. Let me ask you, I guess, another angle here.
I just want to know what that looks like to him. Like, how would that work?
Worker exploitation seems to be at the heart of socialism and communism.
Yes.
And so I want to ask you this question. If an employee is fairly compensated, and by fairly, I mean that factors like work, compensation, they're being paid well beyond the means of living. They can afford comfortable housing, food, pleasure, vacation, savings, all the things people would want to do with money. If they're provided in all those ways that we see as important, is that still exploitation?
In the Marxian sense, yes. In the capitalist sense, no. Capitalism.
That's not an answer. I just want to be clear. That's not an answer. I need him to answer the question. Okay.
So Mark, when you say Marxism, you're talking about socialism.
Yes,
right?
yes.
What do you think, Hasan? Just tell us what you think.
In the Marxist perspective, under Marxian economics, Marxist theory, exploitation is not a good or bad thing. It is just a thing that happens.
Okay.
And it goes.
So he's okay with workers getting exploited. I feel like that's not true.
Back to something I've described many, many times over, which is that there are two classes. There is the labor class, the wage laborers, the proletariat, and the bourgeois class, the capital owning class, right?
Mm-hmm.
And these two classes have two inherently contradictory interests. You work jobs when you had a boss and someone was paying you, and you have been a boss, so you have gone through both of these stages. So as someone who worked in a job, as a wage laborer, as a W-2 employer, 1099 contractor, you wanted to work the least amount of hours for the most amount of pay.
Mm-hmm.
That's understandable. That's like perfectly reasonable, right?
Yeah.
Like you want more money and you want to work less hours. You want to have more freedom. Your boss, on the other hand, wants you to work the most amount of hours for the least amount of pay, like that they can get away with.
Yeah.
Sure. So then you just implement a middleman. Well, the union that will advocate for you.
So this inherent contradiction is at the heart of capitalism and is how commodities are produced under a capitalist.
So, like, why wouldn't a socialist society want to do the same thing? Wouldn't there, like, I don't understand. Under a socialist type of society, like, what would there not be, like, some kind of a structure that would want to work you as much as possible by, like, paying you as little as possible? I mean, you still need to eat, right? So you still have to get paid in some capacity. I don't understand, like, too much of the difference here. Okay. Whatever.
Mode of production. Now, when you have this imbalance, those who do have capital end up always being able to pay you much less than your actual output.
So that is what's happening now.
Yeah.
My question is, in a situation, as I outlined, where the employees are fairly provided for, which I outlined before, is that when I say exploitation, I mean, like,
Bad.
I think that also has a vernacular, like when the ruling class is
Like, exploitation has a negative, like, emotion attached to it. We generally look at something as exploitative as bad. So
committing some kind of harm or injustice on their workers.
No, it's beyond that. You could be paying your employees fairly and still engage in the act of exploitation.
So then, because I don't want to get
why is it exploiting somebody if they're getting paid well, right? Because this is a whole conversation about, like, well, what does well mean, right? So you make money on a product. You make a product, and then you sell a product, and you make money on the product, and then you pay your workers, and then a certain amount of money is going to go to the owner of that business who put the risk into investing in that business. I think that's perfectly fair, as long as they don't pay themselves too much to the point where they oppress their workers. And then you say, well, how do you remedy that? Taxes, right? Make a 90% tax rate over making a certain amount of money per year. And then all of a sudden, the business owner is like, well, I'm kind of capped money-wise, so I might as well just pay my workers more. Or they just lose a bunch of money, and it goes into welfare programs that can empower people. That's how you would deal with it there. How does it work how does this system in general of opening a business and all that just work under Hasan's theory? Like, that's all I need. Like, hey, how would opening a business work according to you? That's the only thing I need to know. Because I need to know what your theory is on how the world would work in order for me to be like, okay, I get it, or say, oh, I don't get it. But he hasn't even defined that. So,
top on that, because you're saying exploitation is neutral by itself.
Yes, exploitation in the Marxian sense is not good or bad. It's just descriptive. A lot of what Marx has talked about with respect to capitalism is descriptive.
What does he mean then when he goes the exploitation of workers? Clearly, he wants to end the exploitation of workers.
Yes, of course.
So is it still exploitation of workers if they're fairly provided for?
I feel like that's not even true. I've never read Marx. I doubt, like, Marx is always talking about how the middle class is being exploited, or whatever, the working class. Are you saying now that he just philosophically doesn't think exploitation is bad? I don't believe that. What the fuck is he talking about? According to Marx, workers are exploited when they do not keep or control all the value they create. So that just shows me that it is exploitative when they don't. So it's bad.
Yes, because the fairness in this regard is not met on the metrics of, like, living standards, but instead on the metrics of what their output is. So when and this gets into
bro, this is just, he's overcomplicating this. Is he doing it intentionally, or is he just trying to let us know that he has a lot of talking points? I don't get it. Like,
the labor theory of value.
Excuse
right?
me, goddamn.
We don't need to have a conversation about the fucking labor theory of value. All you're saying is that there is money in between. There's a product, it gets sold, and then workers get paid. And based on the amount that the workers don't get paid is what we're all having a debate about, whether that's fair or not. Very simple. We already know this. What the fuck is happening?
Which is different than marginal utility, which is what we use currently when we ascribe, when we say this is this much, like something is this valuable, right? Ice cream is $4. But if it's really hot out, maybe ice cream is $5 because, well, there's a little bit of scarcity on the supply, but the demand has gone up. So now ice cream is more expensive. Whereas from a Marxian perspective, the value of that ice cream is stable. It's just what kind of labor went into the production of it. What were the...
But when it's hotter out, you do realize that, like, it's going to cost more money to maintain it, right? Like, just in general, you're going to need your refrigerators or your freezers running at more aggressively to counteract the heat outside. We know that when it's hot outside, right? Like we already understand this. The heat, just fundamentally speaking, will have a negative impact on your wires outside and make it more difficult for your house to power. We know that if it's like super hot, the refrigerators and freezers will typically turn themselves off once they hit a particular temperature. If it's 100 degrees outside, it's 100 degrees in your house. Your refrigerator is going to have to use more power. Like, I don't understand. Okay.
What were the resources used to make that ice cream? What kind of capital was put into the ice cream factory?
Okay.
So even
All
if
of
the
that,
employee
and then also the moving part in that situation would be the labor of it.
if the employee is extremely satisfied.
Yeah.
Okay, so like, who's running this business? I'm not understanding. I mean, this is the problem. I would just need to have the conversation of like, how does the business open, and how does it run? Because like, what I don't have anything to reference. What does he think it looks like? Is it like a worker co-op? Every 5 people get together and decide that they're going to open a business, and then they all pay each other the same, and then they make everything together. And like, do all 5 of these people, like, do they pay another company to give them their products as well? And it just sounds like, how does it work? Like, how does it work? If it sounds like, to me, all it sounds like we're saying is that the workers should get paid a percentage of the business, and that's fine. I'm not even against that. So like, it sounds like we're over. We would have to stop this and say blah, 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 blah. What if we just like, what if businesses just paid like a percentage of their worth or something? Then that's a solution you could just implement here. But I feel like we're overcomplicating this system when all we're trying to say is like, hey, everybody should get paid a percentage of the business. And I don't know if I agree with that necessarily, but that makes sense. You can just do that under capitalism. Yeah, what happens when the business loses money? I don't know because we haven't even like made a foundation of how does the business run in the first place.
And they feel well provided for. I mean, in a sense, it's like, who are you to tell him he's being exploited?
Well, you're
again. I know you want to get caught up on that.
It's
The
not,
definition of that
Bro,
word.
I
But
swear to God, like, you must be like a 15-year-old paying people for labor. How does that work, bro? Come on, stop trolling. Stop being stop being an intentional asshole. You know the question that I'm asking.
know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I understand. It's what I would say in that situation is this, right? Relying on the magnanimous nature of your boss and hoping that like your boss doesn't succumb to greed and choose to change certain things about your workplace conditions can be great. And there are people like yourself out there who are, as far as I understand, pretty good bosses, right? But that is never going to be that's never going to be the constant. That's never going to be the case.
But in social democracy, you set up the bumpers, you set up the systems where they have to do that. Well, that's the bare minimum they have to do.
Well, and then we go back to the erosion of the amenities. That
I don't feel like that's a strong enough argument to say socialism's better.
No, as long as there is some kind of capitalist compensation in any sort of sector, they will always choose to monopolize. This is what.
Who cares? Here's what I know. Based on the systems that are working, the Nordic model is working, and they have a capitalist structure, and everybody seems to be objectively happier than in America. So that's our next step. This whole conversation is irrelevant. Like, most
companies, like, this is what every company does when they become a company, a corporation. Okay. Their job is their goal is to inevitably become a monopoly. You can do that by rent seeking.
So what? So what? If they still have to follow the rules.
Yeah, but if the company wants to become a monopoly, isn't Hasan's perspective that the government should just become the monopoly and run it themselves? I don't okay.
Well, no,
because then there is still somebody in charge that can take advantage of their position, whether it's a business owner or just the government.
When you are becoming a monopoly, you are either engaging in horizontal integration and expansion or vertical integration and expansion, mergers, acquisitions, and what Amazon has done, for example, in e-commerce is a great example of this. And when you get to that point, especially under a capitalist state that still has market reforms, you end up using the additional capital that you've accumulated in the form of profits from your workers to lobby the government and erode the safety nets.
Yeah, but you're talking like it's a guaranteed. And again, I go back.
Well, there's nothing wrong with necessarily lobbying. I just feel like they get to the point where they effectively own. Like, I don't think lobbying is the problem. I think the problem is that they're able to give massive financial donations to particular individuals in the government to vote the way that they want them. Like, lobbying is fine. Lobbying is just advocating. Businesses should be able to advocate for themselves. McDonald's should be able to say, hey, we don't want to implement this policy. They should have every right to be able to say that. And then we should have people that are like, but it's not good. We're going to still implement this. They should have a say. They should be able to talk about it. But they shouldn't be able to donate to people's campaigns to get somebody elected that will do whatever they want.
guarantee every single time.
And it's been a guarantee by the same metric that any socialist country devolves into disaster. I mean, it's not fair to put that out there like it's just given. Because on the other flip coin, you can say, this, like I mentioned, socialism. There's going to be people moving towards capitalism.
So socialist nation states,
it's too hypothetical.
Socialist nation states, however, historically, most of them at least, have not eroded or been destroyed due to like people who are just like, I want to be capitalist. Usually those people are being goaded or supported, facilitated by a much more powerful nation that is using the inherent greed to their advantage to.
Sure, but what about like what about the people who get into power and then they end up taking advantage of that, like Stalin?
Cause divisions, but the real material issues in socialist nation states, historical socialism, real socialism in the real world that has happened, has always been due to mishaps, famine, or the government exercising too much authoritarian control.
Yeah, you can say the same
thing. These sorts
though.
of things.
Yeah, the government exercising too much authoritarian control, like you said, to put fucking people into education if they are capitalist under your society. What's the difference? I don't understand.
Sorts of things are the real reasons as to why social nation states have failed. Not necessarily.
Yeah, that's a big one. The government going too far is a huge one. It's only failed because capitalism and then also corruption in their own government. But that's not going to happen this time.
Their economic mode of production switching over.
And yeah, I mean, let's be real. I mean, it's a shitty thing to say, but like that does mean that capitalism is just a stronger system. I mean, like not for nothing. But if your government can't hold up to a capitalist government taking it over, the reality of the unfortunate world that we currently live in is that you need to be capitalist if you want to compete. So it's a sad stuff. But hey, what it is.
To a more labor-focused economy, and then
Holy
also
shit, these are expensive.
there are so many different types of socialist developments, like a socialist mode of production, that there is no like one absolute perfect one, and I'd be a liar if I told you I know which one it is. You know what I mean?
So go back to the original question. Let's just ignore this theory that in social democracy, and I'll say this, obviously we have antitrust laws that are not good, that have not been effective in the least bit.
Yeah,
but it's also something you can regulate.
No, but I would ask you why.
Well, because our government is super corrupt.
Mm-hmm. Why is the government corrupt?
Because people are
well, I mean, like you just acknowledged, under socialism there was corrupt governments. I don't think that the government is just corrupt because of capitalism. Government is corrupt because people are inherently selfish in some capacity, and when people get in positions of power where they have a lot of responsibility, a lot of times they will abuse that power in some capacity, right? It doesn't matter if you have like a direct financial incentive or not. You still have resource control. Money is just a simple form of resources. So if you eliminate the concept of money in some capacity or whatever you're doing, the government still has resource control. So
inherently flawed.
You think the government's corrupt because people are inherently flawed? Corruption in that sense,
yes.
I disagree with you there.
Some people, not all people. That's another thing I said. People are inherently greedy and people lost their mind. Some people are. Actually, I want to talk about that at better length, but go ahead.
That's actually a great take as well. We can cover that as well.
Yeah.
I always butcher this quote, but I forget who it was. It might have been Mark Fisher, it might have been someone else. But assuming that greed is inherent in human nature under a capitalist organization of the economy is like assuming the black lung is inherent in human nature if you work at the fucking...
I mean, I don't think that we've ever seen a society that didn't have a level of greed associated with it. Like I said, and like some people brought up indigenous people, first of all, we know that they were fighting land wars against each other, but that doesn't even matter because the reality is, and I don't think that this is an unrealistic thing to say, if there is a story in the mythology of a society about a greedy character, which does exist in indigenous culture, that society has an issue with greed where they have to educate people against it. If you didn't have something exist negatively, you wouldn't have to create a structure that was trying to advocate against it. And that's what stories do, especially like historic folklore, right? Like the Wendigo, we looked it up, right? Was it Wendigo? I don't know. Were-dingo? Call that a werewolf. So we know that, like, yeah, people are inherently greedy in some capacity. You can absolutely condition people against that, of course. Definitely can. And maybe we could one day completely condition selfishness out of our society. But we're not there. We're not even close to there at all. So,
coal mine.
In fact, I'd argue that that problem is getting worse because we keep seeing social media blast at how much everybody has in this way, that way, and we get jealous of each other and whatnot. But I don't know. I just feel like next step is not fucking whatever. I don't even know what Hasan wants to do because he's just so he's very roundabout of what he wants to talk about.
See, that's not a good analogy.
Because no, you're right. Greed is a part of it. Self-interest is a part of it. Not greed necessarily, but self-interest is a part of human existence.
Yeah, self-interest is greed.
Why we have built societies, and how we've done it. However,
it's a biological survival.
Yeah, self-interest is greed. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
Or
However,
it's selfishness, whatever you want to say. Okay.
If we didn't have self-interest, we wouldn't survive as a species.
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct. My argument always, and many Marx arguments actually, have always been around individualism and self-interest, and how socialism, as a matter of fact, creates more opportunities for individual liberties for the person. It's only been sold and told to people as though it is, this gray brutalist architecture, city blocks. You have to, do your government mandated coal mining job or whatever the fuck. But the ultimate goal has always been.
Yeah, how does work in your society? This is the problem. And like again, this is the issue: is that we're not starting on the ground floor of the conversation. We're starting in the fucking middle of the conversation. Well, I need to start on the ground floor to have this conversation. I need to know like what your thoughts, feelings, and perspectives are on just how things would work. Not dive in and be like, yeah, capitalism is a pretty bad thing. Okay, well, what would you do to replace? Well, I wouldn't do capitalism. It's like, okay, you don't really have a system in mind.
Been to open up more individual liberties. I'll give you an example of socialization that you and I both agree with, right? Healthcare. Nationalized healthcare or socialized medicine in general gives you more liberties as a person that you can actually leave your job if you fucking
That would
hate
happen
it.
in social democracy as well.
Yes.
Yeah. And I could see how that works, right? Like the way that I would do it in our society is that you would open up a public option, a public healthcare option in our society that has more control over the costs of different things. And then they would be able to, like, yeah, that's how I would implement it here. Like, that makes sense to me. Like, it makes sense that you can create a public option and potentially phase out a private option. Although I think it's fine for people to have a private option. As long as the public needs are met. But if they want to spend more for better healthcare, as long as we have like a ground floor amount met, I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Have the government maybe like potentially open up factories or something. One of the biggest issues for making medication, one of the biggest issues is that right now in our system is that a company will make a thing. They'll make a pill, and let's say it's patented for a while. Right, you can't, and that makes sense. I get it. You have to recoup your money. That's fine. Then afterwards, once it is to like public domain or whatever, and you can make generics. Factories were open to make generics, and then the company will pay them to shut down so that they can have a monopoly on that particular product, right? So like have the government not let them do that. And then they can potentially open up like some kind of a factory to make these medications or something. That kind of makes sense. I can imagine the infrastructure. I can imagine what's going on. So, dude, I swear to God, I don't know. I must have like the dumbest fucking people in my chat today. What's the point of reacting if you're going to keep cutting up? Bro, I'm like, he's not here. Hasan isn't talking to me. So when I pause to say something, it's just that's me doing dude, why am I even engaging with the stun log? That's how this conversation, that's how reaction content works. Are you fucking dumb? I don't understand. Go watch the video by yourself.
However,
if you don't like me talking so much, don't watch me. And two, you probably don't watch Hasan either, because all Hasan does is he doesn't shut the fuck up when he reacts either. So like, if you're a Hasan fan, he does the same thing on his content. So like at this point, you're just being a dumb fuck. I don't understand.
Like I've said, there has to be the countermeasures in a social democracy. The capitalist forces are significantly more powerful because ultimately the state is still operating as a capitalist state. That is still the norm.
So I think we're having like a kind of just like a disconnect, or not a disconnect, but maybe at an impasse on that idea. But what I'll say, I want to give you a specific example because this is interesting to me. Let's just take this workplace as an example because we're all familiar with it. Mm-hmm. So I started my career 10 plus years ago, and I was successful by myself with 0 employees.
Yes.
I made a lot of money. I did well for myself. And then, 5 years ago into my career, I made the podcast, which obviously you all are watching now. So
yeah, podcasts are pretty. It is crazy seeing so many people. It's pretty crazy when you see so many people with podcasts nowadays. It makes me feel stupid because I just started a podcast with my. It's called the Rob and Dan Channel with my wife. But now everybody has podcasts,
So let's say we go back to 5 years ago. When I hired Dan as a freelance, you started as like a consultant.
If you get mad when I pause to react, that's good. That's the point. You're proving that reaction content doesn't take views from the main source video. Because if I'm so fucking annoying to you, go watch it by yourself. Okay? But if not, you must be here for my fucking commentary.
Yeah, or freelancer. Yeah.
And obviously you moved to full time, and I'll get to that.
Yeah.
So he started as like a freelance consultant. So what would be a fair way of compensating him for that?
In your situation,
Well, my thing is like, how would Ethan even be able to have his situation under whatever government you're proposing?
Like, what is the most like socialist way of doing it? Is that what you're asking?
Well, yeah, because
exactly.
that's what we're talking about. Right?
It would be profit sharing.
Guys, this is fucking crazy.
So this is interesting. Hold on.
This is interesting. You're right.
Yeah.
This is
I'm
actually
gonna see
the most difficult aspect, in my opinion,
Oh my god, what else is this is fucking crazy?
of like trying to
that good?
create
You like that
the most ethical way of existing under a capitalist organization of the economy, while you are also productive, and you're doing like an owned and operated media company where you are the product.
So I hired Dan as a consultant.
Yeah.
Just to help us out to get things.
And I have hired people
beautified.
as well.
So then I'm profit sharing with him. How much profit am I sharing with him?
So the way I do it, and I think this will be, this is instructive for many others as well. The way I do it, like the most ethical way to do it, is basically try to make an assessment. Sure, there's market considerations on the one hand, like what the normal wage would look like, but that is like the minimum. You know what I mean? That is like the minimum. That is the worst possible amount to pay someone in the form of wages, in my opinion.
Okay.
So you have the market considerations on the one side, which I don't necessarily care too much about. On the other side, you have your productive output, right? Let's say you were making $10 before Dan came on, and now that Dan came on, you're making...
That wouldn't be measurable metric.
No, I know. I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
I know. Which is why I'm saying it's a...
Again, this is just an overcomplicated way of saying profit sharing. Like, I don't know if you wouldn't profit share for a private person just consulting for a period of time, but like this can all exist under capitalism. I don't understand.
tricky situation.
It's almost impossible.
Yeah. Well, technically, the other side is also very cruel. But
what we're learning here is that these structures are so complicated, and that's what it is. Like, people can criticize capitalism, and they should to fix it, but these are such complicated structures. To just say we could do things drastically differently, don't worry, it'll work out, is just stupid.
like have
But that's not true
normalized.
because in social democracy, people are fairly compensated. It's not cruel, in my opinion.
No, there's. I don't think. I think we
people
think
could be
of social
more or
democracy-
more
we think of social
fairly,
democracy-
less fairly compensated, but like generally speaking, they'd be more fairly compensated than what we would see today.
Yes, in comparison to the United States of America, which technically would be a mixed market or social democracy, social democracies in other countries there is better compensation
So here's the unintended consequence of that.
due to regulation, government regulation.
If I'm just hiring Dan to
just
come in
do
and help
that.
me with cameras and stuff, and I have to cut him in on profit share, people are not going to hire as many people. They're going to think a lot more before they bring more people on.
Well, can I just chime in real quick? Just to clarify this point, are you still talking about the period of time where I was
Yes.
working as a contractor?
Yes. I haven't got to the full time yet. We're going to move to that.
Right. I will just say that at the time, I was essentially operating as my own business as well, because you weren't my only client at the time.
Right, okay.
I did that professionally for a lot of people, and you were one of many people that I would come and do shows with.
Whoa, Dan is bragging. I don't blame him.
Until you offer me a full-time thing. So just because we're using the specific example, I just wanted to clarify that because I think that matters in what the dynamic was when we were initially working together.
I don't think that matters in such that I'm more focused just on the profit
So
sharing.
the reason why I was bringing
and
up the
implications on to a business and business owner of that.
okay, but the reason why I was bringing up the revenue is because let's say you were making
Well, I mean, the answer would just be like, oh, since he would be considered his own business, he would set a price. But then it gets into like, if his price is too high, what's stopping you from just getting somebody cheaper? And then it gets into the like, you know what I mean? Like, it just gets back into a capitalism conversation. No.
you're making $10. Dan comes on, now you're making $15.
Yeah.
Right? Dan has brought in $5 extra of revenue for you, and I think that the best possible way to
Please don't say you give him $5.
engage with that would be to cut Dan in on like offer Dan living wages plus whatever Dan has brought in the form of revenue.
Here's a big problem.
But that's now you're hiring somebody. And again, like if you hire somebody, you want to talk about potentially paying everybody a percentage of the business. Okay, whatever, that's fine. But I mean, like that's just
and that moves in a direction like you make, and then later down the line you make $100,000, and
It moves with it,
now
yeah.
Dan is moving with it as well.
Here's where this
yeah,
seems
it sounds like you're very complicated.
more
Doesn't
like it's a
make
nice
sense.
theory, but like in application, it makes no sense. Who decides how much value he's brought? How could you possibly decide that? If my show is growing, Dan joins, and let's say, I now I'm making $15, but the show was organically growing. How can I attribute all five of that to Dan?
You're absolutely
And
correct
am I
on this
supposed-
as well.
and am I
This
supposed
is
to
a big
split it
weakness.
50-50 with him?
This is something that I do not have an answer for either, which is why,
It doesn't
like
make
I said,
sense.
which is why
We kind of need if you're going to advocate to get rid of capitalism, then you have to have answers for these. That's it. That's the bottom line. That's all it is. If you are of the take that we should fix the problems that we have slowly, you don't have to answer that question. That's it. But you want a radical shift. How would it work?
like I said,
If you say, I think it'd be cool to phase out capitalism, that's a fine thing to say. And if you're like, yeah, I want to phase it out, let's start with like healthcare and maybe the housing, and that's perfectly fine to say, I would like to get rid of capitalism because I think it's bad. And here are some meaningful, practical ways to do it in the shorthand. I'm 1,000%. That's fine. That's fine. Say that. But when you're sitting here and you're just talking about how you want capitalism gone and you think it's a horrible thing and you have no answer to half the questions, like how would your society run if it wasn't under capitalism, then you just don't know what you're talking about.
Make do with you try to do your very best.
Can I be? This seems like a big problem to say you don't have a solution for if you're advocating for a socialist society.
I agree, which is why I
It
always
doesn't seem like it's ready.
Well, can I just chime in on this?
Yes.
This isn't theoretical. There are lots of companies that do profit sharing.
I do this as well.
I know, but it's not.
Yes, but they do it under capitalism.
Like,
But like
let's
big
say this.
companies.
But it's
Like,
not
they
the
have
conversation isn't who does and doesn't do fucking profit sharing. The conversation is how would all of it work in this completely restructured world?
various methods of how they do it.
The way I
There are ways to do it that make sense.
I do this
but the
as
way
well,
that
Ethan.
socialism does it in the purest sense is like Dan joined 10 to 15. Dan gets half of the 15.
So
that's his
Ethan,
labor.
Ethan, this is if we're talking pure
Hold on
theory.
one sec.
If we're talking pure theory,
Yeah.
I would rather have an imperfect structure that still
It's
absolutely
not
offers
perfect. It
better.
doesn't work.
Well,
You don't have an imperfect structure. You don't have a structure. The problem is that we live in the imperfect structure. Your structure doesn't exist. You don't have any structure. That's the fucking problem here.
If you don't know
the
how people
capitalist-
get paid, how does it even work?
the capitalist structure also is imperfect in the exact same
Well,
way.
function-
No, it's not. It actually has an answer to the problem. Even if it's a bad answer, it has an answer. You don't have an answer to the fucking question that he asked. It was like, hey, how would the split work? I don't know. I have no answer for you, Ethan. How does it work right now? They would have a conversation. You would bargain back and forth. There's no answer to your question under your system. It's not equal in any capacity. This guy's what are you talking about?
At
I'm
least.
triggered as fuck.
Yes, I know, but the idea that like the other structure would not function is not correct. Especially when we're telling you that even under a capitalist organization economy, there's plenty of different ways of doing
But
this.
there needs to
one
be-
of the most successful ones that I also have is a cooperative, right? I have a cooperative, collectively organized podcast, for example, where we just split it 5 ways regardless. Obviously, my output
Okay, you could do that in capitalism. Who cares?
in that situation, given that I am
Okay.
the host with the largest audience, would significantly outweigh my producers, for example, who could be paid with a very fair, very fat market wage, right? Market wage plus market wage times 3 is what I could pay him, and it would still be significantly less than what he gets paid now
Yeah.
because we're cutting him in 5 ways. We're splitting everything 5 ways.
Yeah.
And that is a perfectly viable way to do it because
I think that's very generous, but I don't think you should be forced to do that.
I think that
I think you should be forced to pay him what we've
Yeah,
determined.
that's fair. I mean, if you're a big name that brings in a lot of people, you shouldn't have to pay it. You're not coming in equally. Sure, I agree with that as well. Like if somebody's successful that had like 10 times the audience of me is like, you want to start a podcast? And I said like, yeah, sure. I wouldn't expect to get paid 50-50. And I would be fine with that. Like, it's, you know what I mean? Because different people are doing better in different ways. Like, who cares? I don't know.
Determined as a minimum wage where he can live in where he lives in a
I would ask for 45, 55, even though I'm sitting here thinking like, where's that 5% going? You know?
in a comfortable state.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
And I don't think
And
that
it's not-
it prevents
goes
people
beyond,
from being
it goes beyond wages too.
generous.
It goes
either.
beyond wages as well. There's also another aspect of this that many people fail to consider, which is decision making. So there's also the structure of decision making, the structure of autonomy. When we are setting up the time for when we are going to shoot the podcast, like everyone has to be on board with it. It has to work around every single person's schedule. These are all scheduling conflicts exist usually, but it's like in good faith, every single person is like giving their most, giving their all,
What does this
and it
have to do with
ultimately, I think, creates a pretty solot product.
Let me ask you. So do you acknowledge
that
that
matter?
in this socialist theoretical country where I go from 10 to 15 and I give Dan 15, hypothetically for any worker joining, that I, as a business owner, I would be less likely to be hiring people.
Certainly.
And that's not good, is it?
No, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing at all.
Because like, I don't know, because like I've gone through a lot of people that did not work out.
Mm-hmm.
Is this why Mama Gut makes 70 cents less than you do? Bro, let's just be fucking clear, okay? First of all, we actually have been bringing in some money on our other podcast. It's called the Rob and Dan podcast, for anybody wondering. It's a few $100s a month, and it's, hey, I'm like, amazing. She gets paid more than me doing that podcast. Understand something, okay? My wife shows up for 3 hours. Sometimes she brings topics, and I love my wife there. I also show up for 3 hours a week. I rewatch the entire podcast. I find all the potential clips. We review those clips together. I cut those clips out. I edit them down, and then I put them on a posting schedule. I do all the thumbnails. I do all the facilitating of everything. So when it comes down to it, she's coming in for 3 hours a week. I don't know if I'm doing too much. Honestly, let's see, this week, I probably did 8 to 10 hours this week on that podcast alone with all that work. Okay, so she's not getting paid 70 cents on the dollar. Okay, she's getting paid basically like triple the amount that I get paid because I'm working 3 times as much. And we take that money and we've been putting it into an account for like our kids. That's what we're right now is what we're doing with that money. So really, no, we're not making any money. All right, our future children are making money.
And they were hired on like let's say
still fire them.
Exploratory. So is it at will employment in this situation?
In this structure, you can still, of course, like you can still have issues with an employee and fire them. It's ironic because like Japan, for example, is like the most capitalist country on the planet, and yet in Japan they have this like very unique culture where getting into a place of business is very difficult. But once you actually have made it into the corporation, they don't fire you. They can't fire you. They never fire you. What they do is they ostracize you and make you into a social pariah within the company and try to get you to quit.
Is it because they're trying to avoid paying some kind of severance, or is it just
no? It's like it's both cultural and if I'm not mistaken, it could literally have legal implications as well. But it works, right?
Okay,
it technically works.
I'm saying, why is it?
Okay.
Why is it not a good? So as a business owner, I think the fact that I was not super hesitant to hire lots of people, find the crew that works. I worked with a lot of people who were not compatible. So I was able to burn through enough people to find a team that worked, right? And so if I was so hesitant to hire people because I have to profit share with them, I would do like a way more strenuous interview process. It would take way longer.
Yeah, you're making an argument for why it's stronger. Like you lucked out with Dan.
At all.
You lucked out with Dan.
I don't think that's a good argument because first of all, it's good that people can go try a bunch of jobs before they try.
Yeah, I'll get an editor for my podcast and pay them exposure for sure. I mean, frankly, I probably wouldn't do that. I like doing my own work. I'm very particular about my stuff.
One that works. And as an employer, it's good to be able to try a bunch of people to find the right fit for employees. If I had to go through the strenuous process to find each one of them, this podcast may very well likely not exist as it does today. It might not exist at all.
I disagree with you on that for sure. I think that
it makes perfect sense. What Ethan is saying is that if he had to have a massively heavy buy-in for anybody that got the job, where he would have had to pay them a percentage, even if they sucked, then his podcast wouldn't be successful. He wouldn't have taken the risk in the first place to try to expand the podcast and whatnot. And yeah, I mean, if you think that's a good thing, maybe he does. Maybe he thinks that implementing structures that would halt the growth of businesses, maybe Hasan thinks that's a positive thing. Maybe okay, actually, because I have to guess every one of Hasan's fucking positions, but if his argument is, I think that's a good thing, because I don't think that the companies themselves should develop into monopolies, and this would be one of those ways to do it, because there's only so much availability of exposure that you being less successful just means another business would be able to be more successful comparatively or equally to you, but there would be more of those structures presented. Maybe that's the argument. Does that make sense? This thing's fucking me up, bro. Holy shit. Is that what he's saying?
It's better to have a strenuous process of ensuring that you have the best possible
even for like the most entry level job.
Yeah, I think that it's.
But then doesn't that result in people not getting work?
So, yes, it will. So but then we're talking about like an entirely separate way of organizing the economy.
Let me go back. Why is it better? Why is it better that I have to go through like extraneous full-on HR processes?
We're talking about hypotheticals in this situation. Yeah. So I can just hypothesize that you found Dan. Not even hypothesize.
No, we're not talking. Well, we're talking hypothetically, but
we're talking about reasonable hypotheticals, not like magical hypotheticals that don't exist in this segment, in this instance. Like, I understand people will use hypotheticals in debate conversations, which like I do too, but that's to prove an ethical point. In this conversation, we're not having a conversation about ethics. We're having a conversation about like implementation and practicality of whatever structure Hasan wants to implement.
Like, you found Dan, so you clearly.
But we went through a lot of people before we found Dan.
Yeah, well, you could have arrived at Dan as well, is what I'm saying.
It would have taken a lot longer, and the business might not have survived.
Okay, so
there was a point where the podcast almost got wrapped up.
Yeah.
Whoa. So why is it better in theory to have that extraneous?
Wasn't it always going well? What the fuck? Okay, I guess I don't know shit about that.
Of a hiring process than being able to kind of just people try things out.
This is only one aspect of it, but what you're talking about.
I appreciate the advocation. I keep seeing someone in here that's like, guys, get the stream to more likes. I've never advocated for that before. Does that even matter? Asking for more likes?
About like the extraneous hiring process also would exist under a social democracy as well. It should exist in some form under a social democracy as well, like some level of protection from being fired.
But so in social democracy, you're not rev sharing. So there's like this big thing that you're like, I'm a business owner. I've created this business for my own sweat and blood and tears over the last 10 years, and I'm making a lot of money. I got to hire this guy who I don't know anything about, and I got to cut him in on my profits. That doesn't exist in social democracy. So the risk to me as the business owner is way less.
But it's much smaller, to a much smaller degree, because it's supposed to exist through unions. And once again, it's not just revenue sharing. Everyone always focuses on that aspect of it, but rev sharing comes in the form of benefits. Rev sharing comes in the form of like how much we invest in art.
All Hasan has to say is like, oh, maybe they would implement like a 3-month trial period for somebody, or I don't know.
R&D, for example, or what kind of R&D initiatives we invest in. All of these decisions are made by a board.
Well, that's all regulated.
Fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders that is not regulated under social democracy. This is the major point of contention.
I know, but this is like an instance where we have a shit system now, and because that system is shit, you feel like you could just go in the complete opposite direction and not really have an answer. And he already admitted he didn't really have an answer to this before. I don't really have an answer to all these questions. Isn't that a problem? You can't even give us like any non-ideal version of your system. Implement profit sharing and actually get people to pay taxes, and things would get better. I don't know.
Sure, then, because you see, in our example,
like in Germany, they have a trade union representative that sits on the board of executives, but that's only one. That's only one aspect of a larger board that is still
sounds like a really good step in the right direction. Let's implement that.
Representing the interests of the shareholders, those who own the company, who never have seen the company. They can, even globally own it, right? So having one vote in that situation is not as good, in my opinion, as having all of the vote, all of the power, making these decisions as a collective, something that kind of is not legally enforced.
Who cares about the decisions that people make unless it has to do with wealth? Like, why does that matter? Oh, there's only one person who gets to sit on the board and it's a representation of the people. Okay, what decisions are being made there that are like relevant? I imagine that since they have a union rep, they're already having a conversation about wages that is fair for both the business and the people, if we assume that it's a decent structure, right? So at that point, what does it matter? Why do the workers, like, how much power do the workers need to make, and what decisions do the workers need to make on the board in general, outside of what wages they get paid? Like, they already have a union to advocate for their wages and their conditions that they're getting worked on. So why do they need to have complete representation of the board? Like, not everybody in a business has a business sense to know what the fuck they're talking about. Like I said, I've worked with fucking morons before. They didn't know what the fuck they were doing. You know what I mean? They should still get paid, but it doesn't mean that they should have business power. I don't...
Here, right, in your structure, but you abide by because you're a nice guy. Many people are not going to be like that. And I'm saying that we shouldn't rely on the magnanimous
we don't have
nature
to.
of bosses.
We're going back to this point because we don't have to with the right.
Well, even an example, like the one I mentioned, Germany still yields terrible, still is susceptible to the influence of capital.
Let me ask you this.
Wait, yes, it is.
Germany arguably is.
Yes,
not as much as.
Okay, I don't know a lot about Germany, so I'm not gonna. I don't want to.
America is a social democracy as well. The problem is, like, American social democracy is a laughable example of.
So let's not use it then. But going back, why is it better? Because I don't think I ever got an answer. To have a strenuous hiring process.
Why is it better to have a strenuous? When you engage in commodity production with another person, I think it's perfectly valid to ensure that this person is not going to be like a scumbag and cheat you, fuck you over. I think it's good business practice, even in a capitalist sense, to ensure that the person that you're hiring is not like some fucking.
Well, right. That's just common sense.
And the more you
grow, do acknowledge so you do acknowledge the hesitancy to hire people.
I do. I'm not necessarily saying it's a bad
I don't know
thing.
what. Okay. We'll move
I
on.
don't think it's a bad.
I guess a bit of an
because and as companies grow, you have different people in different units that also are engaging in hiring. Like, it's just that workers now have more of a say in which direction the company should go, and that's a good thing. It's not a bad
thing. For me for like a week.
He's like not getting it. The problem here is that if you're a business looking to hire somebody and they suck dick at the job, you're going to want to go through a trial period. So all Ethan is saying is like, hey, we had to try around with a few different people before we settled on somebody to hire, because these people, some of the people weren't a good fit. Maybe they were shit at the job, or maybe they just didn't have a similar, like, they weren't on the same page, right? Some people just flow better together. It seems like Dan and Ethan flow really well. How do I go through people that aren't compatible with me? How am I able to fire those people? How can I move on from them if I have to pay them a percentage of my business? Like, that's the only question that's really being asked. It's like, okay, I have to. You. Hasan already admittedly doesn't know like what system he would even implement in the first place. He doesn't actually have like a like how much money he would or like what the business split would be. He doesn't have an answer for that. But like, how would that work out? And all he has to even say is like, you know what, maybe they would implement like a 3-month trial period where you didn't have to pay them a percentage of your wages for 3 months or something. That's all he would really have to say. He doesn't have an answer to this. I don't understand.
And on my business, I spent 5 years building. I don't want to give him a decision on where the company goes.
I think that...
Why should he have that right?
Well,
you know what I
mean? Yeah, I agree too.
I'm not saying the janitor comes in and unilaterally makes decisions. That's not how that works.
But I'm curious how it does work.
So it's communication. The other person is a human being as well. If you have a major disagreement, then you look for someone else to work in that position. This is how it works.
Okay.
The only difference in that situation is that you don't have the fear of like subsistence living at the other end of that bargain. Whereas like you have better amenities, better protections, and therefore you're more
you
comfortable.
just mean good living conditions.
So like all you're saying is let's have more robust unions in every job. I agree. We're good. Move on. We're done. That's it. We don't need to go fucking non-capitalism.
The idea is
that's what I'm already saying. That I don't think that makes socialism unique because we can provide good living conditions and benefits.
We can, but we haven't. Now that, by the way, one aspect of social democracy
other countries are that have capitalism as their center.
That we've talked about is the domestic one. We have yet to even uncover the other much worse side of social democracies, which is resource extraction in the third world and imperialism. And that is a necessity under global capitalism.
Okay, but that's would probably exist. Well, that's still going to exist. Okay. Would that not just, why wouldn't that exist under a capitalist country? Like, that's a separate issue from capitalism, is some form of colonization and resource extraction. That's a different conversation from capitalism. You could still steal resources from somebody as a communist country. So that doesn't, we don't need to get rid of communism or capitalism to do that. I understand you'll say, well, the profit margins are better though. Sure, and that you think that's the only motivation, but under a communist society where the government was in control of resources would be less expensive if they could just take them from another country that they didn't have to pay fairly. So this isn't something that magically remedies itself just because you're no longer capitalist.
And that is the reason why we have the haves and the have-nots. On the domestic level, you believe that there's a regulatory agency that can make things more just.
I don't feel prepared to have a conversation about the third world stuff because I'm not super familiar with it.
Perfectly fine.
But like I can.
But you understand that like that's a part of how everything works.
So exploiting in the truest sense of the word is definitely what's been happening.
Even on a capitalist understanding, that's like hyper exploitation.
I mean, clearly, I think that all humans on this earth deserve rights and comfort, and
I disagree.
Yeah.
And a right. You know what I mean?
It is funny though. Like, one thing I will mention in the domestic, going back to the labor force thing, is that like we're so susceptible and so programmed under capitalist dogma that we refuse to see a world outside of it, and we're so captured in that worldview that oftentimes the number one counter against a socialist governance or democracy in the workplace or anything like that is always like, what do you want, the fucking janitor just came in yesterday to make these decisions? Like, no one said he's the CEO now.
I just want to understand how it works.
No, that has nothing to do with people. This is the problem, is he's not talking to somebody. This is the problem. This is an unintelligent argument. It's like, oh, we're just so conditioned by capitalism that we're like, oh, the janitor will have business decisions. That's not really the question that's being asked. You're not talking to a hyper fucking right-wing conservative. Literally, Ethan and Ela's perspective was like, I think it was Ela specifically, when they were talking to Dan about this, it was like, oh, wouldn't you just want to do this as the next step? The issue is like how radical of a change you want things to be without testing it. And when the tester would just be to move towards the position that Ethan has first. It's not like this hot take.
Because you keep saying rev share.
Rev share is only one component of it. Rev share can be democratically assigned.
We'll say what?
Okay, here's an example. When I first started the podcast, I was originally undercast. It was fucking terrible. We quit. We started our own podcast, me and Will. We need a producer because we don't have that skill set. We need someone to change the cameras and maybe do a little bit of, someone to post videos, do the captions, titling, thumbnailing, right? So in that situation, we looked for someone, we found someone, and we were splitting it 3 ways. We were splitting the revenue 3 ways, anything that we made, right? And even before that, I was also giving March money as well to make sure that he like at least had a fucking, had a revenue opportunity even when we weren't generating a lot of revenue, right? So what did I do after that? The podcast grew. Fear and now has 5 cast members. We brought in Austin Show, my good friend, and Cutie Cinderella. And when that happened, us 3, we got together and we had a conversation.
Okay.
Do we need more hosts? Do we think that this will be beneficial?
Right.
Do we think that we will end up making, more revenue, generating more revenue in the long run?
Right.
Will we have people with unique creative ideas? Like I care more about the creative output than anything else than revenue. I haven't even touched the fucking revenue that I've generated from the podcast.
Yeah, because you're fucking rich.
And we got together and we had a conversation. And I think that is a significantly more equitable and just and better way of doing business than me hiring March,
Who cares? The problem is that your life experience of not ever struggling doesn't relate to anybody's real world aspect. Hey, I'm a morbidly rich person, as morbidly rich as Papa Gut is obese. I opened up a business with 4 people and we split it 4 ways. Cool. Okay. That's most businesses aren't online podcasts that take very little equipment to actually facilitate proportionate to what's actually going on. You need a computer and some cameras. It's much more limited than anything else. How does this work for something more realistic? How does this work for opening up a supermarket? How do you open up a supermarket? How do you get the capital to open a supermarket? Are banks Do banks exist? What's the interest rates? Do the government run the banks? Does the government run the food places? You know, how does all this stuff work? If we open up with 5 people, how does the cap? Like, how do these basic questions? How are they facilitated? It's the only question I really want to know.
Giving Will some money originally.
Yeah, like a bunch of rich people get together and decide they're going to make a business, like open up a business. Like, oh shit, like that doesn't happen now, Hasan. Like what?
Like a fat salary, or maybe cutting in on the rev share for him, and then giving March like a super high fucking wage, right? Way higher than like the average producer, and then making these decisions single-handedly.
Let me add another aspect to your example. Let's say you need to hire a cleaner to come clean the office. She works for the podcast. She comes, she cleans the office. She works full time.
Oh,
You pay her.
Great question.
The cleaner side of this is not like, I mean, I don't have an office like that, but the janitorial services,
theoretically,
right? In a theoretical situation where we have someone that needs to do it, yeah, we would also get together as a unit.
Yeah.
Okay, the existing company would get together and decide what level, just like hiring the 2 other hosts, we decide what level of revenue cuts we are going to take from our 5% to give
you're making
to
her
the
a
other
job offer.
person.
It's not.
But that's just same thing as just deciding to hire somebody and pay them. You're deciding how much you're going to pay them. Well, what decides if it's enough, if it's worth their value? And how do you even argue how much value it's worth to have a clean space? I mean, it's very hard to do that. Clean spaces are really good because mentally it puts people in a better space. Like it makes them feel better about what's going on. But like what you're saying, what's stopping you guys from just saying we'll give her like 1% or give her so little it's irrelevant? And then if you give her such a small amount, what happens if your podcast starts doing like much worse? Like, does she just make under what would we consider minimum wage now? Like, these things don't answer themselves. What are you talking about?
Not really that different than a salary.
And once they get that job, and there are many different ways of doing this, but once they get that job, and let's say they worked for 2 years, 3 years, then they have a say in the revenue sharing structure and the power sharing structure as well. Because it doesn't have to happen like instantaneously. A lot of people forget that.
Well,
like
my problem is that in the socialist economy, this is being regulated by the government. People can get together now and decide to do whatever the fuck they want in their company. And that's great, you know. But in the socialistic economy, there's rules that says you need to pay her X amount of rev share.
what you're saying is not true.
Okay.
You want to know why?
Yes.
Because you want a social democracy, which kind of exists, and market regulation exists under capitalist formations, and plenty of capital owners hate that. As a matter of fact, I would say universally capital owners hate any kind of market regulation, which is why they choose to erode it as best as they possibly can, or they use it to their advantage to create an artificial barrier of entry into certain sectors.
I'm saying in a socialist economy, there's going to be laws.
Just like there are laws in a capitalist economy that capital owners hate.
Socialism, how I'm saying the government is telling you how much you need to pay the janitor.
That's not how that would work.
Then how would it work?
But it would be government.
Isn't that how is that?
But if the government's not telling you how much to pay the janitor, then what's stopping you from underpaying them like you would under a capitalist society? I don't understand.
Functionally different than a minimum wage in our
That's my
society.
point. That's my point.
Yeah.
Why
Okay,
do they?
well then-
So
why
I
do you,
think
but socialism is much more radical. We're talking.
It's not.
Social.
It doesn't have to be.
Move
I
to
think it's-
America.
Well, we don't know if it is or isn't because they won't tell us what they actually think their fucking society would look like. So
Moving America to a purely socialistic society. Instead of, my thing is, I think social democracy is better than socialism. And you guys are explaining something that to me sounds a lot like something that we can already do without this huge undertaking of changing our economy from a capitalistic social democracy one to a socialism one. You're talking about a minimum wage. We already do that. And we can already do better with that via regulations. So
But the reason why we haven't been able to is because, like, I think
I get it. The reason why we can't do it is because there are greedy people that don't want to pay people well. I get it. I understand. So it's your solution, instead of trying to fix the way that we operate with lobbying and whatnot, is to just overthrow capitalism. Like, is that more realistic to you? Like magical? Like what you're saying is fantasy-esque. Like what you're saying is it's stupid. It's a dumb thing to say. I'm not saying that you couldn't get there, but it's dumb. What you're saying is dumb. Effectively. That's it. Like what how does it like there's no reasonable structure or way that you would get to this point. It's just like, yeah, we should just everything should just be different. Okay, how do we get there? Get rid of capitalism. How? How do we just completely overthrow the structure of our country? This shouldn't come.
the best way to explain it is this way, okay? You like capitalism with socialist characteristics. I like socialism with capitalist characteristics.
Yo, you just said that. So, we're both social Democrats.
So that doesn't mean that
What's the
I
difference?
still believe the government
Wait, what's
should
the
be.
difference now? You said you like socialism
The
with
difference
capitalism.
is, I said I like socialism with capitalist characteristics, meaning that the
does that
governing, the governing economy, like the entire economy, still revolves around a socialist mode of production, where the owners, the workers are the owners. They own the means of production. They have they have a say in their benefits. They have a say in
And
what
I can
happens
fire
in the
them whenever I
company.
want, though.
That's the workers having a say in their benefits is just having a union implemented. That's all it is. Like, I don't think that every worker needs to have a level of ownership over the company. There should be a union that advocates for the worker, of course, but like, to what degree would they own the business? For what reason?
Well, there will still obviously be protections against like unjust firings and whatnot, and there should be, certainly.
There are now.
And there are now as well. Except
really good.
America is a great example of.
In California, there are really.
America
good.
is a great example, however, of like how there aren't.
Which how it shouldn't be. And it shouldn't be that way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the reason why it's not that way is because we have capitalism with like laughable socialist characters.
Dude, I find it very interesting that you're saying
Right, so we
you
just
want
have more-
socialism with capitalist characteristics.
Capitalist characteristics in the sense that it doesn't touch the means of production or the mode of production, but offers an abundance of resources and offers the idea that you have freedom. One of the major problems with former historic socialist projects have always been commodity production being streamlined on necessity and not necessarily silly things like lighter production, industries that revolve around making, chocolate and coffee. Coffee was a major problem in East Germany. So like things of that nature that people need, I think those are things that we need to work on. And that capitalism, I think, has done a much better job at offering to people, and that has a very sedating influence on the masses. Consumerism.
I don't see what's so great and humanizing about hiring a janitor for 0.000015% of the company.
What do you? I don't understand. That's not what I said. You just made that assertion.
But we're saying there's a minimum wage. There's a minimum equity share that janitor would need to get.
Well, are you talking about in comparison to doing
we're talking
profit
about a
sharing
socialist
model?
minimum wage.
Right. But comparing it to a model where employees are cut in on the profit is what you're saying. Comparing that what we have now to that.
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, I would just point out that, so first of all, you had talked about it a lot earlier about like, well, what companies do that? There's a lot of examples of bigger firms that do this kind of thing.
Okay.
A great one is Southwest Airlines. Did you know that they have a massive employee profit sharing model?
How does it work? What's the details?
So it's a once a year payment, and they look at how they did the last year, and then a certain percentage of the profits they distribute as bonuses to all of the employees. And
Okay, why couldn't we just do that under our system? Like every time you bring up a real world example, all you're telling me is that we could do this without having to go into like some magical socialist fucking government.
it's fairly significant.
Dude, that's great. But in
What
a
benefit
social-
does an owner that does zero work provide? Genuinely don't understand Papa's perspective. Feel free to ignore. Bro, what do you mean? Like, why are you assuming that all owners don't provide value? This is the problem. Why are you assuming that every owner of every business doesn't provide value to the business? I think you're CEO brained of like I would say in most businesses the owner provides value to the business. What do you mean? I don't understand.
this country, how that's it? That's all you want? Because that's easy. I can, you know what I mean? Like what are you asking for when you're asking for socialism? Just a bonus fund based on profit? Because that's easy.
No, not necessarily. But listen, I wasn't trying to make any assertion about that. I was just trying to give you an example of, you were asking earlier, like what companies do that.
I think that's
here's
awesome.
a big one that does it.
I think that's awesome. And I'd even be in favor of regulating that and saying, yo, you need to put aside like 5% or 10% or whatever, I don't care, of your profits to distribute evenly amongst your employees. Is that socialism?
No,
that
would be some aspect of socialization, especially if it's like earned by the workers that have some level of collective bargaining.
It just seems so bureaucratic. I don't understand the workplace.
Bureaucracy still
Yeah, but if they have unions, then that's their bargaining.
is very much at the foundation of a bourgeois state as well. It's
But
just
like,
that we
dude,
don't think
I'm
about.
talking like this is bureaucracy on bureaucracy on bureaucracy.
No,
I don't
think
understand
different.
your workplace.
I'll tell you
if
this
that's
much.
not good enough, then what is? I don't understand.
There's, I think it's called People's Republic of Walmart. It's a really good book. And so like there was a genuine problem in the USSR with how to deal with crops and agriculture. And central planning, unfortunately, had limitations at the time because we did not have the computational power. One of the, ironically, like steps in the right direction was actually coming from Chile, which then got their own 9/11 50 years ago, but we won't get into that because, you know, socialism bad. But there wasn't enough computational power to implement centralized planning at that time effectively, and it led to plenty of issues, right? So, ironically, nowadays we have centralized planning inside of Walmart, inside of Amazon, and these companies are generating a ton of revenue that they could cut their workers into. Maybe they would be much smaller. Maybe they would be much smaller.
What's the minimum
in size.
that would make it socialist? That's what I'm curious about.
I don't think there's like an exact dollar value, rather than, because you're looking for an exact dollar value, rather than I'm talking about an entirely different way of thinking.
But there's the law. There's a law in a socialist country that says you must do.
I'll give you one example. I'll give you
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Well, what would the law be? Like, hey, how would you get more money into the hands of the workers at Amazon and Walmart? Which I agree with, by the way. How would you do that? Would you shift from a minimum wage to requiring businesses pay all their employees a percentage of stuff? Like, how would you? I don't understand. How would you do it?
a good example from your life, right? Right now, you have Cam. right? Cam does wonderful goose gaffs and Photoshop.
Slaps.
We love Cam.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and
Let's give it up
that
for Cam.
nature.
Let's give it up for Cam real quick.
Yeah.
I love you guys. I love you guys.
So technically, if you were interested in maximizing your revenue, what you could have done instead of hiring Cam was outsource it to Fiverr, or I don't know, get like some Filipino graphic design company. If you were one of those like TikTok guys out there who's like, I fired my entire workplace and like fucking hired everyone in Pakistan for 5 cents an hour. It's fucking sick. Like you could be one of those guys and do that. Okay. But the reason why you didn't do that is because you feel as though correctly that Cam yields better output. Hey, no.
Chewing?
She almost. I caught her.
Do it.
No.
You do it.
No.
Alfredo, you got to enforce the law on her.
No.
Alfredo has no interest.
Fredo, you have a monopoly on violence in this office.
Dog. Sorry.
It's okay. I'll welcome.
Welcome to
A welcome break.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please continue how cool I am.
So don't do that, and there should be restrictions on that. Certainly, like there should be restrictions on being able to do that. Being able to just like completely outsource your workplace. Those restrictions can come in a capitalist country in the form of tariffs, which many do, protectionist trade.
Sure. So basically, in this instance, Ethan wanted to hire somebody he felt was better for the job. So he did that, but other places won't do that because they don't feel like there's going to be a particular amount of value in that labor. I mean, that's just conversations about like lower skilled labor and hiring people that are low skilled outside that are low skilled labor. Like, okay. And how does like another question really is like, how does the socialist government contend with like technology displacing jobs and driving down wages is another conversation to have.
Protocols exist globally, with the exception of the United States of America, which has some protectionist policies, but others that most protectionist policies still benefit the interests of capital rather than the working class there. And trade partnerships have created a structure.
I work for a company that the owner has never stepped foot in, doesn't take phone calls, and simply owns the business and collects revenue. How is this a better system than workers having a stake? The problem I have with your question is that like you're not even asking a question. You're asking. You said my owner doesn't step foot into the business. And it's because of that, how is that a better system than workers having a stake in the business? Why? Well, first of all, those two things aren't mutually exclusive. You could have a stake in the business while the owner still doesn't step foot into the business. Like that's by having a union representative or something, or potentially getting paid a percentage, which is something that I say like, okay, I would be open to. Also, like, is that what the issue is? Like, hey, I feel like there are owners who will go into a business and then they will just run the business so they can stay home and do nothing. Okay, fair question, I guess. I guess what's stopping you from doing that in one of these socialist types of places too? I guess because all the workers have an equal say. I mean, would all the workers have an equal say? Because that makes very little sense to me. I mean, if Ethan decided to retire but decide to use his channel and his entire brand to hire somebody else to do the work, to do the podcast instead of him, do you think that like he should be able to make a percentage of the profit without doing any work, or would you say that that's him exploiting the people that he has doing the labor now? You know what I mean? Like, would he be required to sell his channel and not have any association with the business? Like, how would these things work?
Where like labor has been outsourced overseas. Our manufacturing capabilities have been completely outsourced. These are very bad things that exist exclusively due to greed that you understand under capitalism that needs to constantly be put in check. But a government that is designed, a government that's full of rich people, that is interested in their own wealth and wealth accumulation, that has stock options and trades like Paul Pelosi, and has that gets jobs for their family members in Goldman Sachs like Ted Cruz and many other examples, is never going to truly represent the interests of the working class, and is always going to put the interests of capital ahead of the interests of the working class. You will never be able to have a real democracy. That's the difference between a bourgeois democracy and a proletarian democracy, or a dictatorship of the proletariat, rather than a dictatorship of the capital owning class.
I just want to know how the socialist workplace works. It seems so nebulous when you talk about it.
Why is it? I don't think it's nebulous at all. I have a living, breathing, working example of it that I've given you.
You're a rich person that has a podcast. You're not an example of it actually working. That has nothing to do with the majority of businesses aren't online podcasts between three rich people and a fucking editor. That's not like a living, breathing example. That's not even close to it. A more normal example was somebody opening up like a small mom and pop shop in some capacity, or somebody opening up like a salon. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, but like, there's got to be like a constitution that says outlines, or I don't know, whatever the fuck you want to write, right? There's got to be something, and it says like, or rule laws that says, this is the minimum that a person should get from the company.
Yes.
And
it should be married to the output. It should be married to the productive forces. It should be married to the output. That should be pegged.
We talked about this enough, though. I don't want to bore people.
That should be pegged to the performance. And I think that that is the best possible way to work.
I guess my problem on that is like how.
Well, the problem with that is how do you ensure a minimum standard of living for a person that works for your company if it's just pegged to performance?
How could you possibly
enforce that?
No, not even enforce. How could you possibly even analyze that? Like how much more how much more money are we making because the janitor comes in?
That's where we go to the Walmart example. That like we are already completely
talking about paying somebody a percentage of the pay. Like be
aware of that. We have, you know,
I don't know why
we have actuaries, we have CPAs that are working in real time, making mathematical equations to figure out exactly what not to pay people, technically. And they could be in a total social reorganization of the economy with a socialist dogma, so would work in the opposite direction.
Okay.
It's kind of like this.
Please, let's move to another topic.
Okay,
I don't want to bore people.
Wealth was one aspect of this, right? Like, we already have property taxes, for example, in America, but we never make similar mathematical equations on capital gains, earnings that you make in the stock market. Wealth accumulation could work in the exact same way as property taxes, and yet we don't have any mathematicians working on that.
That's a good idea, but
and that's a great idea, right?
People probably do that in a lot of countries that aren't socialist.
Well, this is not just the distinction between socialism and whatnot, because we talked about theory. We talked a lot about theory, but then we also have to talk about like what is possible, right? At least in the short term. And that is the reason why I always try to tell more rugged, more rigid, more passionate socialists.
That's where I'm coming from.
To cooperate, to cooperate with people that are also perceived as radicals in America. Like, there's a reason why Bernie Sanders, who has been a socialist his entire life, basically has only implemented, instituted, or advocated for social democratic reforms in the United States of America. That's it. That's the only. The only reason why he's done that is so that he can inspire the masses and create an opportunity where workers have more control over their own lives and develop autonomy and inevitably develop class consciousness, creating ample opportunity for, if you believe in that sort of thing, socialist revolution.
Right, but that would never happen if the people were happy with their conditions. I feel like that would not happen. But anyway, so let me ask you this, to peg this down even more. In a socialist workplace, a socialized workplace, certain jobs are still going to get paid more than others, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's still going to be class. There'll be class, right? There'll be class distinctions in a socialist.
No, the class distinction is not on pay. That's a liberal understanding. That's actually why
think people be like,
oh, okay. So what looks different? I don't understand. I don't. Okay.
I see people like, you're the rich dude in the Porsche, and I'm the working class dude in the
Great question. Great question.
You don't think people will see that?
So social hierarchies are inevitable. There will be different kinds of hierarchies. What you're talking about is perfectly valid. But the class distinction in a socialist economy is completely abolished, because the idea is that there will be those who have and those who have.
Well, there will still be a class distinction, because mostly you have the class of people making money and people not making money. I mean, we don't have any actual class system in the United States, like in any official capacity. But we still have like a lower class and a middle class based on how much money people make. So we still have what?
Not is what you're saying, at least in the interim.
Everyone will have.
But everyone
people
will
have more.
Exactly.
People will have a lot more.
Yes. Some people that want to have more will be able to have more, and even a lot more. Yes. This is why I always.
They'll be part of a class.
This is why I always talk about because they have no control over the lives of others in that regard.
I find this idea that like people in a socialist country who have a lot more, they're able to make a lot more money, somehow won't be influenced by power or influence or greed.
If there's still if some people are still able to have more money or more resources in your society, how does that get rid of the capitalist greed aspect of it? It doesn't even make any sense. Like, people would still have a profit motive. The rich people would still have a profit motive. And wouldn't they just be more likely to vote and advocate for themselves? Like, what's forcing them to? I don't understand. It doesn't really sound any different from capitalism. I don't, except more unions. I agree.
How in
you're saying no matter what happens, it will turn into capitalism. Is what you're saying?
I think
there will be.
These people are going to be influencing the system to benefit themselves.
Yes. The best way to stop that from happening is democracy. Democracy in the workplace. We cannot even imagine. Mark Fisher once said, "It's easier to imagine the end of the world than to imagine the end of capitalism," and he was right. This is capitalist realism, because we are having this argument within the boundaries and within the cultural understanding of existing capitalism today. And the reality is, we have no way, you and I, as it stands, I have no way of helping you try to imagine a world where each individual worker has more autonomy and does not suffer from alienation.
No, because it's not because you couldn't do that. It's because you were literally ineffective at communicating your perspective. You don't have answers to any of the questions that you're proposing. It's not like he's trying to chalk it up to it doesn't matter how effective Hasan is, he'll never be able to communicate to Ethan because he's completely manipulated by the capitalist structure. When it's just you don't know how to communicate what the fuck you're talking about. It's it's condescending what he's saying. This guy's gonna gank me. Oh no, it's not. It's what he's saying is condescending. Oh, there's no way I could ever communicate to you because you're so fucking brainwashed. Is what he's saying. Like you don't know how to have the conversation in this capacity.
Workplace, which would offer them plenty of more educational opportunities, plenty more free time. I guess the example you can point to in terms of different degrees of socialization would be a person doing contracted work at Uber, okay, to make ends meet in America versus like a regular unionized factory worker in Germany. The level of autonomy that they have and the level of interest that they have and the level of engagement that they have in a workplace democracy or some form of it is drastically different than the contracted Uber employee.
Sure. So like, guess what? Germany's not socialist. So like, all you're doing is proving Ethan's point. So
their worldview is drastically different. Their democracy yields drastically different results as a consequence.
But let's be realistic. We're not going to spring into an alternate reality where capitalism doesn't
We're not.
dominate the world.
Which is why I always advocate for.
Which is part of why I'm saying.
No, but that's why I always advocate for. That is why I always advocate for, in the interim, social democratic reforms that will yield more opportunities for that will yield more opportunities for work.
Yeah, this character in the game, his name is ex-wife. I wonder if they're struggling in their marriage.
Workers to organize. Now, of course, you can prove. You can.
I want to follow this out a little further because I think it's interesting. So, in a socialist country, there's going to be people who make a lot more, and within a company, are they exploiting their workers? The CEO, the founder of a car company, he makes a lot more than the workers.
As long as it is democratically organized in the sense that like every single person is like, no, your productive output in this circumstance is significantly higher than us. Then yeah, that would.
And
be
how do they determine that?
Through a democratic process.
They have like a vote for everybody in the company has equal ballot power.
Depending on like how long you've worked at the company and things of that nature. These are different formations at this point. Like this is now we're getting into like how do we organize our workplace and like how much power do we give each individual?
Yes, that's a question that needs to be fleshed out. Yes.
Individual vote in the workplace. Yes, they would have one vote, but ultimately, what are the matters that they are tasked with voting on? And there's like even in unions, there's a structure, right?
So would they all have the same power in a vote? So would the CEO get the same power as the fucking the janitor? I don't understand. Like, what's the distribution of it? Do they have, like he said, he referenced them or alluded to them having power based on how long they were there? Is there like voting power? Like every year they get another vote? They get 2 votes if you remember 2 years. How does this work?
Every single person does have a vote. The rank and file will always vote, but there's still a negotiations committee. There's still someone engaging in the contract negotiations. There's still elections being held inside of the union. Does that make sense?
It does.
Well, to me, it doesn't make a full. I mean, to guess. I mean, unions make perfect sense to me. What decisions are these people voting on? Like, what's the point of having a union and them having a stake, or rather, them also voting for what decisions should they be voting for outside of how much money they get paid? Are they also going to vote for if the business wants to start selling fucking paper towels? Like, how far does this reach go? To me, a union is satisfactory enough. It's a bargain between the boss and the people who work there, and that's perfectly satisfactory to me.
But here, does this make sense?
Yeah.
You're inside and I want to ask you, Dan, because I'm curious about your opinion. You're inside a big company. Let's just say they make cars. There's tons of employees there.
Let's say they make podcasts.
The CEO, founder, he makes a lot more than the employees.
Relatable.
Do you think that the leaders should make more than the workers, Dan?
Well, it just kind of depends on. I mean, I think there's nuance there because I think it really depends.
Yes, the leaders should probably make more money than the workers, right? Like, running a business is probably more difficult than being a worker for a business because you have to make important decisions that could have a negative impact on everybody. So, like, the stakes are higher. Yes, I agree.
On what the company looks like, how it operates. Should the CEO, who is on a day-to-day basis working and managing a company, make more money?
He works the same hours as the production people.
I mean, with more responsibility, I think should inherently come with some more privilege. However, I mean, now, are we talking about a CEO or are we talking about an owner? Because a lot of owners don't do shit.
No, I'm talking about someone who's working, because the idea of ownership is probably different in a socialist.
Right, and the owners may be private or maybe a public company.
The CEO. So you agree he should make more? So
it just depends.
There's not room for nuance. There's just not.
What do you mean?
If you're living in a
just depends. Public company and
the CEO. So you agree he should make more? So
it just depends.
There's not room for nuance. There's just not.
What do you mean?
If you're living in a socialist country, this shit needs to be like laid out. Like, there's not room for nuance. Where in every workplace we're going to decide little different rules for everything.
Under capitalism, where you have the freedom to.
But there's rules like minimum wage.
But with rules, exactly, you would have the similar structure pegged to like.
I'm trying to ask you guys what the rules are.
Yeah, but what would the rules look like? That's the problem. Is they can't. That is the issue with like communist socialist people, is they can't give you a general rule structure. Like before I said, what happens? So you're gonna hire somebody and you pay them a percentage of the wage. What happens if you can't afford that? What happens if you decide to hire? You have 100 people working for a business and they all make so much money. They make a percentage of the fucking business, but then it's not enough, and then the company starts losing money, and they're making under what would be considered a livable wage. How do you contend with that? Like, how does that work? I don't know. It seems like a lot of this isn't fleshed out. Like even before, he said he had no answer to hiring people and whatnot, or how much money somebody would make for a company if they were like a consultant.
Keep getting these nebulous
like a maximum wage tied directly to your lowest paid employee.
This is what I wanted to say though. Let's say.
Do you hear what I said?
I did.
Maximum wage tied to like there could be a situation where like a maximum wage could be implemented under a socialist structure.
Sure, like your maximum wage should be 500% of what the minimum wage of that person is. Sure, but then like how does that ensure that person has a minimum quality of life?
To ensure that every single workplace has at least a maximum wage.
I'm not against these ideas. That these ideas don't need to be under a fucking socialist society. All of these things can be implemented under our current society. Like I don't. This is the problem.
Tied to the lowest paid worker and their full-blown compensations and benefits package they get.
Let's just go back to so the CEO, he earns more. He has more responsibility. Oh, Hasan, you said
I don't agree with that either. No. I don't agree with CEOs having more responsibility or should earn more for the record.
What? You just said
no. If you're an owner-operator, and you're literally fucking... I was talking...
CEO, not like... I mean, I understand there's some CEOs that are worthless, but... Are some CEOs not work? CEOs are responsible for making major corporate decisions, managing overall operations, and setting a company's strategic direction. Is that not something that would warrant people making a lot of money? I understand some CEOs are worthless or make too much money, but that doesn't mean that the job in and of itself is waste. Okay.
I Dan about this earlier before you got here, but it's like the difference between what you do and the difference between, like, let's say a jewelry designer is that a jewelry designer can outsource their fucking labor, but you are the main product here, which is why it's very hard for you to see it.
I'm using a different example.
Yeah.
But I find it so funny that Hasan is like, you just don't understand in this instance because you are the object that's being sold and you can't outsource yourself, so you have a problem with identifying with other people in this situation. Okay, fair. But then Hasan's biggest example of like, oh, I do a co-op business is a bunch of rich people like doing the exact same thing Ethan does. But like you have no, if you're going to say Ethan doesn't have the life experience to be able to communicate or understand from the perspective of most businesses that sell products rather than like, a person, then that goes just as much for you when it comes to you pretending that you have you are relatable because you have a working model that does profit sharing or whatever bullshit. Under your fucking podcast with rich people. Like, it doesn't make... None of these things don't work out together.
So if you're a fucking jewelry designer and you are responsible for all the beautiful designs in your jewelry that's like super competitive, everybody loves it, everyone wants to buy your fucking jewelry, you can still hire other people like designers to help benefit that process and make better jewelry.
Workplace where everybody's altruistic.
Yes.
They vote to say the CEO should make more money than us.
Yes. Well, the way that works would be slowly but surely as you bring on more people into your company or as you expand and you grow, in a democratic capacity, you are taking away the earnings that you have right now and eroding it because you're giving it to some people that are coming in because you think that they're valuable enough to be able to be paid that way. But that process is being democratically voted on, and ultimately, you know that you're doing that because you're, in your understanding, later down the line, if you care about this sort of thing, you're going to make even more money. Or rather,
money shouldn't be a motivator.
Money should not be a motivator. You're right.
Why does
in my situation,
why does the CEO care if his company makes more money? He's not going to make more money.
No, it's in the long term, you are creating more stability this way because you understand that every expansion of your productive output, every single piece of expansion on your productive output yields better long-term stability and more money if that's what you're fucking motivated by. But ultimately, that's not the main motivator, and it should not be the main motivator anyway.
That's a horrible.
Well, that's going to be the main motivator for most people is how much money they make. That's kind of a human thing, I think.
Thing to say if you're considering socialism that money's a motivator. That's like almost like taboo. I feel like
no, don't worry about what other people say in this situation or what you think people will perceive from what I'm saying.
Let me go back because
that part is irrelevant.
Okay, so let's say in a world where the CEO makes more money, do you think it's a possible or even likely situation that the heads of these companies who make more money are going to want to influence the government and their workers to vote or support legislation that gives them more money or more influence? Is that a likely outcome?
Wait, can you ask that again? Sorry, I saw a comment saying you were rectangular, and it fucked my brain a little bit.
I think that I think that yes, and I think that speaks to what Hasan was saying. I think it speaks to what Hasan was saying earlier about why a lot of
okay, hold on.
The heads of these companies think okay. So let's say in a world where the CEO makes more money, do you think it's a possible or even likely situation that the the heads of these companies who make more money are going to want to influence the government and their workers to vote or support legislation that gives them more money or more influence. Is that a likely outcome?
Oh yeah, the answer is yes. I understand I didn't really understand what he's asking. Like, yeah, under this magical communist or whatever socialist society, they would still do that same thing that's happening in our current society. They would still have similar problems. Like, yeah, that's why it doesn't seem like we need to make these drastic changes.
I have criticism of social democracy that they're about, and I think that speaks to what Hasan was saying. I think it speaks to what Hasan was saying earlier about why a lot of Marxists have criticism of social democracy, that lack of elimination of the capitalist profit motive part of the economy will naturally result in what you're saying.
That's my point. So thank you, Dan. In socialism, the money motive it's literally, it's not compatible. It doesn't work because you're going to have people at the top who are going to want more. They're going to want more influence. They're going to want more power. They're going to want more money. And they're going to exert their influence, their status. Even if they don't make more money, they have status.
Yeah,
they're going to be able to influence.
Socialism is not egalitarian in the sense that there's like full-blown equity.
Problem here?
Socialism does not.
Socialism only exists when you remove the money motive, right? Dan?
Socialism, and the way we understand socialism, yes, the money motive is. Now we're talking about. Now we're talking about eroding it.
You don't want to remove the money motive
because I'm in the middle ground where I'm talking about like what's
you're
realistic.
Social Democrat.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about.
No, you're not in the middle ground where you're talking about what's realistic. He's just being stupid at this point. If you were in the middle ground about what's realistic, we wouldn't be having this conversation. You'd say like, yeah, I believe that we should try to phase out capitalism, but the first step is going to be implementing reform. You're sitting here talking about how we should phase out capitalism, but then say that we should still have money motives. So like it doesn't get to the core problem where people that have more money motives are going to want to use their status and their power to have an influence on people. And it's not just a money influence, it's also like an intelligence influence or other types of influences, like getting people to vote in particular ways. I mean, if your argument is that you would think that people would be less susceptible to it because you'd have better education in these and that people wouldn't be as dumb, sure. But again, you could do that under a capitalism structure that redistributes wealth better. So
sounds like you are.
I'm talking about the realistic short-term period because I don't live in that. I don't live with that. Okay. With that
I
operational
agree that if we lived
myself.
Listen, I
know that other people can't do that for the time being.
If we could just teleport into a utopian Star Trek world where money doesn't exist and everybody's equal, yeah, everybody would love that. But let's talk about real shit.
I am talking about real shit.
Well, that's all I'm trying to do too.
Which is why I'm giving you an example of like the interim period of moving towards socialization or a socialist transitional state.
I agree with that.
But the problem is when I describe that,
that you agree with the transition period. We're not talking about the transition period. You're talking about when capitalism is completely gone.
Say, well, that's not socialism. I'm like, yeah, I know. Money being a motivator for certain people.
I'm saying once you move to socialism, the system, in my opinion, falls apart. It doesn't work because it falls to the same trappings. Because people are going to want more power. They want more influence. You're going to have capitalistic parties, thank you, Lena, that are going to want influence. You're going to have these external forces that want that freedom, that want that individualism.
There will always be, even in a democratic organization in the workplace, there will be people that make more, right?
I believe the best that we can do is provide laws and regulations that guarantees people a fair, equitable life.
Let me ask you that.
Within those rules, I believe if you're operating within those rules, then you can do and make however much money as you want if you're operating the rules with a super progressive tax rate and everybody's provided for. Because if you want to move to a socialist system, I don't think that system actually works.
So the cultural differences that we see in countries that are still capitalist but social democratic versus countries like the United States of America that are hyper individualistic and have like very little social democracy is the argument that I'm making, is that with more social amenities and with higher degrees of socialization, people's attitude towards money and money making becomes drastically different. There are different motivators. Yes, status can be an important thing, but that social hierarchy designed around status has nothing to do with the productive output and has nothing to do with like your material reality. It has the capacity to change like the way people perceive you. It's like an attractive person versus like someone who
but we already know that people will have a more positive interaction with people who are attractive, so that would have an influence on them.
Maybe not as aesthetically pleasing, right? Those things are going to exist. Like there's always going to, socialism doesn't mean like LeBron James has to be the same fucking height as like, like a 5-foot person to play basketball. There's going to be different earners. There's always going to be some level of competition. Okay. This is not a bad thing. This is a good thing. This is how you innovate.
If there's different levels of earners, do you agree that that seems to be incompatible with Marx's theory of socialism? Because
no, it's absolutely not. Because and correct me if I'm wrong, as long as you're more read on this than me, but all that is being said at the end of the day is that people are entitled to the value that they create. If somebody creates more value than somebody else, then they are entitled to more value.
The theory is wonderful.
Yes.
But we're talking about real shit, right? So when people make more, they're going to want to influence. I'm not saying everybody. But again, this goes back to what I was saying last week. There's people who are pathological. Okay.
Yes, there's always bad things.
And even in a socialist country, the sociopaths are probably going to float to the top just because they're willing to do everything that other people aren't, or they care about status and power, other people don't. And so these high-functioning,
like Hasan,
motivated sociopaths are going to want to influence government and business democracies to increase their power and influence.
Like they do now under a
yes,
capitalist.
like they do
Right,
now.
Right.
And that's why I think it's not realistic to expect that not to happen. And I think the most realistic and the best way is in between. Because capitalism.
Can I counter what you said?
Hold on. Capitalism doesn't work. We know that. And I think socialism doesn't work for the same exact thing. Because people are going to want to. The psychopaths are going to want to move it. And I think the only realistic solution is in the middle, where you just create a sandbox that is good for everybody and operate within that sandbox. Because everything else seems like a fantasy to me.
Every single thing that you've mentioned in both of these equations still revolve around human greed, turning humanity and the way people operate into capitalist little demons who are driven by profit. I do believe self-interest is a thing that happens. That's certainly true, which is why you have to have certain restrictions placed upon people that ensure that they don't get out of hand with the level of power they have. The way I describe it is this. In America, people always say labor unions are corrupt. They're actually really bad. They have a rigid hierarchy, and they are also susceptible to nepotism. This much is true in certain labor unions. So there's been.
I mean, sure, they can be. Like I always say, the union I worked for was fucking bullshit. And they allowed the company I worked for to take away some of my benefits. But why would that not happen under a magical socialism? Like, that's the thing. These things can still happen under like a non-capitalism. So I mean, it seems like it's over. I mean, frankly, I don't know how much more of this conversation I want to even engage with, because it just seems unnecessary. It seems unnecessary. I think that, like, I don't even really, to be honest with you, I don't even think that Hasan has a fucking point that he's making. Not to be a dick, but most of it just seems to be, oh, capitalism is bad, and we shouldn't gravitate, and like we have to completely destroy it. We can't just make reasonable reforms. And I don't have answers for the majority of the questions that you have. Like, what happens when people do what people do and they take advantage of parts of the system? So,
been a lot of reform in the Teamsters and the UAW. Shouts out to that. No, what do you mean? Historically, there absolutely has been. I
don't say that about
no, I know you don't say that about unions. My point is this, though. The way I counter that always is this. There's always going to be corruption. There's always going to be bureaucratic red tape. There's always going to be nepotism. But I would much rather, if corruption is inevitable, I would much rather have a more just and more equitable, a more democratic process that, at the very least, by its very design, like in the union structure, offers tangible benefits to the workplace, to the workers, rather than the corruption that we currently experience on a daily basis under the capitalist corruption.
That's the same thing I want.
Okay, which is why I said you're not coming with socialism with capitalist characteristics.
I also think that socialism, when you consider corruption and high-functioning sociopaths, there's a lot more risk when you centralize the power at the top. Let's say one party for a dictatorship or tyranny.
No, that I actually don't agree with at all. I think that the democratic process in and of itself, whether it's a multi-party.
You don't think that if you have like one party that has like a heavy hand in controlling things, that it's easier for people to take advantage of people? What?
System or a single party system or a two-party system like we have that yields like results exclusively, like the material changes that are made are done at the behest of corporations and the wealthy capital owners. No matter what, I think that a more democratic process is always going to be a better and more effective mechanism at fighting against centralized power and sociopaths that want to assume control. I think that if there are, again, if that is an inevitability, no matter what happens, I personally believe that more of a democratic process is going to be more effective. I'll give you an example.
I like democracy.
I mean, he just said before that he would want the government to like actively suppress and oppress people that had a more capitalist mindset if they did have a like regime change. So it doesn't really I don't think that he feels that way. Okay,
DuPont Chemical
is just getting dumb
DuPont
shit.
Chemical under the capitalist liberal bourgeois democracy in the United States of America was able to dump toxic waste into farmlands and destroy natural water supplies and delicate ecosystems. They still do it to this day. We have PFAS, the forever chemicals, right? That's everywhere. We have microplastics, all that good stuff, right?
Okay.
In a situation where, let's say, DuPont Chemicals was like at least democratically organized, the workers themselves have more power to say, what the fuck are we doing? You're destroying my fucking uncle's farm. You're destroying my backyard. Right. And that way they can put a stop to it or at least demand changes to happen rather than expect the government to turn around and be like, all right, we're the EPA. We just realized that we are going to...
so you want less government or more government? Because socialism is like all government.
No, that's not true, Ethan. Socialism is simply giving more power to the individual.
Well, the socialism is like more government. What are you talking about? Is that not the case? A socialist economy, it is a much more government control. The government has a higher level of control over different things. No? Oh my god, I should just hearth out. These fucking stinky little bitches are attacking me. This, like, a socialist government is a government that where there's more control, well, by the government. Okay. What am I missing here?
PJQ super chatted $1.99. Channel membership is a great deal.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's only $2, guys. I'm not quite understanding what the point when he says that the socialist government wouldn't be more government control. How does that not turn into more government control? I mean, you're reducing the prevalence of like privatized organizations that would increase government control. The government would there would be able to be people that get into particular positions of power and potentially take advantage of the. I understand the fundamental idea of like, hey, I want to implement safeguards that will reduce the ability for people to take advantage of the system. I'm all for that. That sounds perfectly fine. I'm not entirely sure if I'm convinced that anything that he said would have that impact. But I also don't think that you need to go into this type of system in order to implement these safeguards. Okay, I'm going to pee really quick.
In that
You're telling
regard, you have a
businesses-
government that also
You're
exists.
telling people you do not have a choice. You cannot run your business this way. You cannot.
Yeah, I mean,
That's a
yes.
stronger government than we have. That's a really
but I think you
strong
want a
central
stronger government than we have. You want a stronger.
Well, I want a
you
stronger
want
government.
market
than-
regulation.
Yeah, but it's even stronger than the one that I want. That says, here's your workplace. You must exist in it. So you're saying on one hand, the EPA is silly.
Well, the EPA,
But on the other hand,
in the situation with
let's leave
DuPont,
the
if you want me to
employees
finish
up
this
to it.
because it's not hypothetical. This is something that actually happened. EPA said, "Sorry, we're gutted. We don't have like enough researchers. A lot of the researchers that work at EPA also end up getting jobs at DuPont, or vice versa. There's always a revolving door, tit for tat. Regulatory capture is something that these corporations do in an effort to monopolize and also improve their profit margins, as always. So in that structure, the EPA basically delegated DuPont with figuring out how toxic their pollutants were. And of course, until a journalist uncovered this entire thing, they were able to claim that these toxic pollutants weren't as bad, right?
Sure. And then how does like what's in this? I don't know. In this, do we get to a point in society where this just doesn't happen under a structure where why wouldn't businesses? The businesses still have a profit incentive. They just are now more inclined to share that money with the other workers. So that doesn't mean that they're not going to try to maximize profit. So what's stopping them from wanting to pollute the fuck out of things still? Like, why does that magically go away? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
So,
I mean, I feel like if we're at this is like far from the next step, but okay.
there is no mechanism in the situation where we
cancerous
just
capitalism.
yeah. So we just
Is
sit
this a problem that's happening in Nordic countries? Because if not, then like we don't need to even
there and we
discuss
expect
this.
the government that that is appointing people into positions of power that literally
expect the
have
people to do
the
it?
material. No, listen. We expect the government to enforce certain regulations and restrictions that they do not, because the people that are placed into that position of power have no interest or need in placing said restrictions, or maybe even lack the
Maybe
know-how
the people in the
to do
company
that.
don't want to make less money.
So
maybe they don't have access to all the data that
Well,
the CEO
the beautiful
has.
part about that is that, at least historically speaking, what you're describing has never happened. What I mean by that is, when you look at the UAW, for example, it is supposed to be in their best interest to be anti-EV, and yet for some reason, Sean Fain and the UAW is perfectly understanding of a
Well, there's
Green New
also
Deal
never been a
and pushing
company
for
that
that.
has a purely socialistic hierarchy where they make
True.
less.
There's cooperative
where people
corporations.
where they make less.
Like Mondragon is a good example of.
And have they been levied with the task of deciding to make less money to help the environment?
Yes.
When?
Absolutely. Not
And that's purely socialist
to
company?
help the economy, but they.
My point is that saying one is better than the other is just theory.
Well, we are talking about simply theory
I think
because
a
we both
strong
agree that
EPA
capitalism doesn't work.
I think a strong EPA is great. In fact, I think you'd still need it.
Who says capitalism doesn't work? It's just not our form of it's just not working. And Ethan agrees with that too. I don't know what you're talking about, but he's staying away from saying the word capitalism because the fan base is fucking dumb as shit.
EPA in a socialist country. I don't think it eliminates the need for the EPA.
Agreed, 100%. Which is what I was saying is, in that socialist formation, there's actual real mechanisms of control that can put a stop to this kind of thing, rather than power accumulating in the hands of the few at the top of the corporate structure that then make these decisions, make these hiring practices to get these people in the revolving door.
In theory, what
I
you're
think
saying is
in
great.
practice it would be great as well.
I think in practice it would be great, but I don't think it's possible.
But okay, so now
So let's go back to this idea of greed,
first
right?
you said,
'Cause you're
so first
saying-
you said the theory doesn't work. Now you're saying in practice it won't work.
No, because it's not.
And
Yeah, it doesn't seem like this theory would work. We have no real life examples. So
What I mean is that you can't organize it that way.
this whole conversation is like useless at this point.
We're you know what I mean?
but we
what
are
I mean
seeing
is that
it. We do see different. You
Has anybody in my chat watched this full thing yet?
and I are in agreement that higher degrees of socialization is a benefit. Okay,
Yes.
we're in agreement. You like unions. You want workers to have more
Yes.
control. You want workers to have more power, more
Yes.
say, and have more autonomy ultimately. So you and I are absolutely in agreement on that front. So to say that doesn't work in theory, I think betrays.
That's not. He's so dishonest. No, the issue is that he agrees more to the left, and you're even farther to the left, but you haven't really parsed out how you feel about everything. You don't really have any real world examples of how this thing would work out effectively.
I'm talking about the workplace specifically.
Well, yeah, in the workplace as well.
You're in agreement, no? That's a huge difference.
We spend 80% of our adult lives in the workplace. This is the most important place for political organization.
Listen, we seem to have a disagreement about like greed. Like there seems to be this notion that people that live in a capitalist country, we understand greed and desire for wealth differently than an example we see is like Native Americans, and that's part of why I can't conceive of a true socialistic country.
You're saying that like primitive communism or primitive accumulation, which has been the foundation of like societal development for much longer than the Industrial Revolution or post-industrial revolution capitalism, right?
I've seen a lot of people say that greed is learned. That if you grew up in a pure socialist society,
no, absolutely, self-interest is a real thing that people have.
No, I think that people have an inherent level of selfishness, and then there's also then absolutely part of it is learned, sure. But again, these societies that we're pointing to, like indigenous societies, they weren't completely devoid of greed, and they weren't facing anywhere near the amount of issues that we're facing. We're talking about hundreds of millions of people in our society compared to tribes of what, like 100, maybe. I mean, we're not talking about. You can't even point to them and say, "See that? We should just do that." Like to do what? Right? Like there's 100 people within like a mile of me right now, more than that. So,
but people can be taught, and people can learn that the collective aspects of societal development are far more important for self-interest than the individual, the hyper-individualistic, like, I'm going to get mine, fuck everybody else.
So the point of going to this
greed.
But
everybody's still going to have a level of selfishness. And we also know that people become less selfish, or people have the ability and capacity to become less selfish, like obviously the more money that they make. So yeah, but I don't think it completely goes away to say I don't think it's not going to completely go away, some level of selfishness.
Discussion is to talk about like human nature, and that I believe that in a perfect socialist society, there'll be forces of influence of wealthy people with status, people with power, wanting it more for themselves.
Mm-hmm. My argument
and I believe that that's innate.
Yeah. So first of all, I don't think that there's a biological imperative. I think that, like I said,
what's the difference?
Self-interest can be.
If you have resource hoarding and greed.
Yes. So
how is accumulating lots of money different than resource gathering or accumulation?
I will describe it to you. A society that heightens collectivist understandings, okay, as a consequence of it being directly tied to our at this point, our means of production and how we understand it, how we generate commodities, is going to have the exact opposite opinion on collectivism versus hyper-individualism in the way that you see it under capitalism. More people will have a collective understanding that, like, we are in this together and that we're working side by side.
Most, not all.
And then, yes, you're right. Mm-hmm. And the reality is that there will still be people who are self-interested, people who will still want to utilize the existing constructs, the existing hierarchies to their immediate advantage at the cost of others. But my point is that if that is an inevitability, which I agree, because there will be people who are sociopathic, criminals, charlatans, the lumpen pros and whatnot, okay? That will always exist. But even if that exists and I'm being very realistic about this, wouldn't it be better to have more mechanisms of control in the form of democracy and ensure a world in which everyone has more autonomy in a place where they spend 80% of their lives on?
It would be.
So, sure, yeah, but the issue isn't like, oh, hey, we disagree. The issue is like, okay, I don't know if I see your worldview as practical, at least not right now, because we haven't really seen it, and I think that there are some aspects of it that seem like a little bit disconnected from society. Like how much decision-making these workers would potentially have in businesses, and how much of a necessity it is to even go to that degree, rather than just implement things like more robust unions and a UBI.
So yeah, then we're in agreement.
There's a rubber band, it's pulling us. The center of gravity is social democracy, capitalism, socialism, and the rubber band's pulling us in both directions towards the center. That's what I believe.
Okay. And my point always is that while marginal incremental reform in social democracies were made when there was actually a counterforce in the form of communists, trade unionists, anarchists, and the like, okay, they have been thoroughly eviscerated both in this country and in Europe as well, which is precisely the reason why you see Europe following the American attitude with its own conditions getting worse and worse year over year.
If you're willing to at least acknowledge that there are going to be innately, just as a product of the human condition, people that are born greedy with a desire to want to hoard resources. I don't know why you're afraid to say greedy. They're hoarding resources. If you're willing to admit that they're going to be bad people, then that's okay for me, because there was some takes I saw that pretended like that.
Don't have a conversation with people on Reddit who also themselves will probably change their ideas. There's people are very rigid, especially under the guise of anonymity online. It's not reflective of the actual conversation that you could be having that's productive.
Okay, good. I'm glad you hear that.
But
so let's move on.
I fall into this trap too. I yell at fucking people in my chat all the time because I sometimes lose sight of like sarcasm, and I can't get an accurate assessment because I don't know where you're coming from.
Hasan autistic confirmed? Sorry, Hasan has autism? Question mark? Confirmed? Another question mark? Huh?
Bad.
Okay.
But I want to continue this.
If you go to pee, I'm fucking everyone's a communist after this. I'm just letting you know.
It's okay. You can.
While you're peeing, I'm just gonna.
Maybe we should both go so you don't get the advantage.
No, I'm gonna get
the advantage.
You
don't need to pee. You always pee before me.
He's going to pee. I don't care about any of this.
Revolution.
I knew it.
Fuck my
knowledge.
Wait, now maybe I am curious about what if they talk shit on the break. I can't miss out on this amazing context. We'll just play it.
Not.
You want me to mute his mic?
That's fucked up.
Let's double speak.
I'm reading the
No,
comment.
I have control.
There you go. I think this has been
right
a relatively productive conversation. I mean, God knows what people will do to pick us apart, because every single time we have conversations, it's very frustrating that like there is a secondary market, like a cottage industry of people who will like pick apart every detail and make these like grand assertions off of it, which is very frustrating because it's like I guess if you're from one of these communities out there, there's plenty of them. There's so many people that make videos, right?
I mean, I'm gonna say that they should.
He's talking about Destiny. He's talking about Destiny, guys. He's talking shit about Destiny right now, guys.
Podcast is. I mean, I would say the H3 podcast. We do that too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we do that as well. Yes, I do that as well. But like,
yeah. So why are you talking shit about it, dude? Hey, you got to be like Wendy Williams, okay? You got to be like Wendy Williams when I think something terrible happened to her, and she said I'd say people should stay out of it, but I trace the drama too. You know, that's the mentality to have, bro. You can't criticize. You're part of the game. Don't hate the player. You are one of the biggest players in the game. I'm gonna die right now.
My question always is like, if you're coming from one of these communities, like, don't you feel like you're duped a little bit by whoever you trusted into believing that there's like genuine discord and division here? Like
talking about you and Ethan,
like
having
me
falling
and Ethan, or even people didn't attack you as much. Surprisingly, it was more so me, even though you and him had a big disagreement.
I think a lot of people just don't like you, Hasan. And to be fair, some people will just do the whole virtue signal of like, because I don't like Hasan, I'm gonna take a pee fart on him. Damn, this guy just got decimated because oh, nice. Thanks, bro. But a distaste for Hasan could definitely lead some people to not like him as much and maybe be less charitable. I don't think I'm one of those people. I think that Hasan is genuinely just a stinky little poopy boy. But yeah. I don't think that means that I don't think that completely negates any criticism that he gets.
But nobody gives a shit about me. I mean, come on.
It's odd. I don't know, because you have a lot of differing opinions as well. But for some reason, you weren't getting criticized as much. It's almost like people are more self-interested in certain directions.
Because you're a dickhead, Hasan.
But yeah, I think there's definitely an element of that. People definitely have it out for you. And also, I think I saved myself a little bit by being at the beginning. I don't know if you caught how much of that conversation you caught, but I was very reluctant to engage in that conversation. And so, anything that I said was kind of tinged with the fact that like Dan doesn't even really want to be here. So I guess maybe that softened people's anger. I'm sure people did get angry about it, but frankly, I was stressed about it afterwards just because like I don't know, I don't like being the center of attention, and so I stayed off of social media all weekend. I just didn't look at it.
I love the drama, baby.
Yeah, Ethan just said they were glazing me up. Well, I'm sure some people were, but
yeah, they were saying Queen Dan, Wan. They were saying Wan.
Yeah. Maybe I'll take this as an opportunity to drop a little bit of knowledge I don't think I've ever actually shared on the show.
Okay.
But,
knowledge.
My one side of my family was actually I am descended from a bunch of like hardcore Bolsheviks in the Russian Revolution.
I knew it.
Fuck, dude, that's you. That's right. We were actually trying to draw this out of you, dude. You're fucking done, son.
My last name Sverdlov is a bastardization of Sverdlov, who was. We're talking.
I don't care about Dan. I don't care anything about Dan. He stink. I'm just kidding. He doesn't stink, but I don't care. I want to get back to the conversation.
This is a good conversation we're having.
People get heated, but I've been keeping an eye on the chat, and I think a lot of people have found this really interesting.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
The last time was a little jading, but I wasn't going to stop me. But anyway, also I want to emphasize.
I saw a few comments before, and they just seem to be shitting on Ethan.
Is that we agree on so much, like literally 95%.
In the practical application, in the short term, we are in agreement 100% of the way. If you like Bernie Sanders, then you're good with me. That's my opinion, because Americans do not have any class consciousness, and you have to build that. There are certainly differing opinions, like people who believe in accelerationism or whatever. But I truly think that America.
It's a great way to build class consciousness. Expansion of schools. So let's start there. We can't have this conversation until there's more people that are involved and more educated about this conversation. Like a big part of the restriction of it probably right now is that people are just so fucking stupid. So implement better schooling. Let's do schooling. Let's do healthcare. Let's do drugs. Let's do heroin together. I'm kidding. But let's implement those things first before we talk about it, because just because people get class consciousness doesn't magically mean that the solution is going to be to eradicate capitalism. We just don't know. We're not at that point as a society to be able to really have that conversation in a robust capacity, right? So step by step, I still don't see like half of what Hasan's talking about. It just doesn't make sense to me. Maybe I just don't know. Maybe I'm just a fucking idiot. I don't know. Maybe Hasan's like the worst messenger. Maybe his idea is great. He's just dog shit at communicating. And he's an unlikable college douche bro. I don't know, but it's just like it's not even a productive conversation to necessarily have, especially when like half the arguments can't even be answered. It feels like, or half the questions.
America will only accelerate towards barbarism as it has, and not necessarily socialism, without any kind of without people believing that like they have any kind of autonomy in the workplace, any kind of means of collective bargaining in the workplace.
Okay, so anyway, my point is, if you're angry, you're being silly right now. This is good. This is a good conversation. And on my part, again, I'm pretty ignorant, so this is good for me to kind of.
I think you undersell yourself. I think you are more importantly than anyone else.
I think that Ethan is not. I don't think Ethan is very ignorant on these topics. I think that he's probably just at least as educated as Hasan is on the topic. I'm not saying I'm more educated than Hasan on this or anything. I'm just saying I don't think Ethan is in like this space where he doesn't know what he's talking about. He seems to be doing fine.
Ignorance is one thing, but you're very curious and you're charitable.
I was just ruined by capitalism. Yep. That's what it is.
Want to learn things. And I think that is truly important, as opposed to being like, I've made up my mind, this is good. I mean, obviously there's still hangups, but that's always going to happen. It's just, this kind of dogma is too powerful. Everyone has their own journey.
The fact that we have like over 30,000 people watching like a really analytical,
nuanced debate about this.
Yeah, socialism and social democracy is pretty cool.
I'm happy to see that. And like Hasan said earlier, I mean, I think there's been a massive sea change in this country in the last decade, largely thanks to Bernie Sanders. But I would even go further back and say like the Occupy stuff in the financial crisis is when it really started to creep into the consciousness. But I can't imagine having this conversation when I was like a teenager, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it would be a non-starter in this country. And
we're both radical, by the way, as we're saying.
Yes, yourself in the eyes of the broader American public
I would be considered radical by
compared to someone like myself. Yeah. Yes, people will go, oh, he seems reasonable, which I personally love. I think that's a fucking great thing.
I don't think
because the more insane I look, the more sane you look. And in the short term, what you're advocating for is unironically a good thing, which is why also
you look crazy for once. I look sane for once.
No, but that's my point. That's why I also
we're working in the same.
That's why I also try to engage in movement building in the other direction as well. Whenever there's because there's plenty of people who fucking hate me to the left of me who have like radical, Maoist third worldist opinions or whatever the fuck. But I never give that any kind of light or any kind of attention or dunk on it.
I feel like there's really not a whole lot of people that are farther left than Hasan shitting on him. I feel like that's just this magical, like, hey guys, let's all be friends together because look at these guys hate me too. I don't think so. He seems to appeal to pretty much every, as far left as possible individual, but whatever.
And because I feel like, they look crazy or whatever. Who gives a shit? Ultimately, if they are working in their own way to erode the power that capital has, then you're good in my book. And that even extends to social democrats to the right of me as well.
So just to summarize my point before we move on, it's essentially this. I believe social democracy can address all the issues that socialism attempts to address.
Sure.
And also offers a more realistic and a proposition for an organization of society. That's it. But let's move on.
It is 12:20. I should just point out. I don't know. We've been going for about 2 hours here.
You need to bail. That's fine. But I have more questions.
Okay, what do you have? I'm down to keep talking.
Can I just point this out real quick? You sent this a moment ago.
Yeah, my dad got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Every time. What am I
To be fair,
Dad Hasan.
Dukathons has gotten me as well in the past.
But my parents, every time we do a clickbait title, they go, Dan left. Baby died.
Baby's dead?
Baby's dead?
What?
Yeah, in the role of a lifetime. All right, let's talk about some realistic or not realistic. Let's talk about some actual applications of socialism today because I kind of want to understand it. So let's look at China.
Okay.
So I know China's done a lot of good for the massive amount of its populace. They uplifted them out of poverty. They gave them access to health and housing. And on the whole, the
improved literacy rates.
Yeah, everything.
Rapid urbanization, rapid development.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't know. I feel maybe there's some positives, but we know that there are factory workers who are hurling themselves off the top of buildings to the point where they have to implement nets at these factories because people want to be dead. And I'm pretty sure, China underreports their homelessness rate drastically. They tried to suppress the entire pandemic that started in China. I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's probably a pretty horrible fucking place to live as a person. I don't know if they've really raised anyone out of poverty. And maybe they make more money, but okay.
The quality of life of the average Chinese person is absolutely catastrophically improved.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now you tell me when I ask you, is
it good? or is it still shit? Because we're talking about a country that's like 15% of the world's economy that's still considered a developing country. I mean, something's going on there. But okay, maybe
Pretty radical for you to even admit that, in my opinion. But okay.
Well, hold on. I've never denied that.
Okay.
But my question is, is China socialist or not? Because you always say China isn't a socialist country.
I think China, if you ask them, is a transitional socialist state. Do I think that it has certain socialist characteristics?
Who would
Absolutely.
say that in China?
What do you mean?
You said if you ask them.
The CCP, the
would
government,
say
the
that.
CCP.
Okay.
That's
That's like
their
their
main thing. Is that this is like
They say we're
socialism
transitional?
with Chinese characteristics. We are a transitional socialist state. Every communist party will always say that they are trying to implement a transitional socialist state. Obviously, that socialism has to be adjusted to the material conditions and the needs that the people have. So socialism can.
Last week you were telling me China isn't a socialist country, so I was curious what you meant by that.
It's not socialism in the sense that like there is collective ownership over the means of production across the board. It's state ownership.
socialism in the sense that the government controls everything and oppresses its own people. Yeah, that's what people are afraid of happening.
That benefits the interests of the citizens, as you've also admitted or recognized.
It's not an admission. Yeah, I recognize
Well, it's
that.
an admission if you're living in the Western world, because in the Western world,
It's
everybody.
undeniable. It's just a fact.
Yeah, but people will use. Here comes the.
I'm not one of those people. I'm not one of those people.
You know
what I mean?
Okay.
So, well, okay.
Do you want-
here's
do you want
what I'll
clarity
say
on
about
the Taiwan,
here's what I'll,
statements?
hold on. We'll get to that.
Before we get to- okay.
Here's what I'll say about China. China's economy was extremely stagnant for a long time,
Mm-hmm.
and even if you compare it to Taiwan, who separated from them in about 1950s, if you compare,
Well, more to that separation, I think.
sorry.
There's a little bit more to that separation, I think.
Well, we'll get into more depth in that. But my point is, around the 1970s, 1980s is when China's economy started to boom.
Yes.
And the reason for that boom was because they started to open up their economy. And
They changed the definition of poverty in China. Did China change the definition of poverty? Poverty defined in China as anybody in the rural areas making less than $2.30 a day, adjusted for inflation. It was fixed in 2012 and looks at income, but also living conditions, healthcare, education, provinces. How China has lifted 100 million people out of poverty. Let's see. Chinese president says the country has reached the biggest goal, ambitious goal, blah blah blah. What China has actually achieved. Example announced that only 17. So okay, so they announced that only 17 of its 80 million residents live in poverty. The national benchmark used Chinese government is slightly higher than the poverty line used by the World Bank. Okay, that's nice. Using these figures, number of people making on living on less than $1.90 a day. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. I'm just reading through this article. It says there's some criticism that people had little choice over whether to move homes or jobs. Some also point out that the reason that rural poverty was so widespread in the first place was because of the Communist Party policies. So that might speak negatively to them. There's no doubt something absolutely extraordinary has happened over the past 40 years. Okay. The success bringing people is not simply down to the government, he says. Chinese people will be working extremely hard, lifting themselves out of poverty. But okay. How do you live on less than $5 a day? That's crazy, dude. Damn. And there's widespread income equality. Last year, the Chinese person had roughly 600 million people as majority income. It's barely. Okay. Cool. So they're doing better, but they're still pretty terrible over there. I mean, a lot of us are. Well, we are outsourcing to China just so that we can pay them slave wages, right? Isn't that a big part of it? It's either we're automating or we're outsourcing to China. Okay.
lean into more capitalistic notions.
They got
that
an
is the
influx of foreign capital, yes.
And that is when the average quality of life of the average Chinese person was vastly improved.
So
And before that, the Chinese economy was extremely stagnant, and the quality of life was not good.
Yeah, so here's how that works, right? There is plenty of trade.
Here's how that works. Greedy American business owners outsource to China for a lot of their supplies, and then because they can pay them slave wages to work, and that seems like a big epic capitalism W. Am I right, guys?
That occurs with other countries as well that do not have a mandate of trying to do even development, right? Let's not use the word socialism here. Let's just say urbanization, even development, like uplifting. Chinese people will say Chinese prosperity, right? Plenty of other countries that get foreign capital do not necessarily develop in that direction in the same way that China did. The reason why China was able to do so is not necessarily because foreign capital came into the country. It was because of what they did with said foreign capital. If China had developed in a similar structure with, like, you know, Western-backed kleptocrats that control it like an oligarchy in the same way of the democratized market and the dissolution of the USSR did, then China would objectively be in a similar situation to Russia and the Russian economy in general. Russia made all of its, or the USSR made all of its collectivization in that time frame, in a very short time frame, without 400 years of like slavery and all of the many benefits that gave to the Western world, and went from fucking potato farmers to people that beat the United States to the space, to be the first person to go to space. Yuri Gagarin shouts out. Similar structure existed, and similar thing happened in China as well after foreign capital came in. But it wasn't necessarily because foreign capital came in. It was what they did with that foreign capital. Does that make sense? So in that situation, because money is just money, right? If there was like, I don't know, if we lived in a very different world.
What was the money for? It was for cheap labor.
Yes, absolutely.
And so in a sense, they're serving capitalism. They're taking the money,
serving
capitalism.
The Dingus Gambit is that
Dingus Gambit?
It's just like utilizing the
Deng was the leader that
interest
did
of...
Oh, that was his name, Dingus?
No,
Deng.
Dingus.
Is that you can take advantage of... Western society has this division of power where there's an imbalance there, where capital owners and their capital interests are better represented by their bourgeois government. So they will, if we offer them, you know, cheap manufacturing and then take their IP and start slowly but surely developing our country through rapid urbanization, like taking all that foreign capital and like building roads, building hospitals, building trains and whatnot. We will be able to inevitably improve our material conditions as a collective.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. Something is just weird here. Maybe it's just me, but something feels off. I mean, we're talking about the government that we're talking about the reason that they have more money over there is because of like being paid slave wages. Like they work really long hours, they work every day, really long hours, and the only reason that they get like a lot of money from the United States, at least, or some of it comes from us outsourcing it because it's cheaper than even automation. So, I mean, I guess it's an interesting conversation to have, but by this logic, you would argue capitalism is actually a good thing, no? I guess if you're of the take that China's doing really well now because they're getting more outsourced like foreign labor, wouldn't your argument be that capitalism is good, even if you're just paying people slave wages?
In doing so, they've also entrenched themselves in a capitalistic model, I think, and not totally, right, but to an extent. And I think to that extent, it was a great benefit to them to operate in that middle ground. And I'll say this: since that's happened, you know, that's when you started seeing all these Chinese billionaires, which is not a good thing. I'm saying, but like
but it's global capitalism.
That's the inevitability.
It's impossible to escape global capitalism under a global capitalistic structure unless you are forced to exist or operate outside of those boundaries in the form of like Cuba, for example.
Well, we both agree on a realistic approach. So in that sense, we agree that's why I believe social democracy is the way. But you know,
AB wrote something if you want to read it.
Oh yeah, we were saying about how the CCP. I didn't see the second part. Since established in 1921, CCP has proclaimed itself to be a Marxist-Leninist party and has consistently referred to its system as socialism with Chinese characteristics. In essence, CCP views itself as overseeing a transitional socialist state working towards the eventual realization of communism. Because communism is a bit different. It's not like when you have like a strong central leader.
No, communism is when after a successful stage of development in a transitional socialist state, where the scarcity problem has been solved and there is no interest in like capital accumulation, and the state eventually withers away, yielding a borderless, moneyless, stateless system.
I mean, I don't see that happening since there's tons of Chinese billionaires. I don't see them going in that direction, but
society.
It's the Star Trek future you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I'm sure
but not
China's well
entirely.
aware.
Critics
Critics often point to the gap between the party's rhetoric and the realities of it, noting the prominence of capitalistic practices, wealth gap, and the absence of political freedoms as challenges to their characterization as a transitional socialist state. But isn't that just like, okay, but we kind of agree on that. So let me ask you this. One of the reasons that China is able to govern so effectively, and we agree, they get shit done fast.
Yeah.
And that's how part of, again, how their economic growth was so quick and strong.
Yeah.
They can act. They don't have to be bogged down by Congress and shit.
Can I cut in here really quickly? That's a dangerous prospect that capitalist countries are also reckoning with, for the record. And under a capitalist country, if they want to continue consistently competing with China, for example, one of the things the EU did recently was talk about the government-backed subsidies in the form of EVs and how Chinese development is impossible to compete with because they're offering insane subsidies that offer Chinese EVs and is like basically destroying the EV marketplace for European car manufacturers. So they want to create an investigative team and stop that from happening somehow, or possibly even implement tariffs.
By the way,
that in and of itself makes the Chinese centralized planning structure significantly better than capitalist ones in the form of global trade. That will create, in my opinion, a very scary future for Western liberal democracies, where how do you implement that kind of central planning, which already exists, but how do you make it worse? Fascism.
Okay.
And that's what I'm genuinely afraid of.
Well, I mean,
Barbarism.
China's not that far off from it in its current state.
What do you mean?
With like, I mean, they have basically a
I mean, listen, I don't know too much about it, but I mean, if they're able to undercut people in China, it's most likely because they don't have to pay people nearly as much. So when they give these companies massive subsidies, it's because they don't have a solid quality of life. I mean, we could see, I feel like the framing here is like, oh yeah, China's doing like a lot better than the United States structures because they have like a lot of state-run stuff. But it's like this state-run stuff is still shitting on their workers. Their workers aren't getting treated better. Just because the state runs it doesn't mean anything positive's happening. I mean, that's good for them, but yeah, they're investing. I mean, we should also invest into like electronic cars and whatnot and do subsidies as well. I'm just saying, it's interesting.
all-powerful leader. Everything's owned by the government. The only difference is they're not at war. Basically, that's the only missing factor.
Oh.
They're building their military.
Yeah.
And threatening countries like Taiwan. They're pretty close to fascism right now.
They're building their military.
Government rules culture.
But what they've done with
business.
that military is very different than what the American military.
Okay, whatever.
They don't have 800
They have a large military and they're threatening.
It's always a
people.
hypothetical.
I'm just saying, China's not that far from fascism.
It's the same with.
It's like right
China's
there.
not that far from fascism. America is literally 10x the Nazi Germany fascism. Though
I disagree.
You have to admit.
China's closer.
Why? How? We're objectively freer here. What are you talking about?
Because they have
What?
they have
You
the
said
one.
They built a military, but they haven't even
That's not
fucking
the only
used
thing I
it.
said. They have a government control of business,
Well, they're threatening Taiwan. What?
manufacturing,
Okay.
of social life, of the press.
Like, I understand the argument. Like, we are very representative in many parts of the world. Absolutely, 100%. We have a very imposing military. At the same time, a lot of countries ask for our help because will generally bring a better quality of life than a lot of other structures. I mean, we know Western societies are freer and objectively happier. China is nowhere even close to the competition when it comes to like a level of happiness. Which is supposed to be the focus, not money, which is interesting why we're having a money-focused conversation when it comes to China all of a sudden. But
Okay.
They have one strong
These are
leader.
authoritarian. Yes, these are authoritarian constructs for sure.
And then
But
the only
fascism has
thing
a-
missing from that is basically they have strong nationalism.
I agree with
and
that,
they have and the only difference basically now to go full fascist is if they were
and then they put people in camps without media being able to go in there. So
invading countries, which they're threatening to do
yes,
right
hey,
now.
let's put Muslims in the camp and not let the media come in. You can criticize like everything that was happening at the border when we had like a mass amount of immigrants coming in, but the one thing you have to say is that the media was allowed to go to those facilities, and that's a huge aspect of it because since the media was going in there, that's how people found out about it, and people were able to have were able to express their frustrations with the system, and things would start to change.
So on that same metric, you realize that the only difference in America is the simple feeling that you are free and that you have all manner of different freedoms. Whereas
We
like,
have freedom.
Feeling we're objectively freer in America. What is he talking about? He lives in a fucking fantasy world. What? What are you talking about? We get paid better proportionately to the amount of money that exists in the system. We have higher qualities of life. What?
We do have freedoms of
we have
expression.
freedom to say,
we have
yeah,
freedom of
I agree.
religion. We have
Yes.
freedom.
We can express, like, we have freedom of expression. You're allowed to say whatever you want. It's not really so much what's going on in China. Like, there's a whole thing where people will say like, "Oh, Chinese TikTok is so much better," because what they have on Chinese TikTok is they have like STEM, and that's pretty much all their TikTok is encompassed by. And it's like, yeah, that sounds a lot better until you realize it's because their freedom of expression doesn't exist, so they can't post whatever they want. And all of a sudden, you're like, "Oh, wait." Oh, now it all is starting to add up.
of assembly. Those are big deals.
But
I know you don't
material-
think you don't want to.
No,
those
it's
are
a huge
big
deal.
deals. Yeah.
Of course, it's
Okay,
of course,
sorry,
it's something.
I didn't put words in
No,
your
of course, it's
mouth. I'll
something
take
I
that
willingly
back.
recognize.
Yeah,
This is
I'll
why I
take
say
that
like I'm not living in fucking China right now. It's not like there's.
I don't
It's not like
think
they're on
He
fair.
doesn't recognize that. Hassan just made it seem like we only think we're more free than China. He's glazing the fuck out of China.
cities.
to say, well, America is,
Yeah.
and I'm not being an American civ. I'm just saying that
America's better.
The
you
idea
brought
that,
up
like-
American fascism, like China fascism is better than
Okay,
American
here's
fascism.
the difference, because fascism, okay, fascism is supposed to be a means of control with a oftentimes capitalist understanding of the economy and effectively to organize the economy and continue organizing the economy.
Capitalism doesn't have a lot to do with fascism, I don't think.
Capitalism has everything to do with fascism.
I mean,
Capitalism.
You're striking on one of the biggest political philosophy debates of the 20th century.
Capital
essentially.
fascism
Okay, so-
is restoring
right.
order by
I don't think-
there's-
whipping the fucking masses.
A lot of people
with-
define
but that-
fascism as capitalism in crisis.
Yes.
So I think about it more about like, yeah, maybe it's like capitalism gone fucking totally
Gone
off the rails. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah,
Because it's just
fascism.
no
If
ethical-
fascism
they
had
have
nothing to
no
do with
ethical hang-up.
capitalism, then all of these supposedly
But
populist
they're
leaders
getting
like
money
Hitler
to
and
do war.
Mussolini, who
That's
started
it.
off as like supposedly quote unquote socialists, or even like interested in higher levels of socialization, would not have worked alongside capital owners and destroyed.
All right, let's see. A political philosophy, movement, or regime that exalts nation and often race above the individual and the standards for centralized autocratic government headed by a dictatorial leader. Severe economic and social regimentation and forcible suppression of opposition. It seems like it has nothing to do with capitalism. It seems like it has everything to do with government control. And if capitalism is a tool they use, sure, but it sounds like this is something that it seems like this is outside of capitalism or communism. And like any, it sounds like this is just going, this has nothing to do with capitalism or communism. This is just like an oppressive tool that is used, that we're applying capitalism to. Okay.
Trade unions and communists in general. Those were the first people to get fucking butchered.
Okay, fine. I don't care about capitalism. I mean, I'm a social democrat. So, or in terms of like how I just saying, I don't think
about social democrats in Germany. There's also contention there, but
I don't think Chinese fascism is better or worse than American fascism. Why is that funny?
China is worse than America. Like what's going on, the conditions are worse. So like, yes, I do think it is worse. They don't have freedom of speech in China. So.
Because I do not think that China is fascist. I think that they are authoritarian. I don't think China is closer to fascism than America. I mean, because the hypothetical, because the most significant part, but like the most significant part that you're mentioning is like, oh, they're building their military and they don't have freedom of assembly or freedom of speech. Well, they
control the culture.
Yes,
we do have freedom of speech and assembly. That's a pretty big one. I mean, it's like they just have like, what are you talking about?
This part is correct.
The manufacturing.
Nationalism is the best part that you can actually identify in the problems with China. You can absolutely push that.
I don't see where
push that part where it is nationalistic. Okay. However, the Chinese development and Chinese military action is either irredentist in nature, which is different than imperialism, where it's more so expansive in its own limited area, rather than global imperialism, which is done with the express effort with the
yeah, because they don't have if they could, they would engage in that. Like if we weren't like world policing, they would. And you could sit here and we could jerk ourselves off left, right, up, down, sideways. At the end of the day, we've had some positive impacts and negative impacts, but we have a freer country. So any of our influence spread onto another country is going to be better than any of the influence China spreads onto another country, considering we have freedom of speech and expression, and we generally try to apply those things, right? When we pulled out of the war in Afghanistan, what happened like immediately after? Women lost their rights to go to school. Women can't go to university anymore. Women have to start covering up again. You can sit here and we could talk about how maybe we shouldn't have been there in the first place. Clearly, we had a positive impact, and now it's worse off because of that without us there. So you could sit here and we could jerk ourselves off about how horrible America is and, you know, pushing our interest here, there, and everywhere else. But, like, they were more free over there. Now they're less free. We seem to have a positive influence. If China moved over there, they wouldn't be trying to implement the university. They wouldn't give a shit, right? Like, yeah, sure, they aren't as widespread as us. Good. We should be more widespread than other countries. We have a better model and better quality of life. Do we sometimes spread? Well, do we spread because for our own interests? Like, yeah, of course. Let's go get some oil, baby. Not a good thing. But at the end of the day, when we go, we still try to spread better mentality and ideology wherever we go. So,
Taiwan, they're always
okay.
expanding.
Well, if we're going to talk about Tibet, if we're going to talk about Tibet and Taiwan,
you think it's like okay because it's their territory. Seems.
Do you want me to? No. Do you want me to describe it?
I don't want to get into the Taiwan thing.
Well, I don't want to get into Tibet and Taiwan, and then not expect me to explain the nuance.
I'm not ready for this tangent.
Because okay, Ethan, but like
go ahead.
Tibet was literally a fucking feudal slave mandate. Autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
China unilaterally took over Tibet, like their culture. They basically are trying to, you know, homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
they're trying to spoil the religion and the identity.
The part of feudal warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
I think that, yes, I will be on the record to say
America did it.
That while the Chinese government...
I mean, that's what Hasan's saying. Hasan's saying their culture wasn't good, so it's okay that China took them over. Okay, I mean, just own that point. I mean, by that logic, isn't that justifying us coming to America and taking over indigenous tribes? You know, I mean, I guess I said something similar before when I said we had an influence in Afghanistan, but I mean, Hasan's pretty much saying he's justifying everything America does too when he justifies what China's doing. The difference for me is that China doesn't have a great government. It still has an oppressive government, whereas like we don't have nearly as an oppressive of a government. So if we decided to stop having workers' rights in America, we would be making incredible growth just like China too. But we actually have like a reasonable standard for living that's exponentially and objectively higher than China. So,
I'm not going to say it.
Well, there is no equivalent in American intervention that you can point to in a similar capacity, unless you're talking about.
Okay, so
and I think this is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going to the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government that squashed. Okay,
Tibet is the South in the Civil War.
Yes. Tibet, in the time frame where Chinese intervention happened, would be the South. Yes,
So
they were doing
What
slavery.
was the moral aspect of the war of China?
The interests are obviously like national security, or whatever the fuck they claim, but ultimately the reality was that beyond the material benefits, that yes, they were a feudal, oppressive, slavery-backed state, autonomous region.
Mm-hmm.
So
just like Russia is denazifying Ukraine.
No, I don't agree with that. For the record, I don't think that Russia is denazifying Ukraine. If anything, they will end up nazifying Ukraine in the long run.
Mm-hmm. If you want to point to,
well, he did. I'm pretty sure Hasan said that there's a bunch of Nazis in Ukraine. So okay.
Modern country that you could probably fairly characterize as fascist, I would point to Russia before
I agree 100%. I think that Russia is a significantly better example of a fascist nation state, given its modern Russia, contemporary Russia, being a capitalist nation state built by oligarchs that were anti-Soviet and anti-communist, that made deals with Western bankers and Westerners originally leading up to the dissolution of the USSR, so they could literally pick apart the entire country. Vladimir Putin being another primary example of this.
Okay, good. They're fascist.
I would agree that Russia's interests are significantly more fascist than the outcomes are, because their interests do not lie around improving their productive forces or the abolition of like what Russia's doing in Ukraine is no different than what America has done in Iraq. Like, oh, we're bringing democracy. Like, they're not denazifying Ukraine. It's fucking bullshit. Mm-hmm. Whereas I will not say the same thing about like.
I mean, yeah, the war in Iraq was bullshit. I agree with that, right? But again, like Russia starved people out of Ukraine and then implanted Russians to say that they had a claim there. It's okay, sure, yeah, the war in Iraq was wrong. I agree.
Well,
like,
no,
I'm
not saying
I think
it
just to be clear, like when it comes, like just to be clear, when it comes to America having influences on other countries, like Ukraine is asking us to help them because they want to maintain their own sovereignty and they want help in maintaining some level of freedoms, and they want like our Western influence because we offer them and provide them more freedom than Russia ever would. So when we talk about like the influence that America has over the world, like yeah, there's obviously going to be easy examples to point to that's like, oh, we did a bad job, but overall we still have had a positive impact with our influence. Whereas I don't know if I don't know so much with Russia. Okay, whatever.
Disservice. I think it'd be a disservice to Ukraine to make a comparison between like modern Ukraine and feudal Tibet.
You can create a pretense to take anything you want, you know.
Yeah, but there are also, but you agree, like for example, the federal government in the Civil War did the right thing, right? It was very violent, but they did the right thing.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, good. So let's talk about Taiwan then, because Taiwan in its formation is created by the KMT, or KMT General Chiang Kai-shek. I'm butchering his name.
I think that was close.
But to be honest with you, like I don't know that much about Tibet, so I'm not going to say too much. And I don't know if Hasan is right, but what I do know is like Hasan regularly gets shit like this wrong. Like he completely botched his coverage of Russia and Ukraine, suggesting that Ukrainians were Nazis and that Russia had a claim to take parts of Ukraine. And so and he's incredibly anti-America, and like regardless of the situation, it doesn't matter what's happening. It doesn't matter what America does, what good thing they do, he will be always anti-American. So I don't know, I can't take his word for it. So I'm just gonna move forward. Take whatever he says with a grain of salt. Because Hasan is just not like a good authority to listen to any type of world politics on. I'm not saying I am either, but because he's so like incredibly anti-American. Well, at least he pretends to be. He pretends to be anti-American while he like benefits as much from the structures as possible. But he's so anti-American, like I think it's impossible for you to get like a decent world take on it because he's going to spin this constantly. I mean, just the way that he talks about China and it's like glazing of it, talking about how like, oh, China's actually had a really positive impact, even though it's horribly oppressive to its people and they don't have freedom of speech, and then comparing them to say they're just as bad as America and some like fascist wise. Like, no, China's objectively worse off when it comes to like conditions that they're that the people that live there are under. I don't know how you could even say something so ridiculous like that.
I think it's the closest I can get to that. In its formation, it was a military dictatorship that was fascist, openly nationalist, and there was no surprise there that the American government was backing them, right? In its entire inception. Taiwan now is very different than that.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about
but this is very important in the context of like,
I imagine if we backed them in some capacity, it would have been for them to fight China in some capacity. Because we wouldn't want China to get more power because it's a constant war between different superpowers, which Russia, and China. And obviously, if we're gonna have that war, America should win because we do have the best values, baby. Fuck you.
Talking about Taiwan.
Should they be invaded for how they were?
Absolutely
founded?
not.
Right.
Absolutely not. Because hey, guess what?
Everybody was
when
founded.
America builds you up to be a nation as a counterbalance or as the real China as we did originally. That's why we were in support of Taiwan, because they were nationalist, fascist, military dictatorship. It was brutal, comprised of dudes that got owned by fucking Mao overall. Right?
Wait, so we were having an influence over there? Wait, couldn't you argue that we were having an influence over there and we were trying to also spread the Western values to them? So like your argument that China went and took them over? Am I like misunderstanding? Okay, whatever.
And a time when, yeah, 100%. At a time, and they were butthurt losers that believed that like Mongolia is also a part of the Republic of China. They have more expansive desires, more expansive territorial desires than
Mongolia.
Than that. They can't do anything.
Well,
their military, according to American generals' assessments, was fucking dog shit.
I think Taiwan's a better example then.
So, but Taiwan.
But wait, I'm not ready.
But Taiwan in its inception.
This tangent is out of control.
Wait, but like you want me to?
We'll go back to it.
These things don't happen overnight. If you assume that it's like a war between good and bad, or that it happened overnight, it materialized out of nothing, then yes, that is infinitely more susceptible to Western framing to be like, these are the good guys, these are the bad guys, they want to do this thing, and then you make comparisons to like reasonable.
I mean, doesn't Taiwan want to maintain freedom from China? Like, what makes China the good guy in this situation? Like, all countries, ourselves included, are trying to spread our influence. That's all China is doing, trying to spread their influence. If you think it's too bad when America does it, it's bad when China does it too. So yeah, China would be the bad guy in this instance.
Wars or whatever, and then all of a sudden we are not factoring in the understandable, whether I agree with it or not, doesn't matter, the understandable desires of national security from the Chinese nation state that is in an openly contentious yet still very favorable trade relationship with the Western world. Why the fuck would they want a American military base in a nation state that was developed by America, originally a fascist, nationalistic, brutal military dictatorship? Why would they want that to be an American base 1 mile off their fucking coastline?
Okay, you're right.
So that is precisely the reason.
Okay, but like if Taiwan wanted the military base there, why should China be able to say, no, we don't want it there? I mean, again, yeah, it's for us to spread our influence. But then on the other hand, it's like, well, if they want our influence there because they like us as allies, because we can offer them something positive when it comes to their country, what's like the issue? You know what I mean? That's just China getting a little bit afraid of a country that provides better rights to its people being close and having influence there.
So that's precisely the reason why the people of Taiwan who recognize that reality, while they yearn for independence, they recognize that reality that it will never happen as long as China has a military or a powerful economy, and as long as America has a legitimate interest in Taiwan being an American base of support to inevitably control China, dominate China in some ways.
Okay, hold on.
You should.
Let me go back because we did like the monster tangent here.
Okay.
I was saying one of the reasons China's so effective is because of their one-party state. You know, without opposition, they would move fast and effectively. So, do you think this is a good model? Do you think the one-party state is a good model? Because the outcome of that one-party state is also massive human rights violations across the board.
I mean, I don't think that. I think that America is a one-party state.
I don't care about America.
No, but it's important to understand because, like, the one-party state is an inevitable.
Hey, do you think that China might be oppressing its people because of the one-party state? Well, I think America is pretty bad. Oh, well, that wasn't the question. Thank you for bringing it back to an anti-American take instead of like ever criticizing China, which is objectively worse. There's a reason why your parents didn't bring you to China to get you citizenship when you were born and then go back to their country because they wouldn't be able to benefit as much. Their kid wouldn't be able to benefit as much. But okay.
Ability under any kind of formation of the government. The government is going to yield results that are either positive for the people or negative for the people.
Even if it's marginal, there is still a difference. Even if it's marginal, there's still a difference. For example, abortion, which I consider a human right. It's marginal.
I agree with you on that. I think that it.
But I don't want to talk about America. I want to talk about China.
Well, the reason why we're talking about America is to put it into a framework that is understandable. Like, that's the only reason why I always bring up, people always say, Hasan, your only assessment on the situation is America bad. It's significantly...
Yes, that is your only assessment on it. Because it's not that you're bringing up America for a comparison. It's that every time that there's a criticism to be made of China, you completely deflect to saying America's bad. It's not like, oh, well, you know, interesting point, blah, 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 blah. That's what the problem is. Like you even said before that like you think that China is just or America is just as fascist as China. It's just like you're being stupid at this point.
More nuanced than that. The reason why I always go back to America is to help Americans or Westerners understand Chinese governance. And how
I go back to it because you're too fucking stupid to understand, Ethan. I have to go back to it to get you to understand. Okay, China pays me a percentage. Ever since I started advertising for them, China's been paying me a percentage of their wages, based on the amount of value that I bring to their country through propaganda. I get 0.1% of all the money that China makes. Because that's the value I bring. That's why I want to bring that here.
Not all that different.
You say they don't just pretend to have two parties.
Yeah.
Now I disagree with that. I don't think it's like super...
I mean, not for nothing. We do have a two-party system. I don't know what pretend there... I mean, like, there is overlap of the parties where there's an interest in helping rich people, of course. But that doesn't mean... what the fuck? That's so weird. But that doesn't mean that there's only a one-party system in America.
Super wrong. I think there are marginal differences in the parties. And I do think there's space potentially, although super unlikely. It's happened in American history for a third party. It's probably never going to happen again, but it has happened before.
Yeah, the Civil War.
And so, but like the consequence of
the greatest material differences. Okay, but the greatest material differences were ever represented in American history was during the Civil War.
I take back the
Okay. The greatest material differences, like genuine material differences in the form of how to produce cheap commodities like cotton, okay? Well, in the northern states, they backed the abolition of slavery. Southern states didn't. That was a major point of contention. That was probably one of the last times where there was like a real and significant difference in an agreement, I guess, a difference in opinion that led to a very violent conquest of the South that wanted to
Why does there need to be a massive difference in opinion to be a multiple-party state?
Succeed, and was forced to not.
The one-party system in China does result in a lot of human rights violations. Does the ends justify the means in that case?
I don't think so.
Control.
I don't think it does.
Okay.
I think that.
Well, then why the fuck do you glaze the shit out of China talking about how they've made the country so rich? It's actually pretty incredible over there. It's like, okay, but that's all because of the oppression that is able to be put onto people who are forced to work work weeks are like twice as much as a fucking American work week.
In Cuba, which also has certain restrictions on civil liberties, for example, there is a better argument to be made that the ends justify the means in Cuba, because Cuba is an island that has been under embargo, and since its inception, since the Cuban Revolution, after we backed Batista and wanted to make sure that
he's a good wrestler. Can't go wrong. Frankly, I think he's one of the best, and I think that he's probably the best actor out of all the wrestlers. Let's be honest, Batista is, I think, the best. He's the best. I mean, he's better than The Rock. It's pretty fucking real. Just gonna be real, man.
Cuba was still a tourism destination and sugar plantations with slavery, and then lost. We immediately said, okay, fuck this shit. Cuba, we are going to do everything in our power to stop you from developing. In that situation, because it's a tiny island nation that is in the ass cheeks of the largest imperialist superpower on the planet, it's understandable to have certain restrictions on civil liberties, whereas, or not, and by the way, ironically, Cuba is like way better on abortion, gay rights and whatnot, which we can get into if you want, but that's a consequence of direct democracy, even though Cuba is a one-party state as well.
Okay. I mean, there's plenty of Cuba. I know plenty of Cuba. And again, I'm not super familiar with the politics, so I don't even want to speak on it necessarily, just because I don't know a lot. I do know that a lot of Cubans that I've met fucking hate the Cuban government.
Yeah, because they're in America.
They're not like rich. They're like,
well, yes, because they're in America, because they're better in America. That's the point. Yeah, that's a good point. Just on like a very basic level, like every Cuban American like seems to not like the Cuban government. So that's something to be said. That to me suggests that they're not happy with the way that the Cuban government advocates for them or treats them. So.
Like no, it doesn't matter. They're
okay, so they're
like they don't have to be rich, but they're in America, which means
admittedly I don't know.
Like they had a disagreement in the lightest terms. They either were forced to run away or literally had, in the lightest terms, a disagreement with the Cuban government. So, of course, they are not going to be fond of the current Cuban.
So they escaped Cuba, so they don't like it. Okay. I don't think that everybody who leaves their country, like, I have never met somebody from, like, France or anything that came here and where they're like, I fucking hated that place. That's the only, you know what I mean? So I feel like it probably is an oppressive government. You might want to argue that that's a resource thing. Maybe they'd be less oppressive if they had more resources. I don't really know. But to say that like, of course you're only going to get the ones that speak negatively because they all left Cuba for a reason. It's like, okay, but that doesn't mean that everybody in Cuba thinks their government is fucking amazing. They might just be like, no, my family's here. It's hard to move. What is he talking about?
But government. Isn't there, when you're looking at a country like China, who's able to act so efficiently, and if you're looking for
where's this fucking
some democratization or like some equality of outcome in terms of income for the lowest people, it seems like a potential and almost like inevitable outcome is some of the stuff that you see in China, like one cultural identity, one religion or non-religion, like this need to be homogenous so that people are compliant and they live that way.
True.
This is state development 101. Every nation state does.
So the reason that
we don't necessarily do that, right? We have a lot of different people.
Happened in China is why all these mass human rights violations are able to exist. Like re-educating people, mass detention for people who are religious. You know what I mean? Forced labor camps. They fucking, and I know you denied that they organ harvesting, but I do believe that they do that or did do that. Maybe they stopped.
Organ harvesting.
Bro, this guy just took the thing I was fighting to get. What a piece of shit. Whatever. As long as he doesn't kill me, I don't care. Asshole.
Yeah. Organ harvesting did happen in China. Yeah. What you're talking about is like Falun Gong propaganda, which is that they have there's two different types. What we're talking about is like, were there criminal components and certainly
was state-sponsored organ?
No, I don't know. If it was state-sponsored organ harvesting,
the
state actually, watch out. Oh, she's right behind you. It's okay. It was
that dog always comes in to save Hasan from a point.
State-sponsored, the state would not have cracked down on it inevitably.
Well,
they did.
They realized how bad it looks. It was the evidence.
But if they're authoritarian, why would they care about how bad it looks?
because then it looks bad to the rest of the world from like a humanitarian perspective. I don't know. Like,
Said that they
No,
have
they
labor
care.
camps.
China doesn't care about appearance.
Well,
They do to
but
it.
if they're
Of course they do.
authoritarian, why would they care? I mean, they have labor camps,
Well,
you
they-
said, which is
because they still have to worry about what the world thinks of them in some capacity, or else they can potentially get some kind of sanction or crackdown on them. What are you talking about?
by the way, ironic because America still has a much higher prisoner density than any other nation on the planet, and slavery is not abolished in America.
We can
The
criticize
13th
America
Amendment is
all we
slavery.
want, man.
Well, my point is, yes, it's wrong in China as well, but of course it's wrong in China as well.
Okay, forget about that. I mean, like, what about for example?
Experts estimate that the human organ trafficking industry in China is worth $1 billion a year and is fueled by harvesting organs from China's 1.5 million concentration camp inmates. China appears to be the primary perpetrator of forcibly acquiring human organs. Wow, but is not the only offender. What the fuck? How do you harvest organs from people in concentration camps unless it's run by China? That doesn't make any sense. Like, if most of this is coming from concentration camp inmates, it has to be the Chinese government. Who else could it be? What is he saying? What?
Now you're doing whataboutism, by the way.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna tell you why. Specifically, let's use this example because this is the best one. The Uyghur, I'm sorry, I don't know how to say their name. Detention camps where they re-educated and eliminated their cultural identity and religion. Yes. And also, frankly, it's almost impossible to do that and not like think of them as others, where they also, are under horrible
mass surveillance, even including like certain representatives living with people and families. Like some of this is like people will say, "Oh, this is Adrian Zen's propaganda," and some of it is very real, 100%.
Don't you think it's Chinese propaganda to be like it wasn't as bad?
I'm not saying it wasn't as bad.
Okay, good. Because I thought maybe you said
but hold on. No, I think that my analysis on the matter is fairly nuanced, but still incredibly critical of the Chinese state. I have never said that mass surveillance, mass imprisonment, even execution in certain instances, and China's development,
this is the outcome of their homogenous socialist society.
The reason that the Chinese nation state claims they did this, and Xi Jinping famously even, I forget when he said this was a while back, but basically said something along the lines of like, we learned how to deal with Islamic terror from the American nation state.
Okay.
Who cares? Again, it's a fucking America. Those camps are horribly oppressive. The media is not allowed in there, and they fucking they take advantage of the people, like the Muslim people in China. What's the defense front here? What could you if this was America, you'd be fucking shitting and coming. Yeah, well, China, they have these bad camps, and I criticize them sometimes, but they learned it from America. It's like, holy fuck, can you just there's like what is it? Is there like a fucking Bechdel test for Hasan, except instead of fucking women, it's like not bringing up America? I mean, I swear to God, holy shit. That's all he does. You can't just shut the fuck up about America all the time. You can't criticize China without being like, well, America. Okay.
And that is why we had to deal with the Uyghurs. I don't agree with what they did. I think that it's fucking bullshit.
Do you think it's necessary to maintain their socialist homogeny?
Bro, come on.
It's not a socialist homogeny. Now we're talking about cultural homogeny, right? That's what you're saying.
Right, but it's connected.
The separatist movement within Xinjiang and some of the aspects of that did include, knife attacks and the like. They don't have a lot of guns in China, luckily. The criminal component of that should have been dealt with on an individual basis rather than dragnets and collective punishment for the entirety of Xinjiang, which is what China did. And re-education camps and mass surveillance, which exists still to this day. Xinjiang, or any kind of separatist movement in Xinjiang, has now been absolutely squashed, destroyed, eviscerated, and not only have they done that, but also on top of that, they basically softened, like you said, or I guess the term that Westerners use is Hanified Xinjiang, and have now used their their cultural output as like an export even. Like you could just go to Xinjiang and see how wonderful everything is, that kind of thing. You found it. God damn, that's so funny. Mr. Xi urged the party to emulate aspects of America's war on terror after the September 11th attacks from documents leaked in 2019.
Just to frame this for people that aren't familiar with the history, the crackdowns over there were a result of a rise in terrorism in that region. There were bombings and stuff going on. And so all those camps and the re-education, all of that was a response. It was essentially a crackdown.
It was a completely...
Okay, so just to be clear, we're running defense now for this crackdown, okay? When Donald Trump decided that he didn't want any more Muslims coming to America because for like the same reason, we shit on him, justifiably so. But then when it comes to China doing the same thing, all of a sudden, I kind of understand what's going on. Okay, it makes a lot of sense to me. I get it. I'm shitting and coming my pants.
For the record, completely unjustifiable,
that's
way
what
over the
Israel's
top,
saying about
fucking
Palestine.
dragnet. Yes, I
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Or what the United States did in Afghanistan after September 11th. I mean, we
Or Iraq.
rocked that country for 20 years as a result of a terrorist
I'm
attack.
defending America or something.
That's really
Weird.
funny you should say that, because that is the automatic position of people in the West, though, is that like whenever I make a comparison to America, like if I compare Russia to America, people think I'm doing that to defend Russia, and it's like, no, that is the
Yes, because it's not. It's the tonality that you use when you talk about these topics. You downplay constantly. You went on a whole fucking tangent about how China is so amazing because they're providing so much and bringing people out of poverty, and they're doing such a good job, even though they're horribly oppressive to their people. You're glazing China for like the disgusting things where they take advantage of the labor, and the only reason that country is getting money is because they will allow their workers to be basically engaged in slave labor. Like, but if America was even a tenth of as oppressive, you would shit on them for that. That's why people talk about how you will run defense for China.
worst comparison I can make for a country's actions, because my opinion on the American superpower is that it is incredibly bloody and incredibly unjust. But the reason why people immediately go
Better than every other superpower. Sorry, but okay.
and say, what the fuck? Why are you bringing up America in this situation? Is because
just can't
they
stop.
inherently, without recognizing it, will defend American foreign policy because they are under the understanding.
I agree. Most people do that.
Yeah.
But so my ultimate question is: do you believe that this cultural homogeny is required in a socialist or communist society?
Yes, I think that some form of positive social cohesion needs to occur if you are going to build a nation state, and this happens in public education. I think that public education is very valuable, and
Bro,
I'm 100%.
there's no way. If it was fucking Tucker Carlson talking about homogeny in a country, you'd be talking about how that's a dog whistle. But because it's China, they get like special like magical leeway privileges to be like, no. Well, how is this not a fucking defense front for China? Like, yes, I understand we need a level of homogeny, but that comes on like the backs of understanding of effectively justifying the oppression that they're doing by putting people in camps and not letting the media go in there. This is just like a fucking defense front. This is dumb.
An agreement. If it's being done in a more positive way through public education, then it's great.
Right, but
If
not
they're
like
doing it in a
erasing
negative-
their ethnic identity.
Yeah, if they're doing it in a negative way in that situation where like education
What's a positive
moves
way?
to re-education, a positive component would be something that we unfortunately do not have in America either. Would be to have regions that still have their own ethnic identities preserved through their own board of education and are allowed to exist. This is a major problem with the USSR as well. This happened in the
What the
USSR.
hell are you talking about? What? Fuck! I just stood up in my game. Fuck.
Where their own regions, unfortunately do not have in America either, would be to have regions that still have their own ethnic identities preserved through their own board of education and are allowed to exist. This is a major problem.
What do you mean? Like, what is it? This doesn't even make sense. What are you talking about? What does that even mean? You would have regions that they could have their own identity. Like, what does that mean? Like, what are you talking about? Why would we need separate? That doesn't make any sense. We do have that. Like in indigenous like culture, they have the schooling system that doesn't have the same parameters as our schooling system. And unfortunately, it's a conversation as to why some of the outcomes aren't necessarily as good. So I don't really know what you're talking about. Like, we shouldn't have multiple standards of education for different people. People should be able to preserve their culture while also assimilating to ours through education, which is what's happened. What are you talking about? What you're saying, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. What?
The USSR as well. This happened in the
Like, this is literally one of the big, I live in New York, and there's like Orthodox Jewish communities that vote that basically they'll make deals with the like local government that they'll vote for them as long as they don't have to be held to the same education standards as everybody else. And what happens is that's led to having to have like a government-backed infrastructure that helps people that want to escape from those communities escape, because they in some ways, and it's not because they're Jewish, it's because like they're very religious and conservative, are incredibly oppressive to everybody there. They have lower education standards, which reduces their ability to escape, because like less education means less opportunity and less help, to a point where the local government has to have I had a friend who literally worked for the service that would help people escape from those communities. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what a terrible idea. Hey, yeah, we should not have special education that's different for fucking different cultures. It's ridiculous. You should be able to practice whatever culture you want, but you should have access to the same schooling. What you're doing is you're saying we should have lower quality of schooling for different people. What difference do you think you'll get education wise from a different community? Are you saying that what would you possibly preserve other than a reduction in the accessibility of actual education? Like, he's talking about segregation so that the Chinese can maintain all Chinese places. First of all, there's already segregated Chinese communities like in New York that segregate themselves, and that's fine. I think that's fine. But to have a separate community teachings is ridiculous. What is I feel like, what are you talking about?
USSR, where there was a Russification of all the nation states that were under the banner of the USSR, which ended up creating a fuck ton of division, and also like suppression of religious freedom. Religion is something that is so personal and so important for human beings and their identity.
Isn't Marx's theory around like we have to get rid of?
But China is suppressing the religious freedom of those people there. What is he talking about?
Religion.
We are objectively freer when it comes to religion in America.
That's
no, I mean no, and also I don't even care what Marx's own personal perspective on religion is ultimately, because I'm looking at real implementations of socialism throughout historical materialist socialist nation states.
You don't
and I'm saying that that's bad and wrong. It is demonstrably bad. It was bad in Afghanistan. It was bad in the USSR, and it's certainly bad when China does the same exact shit.
So you're saying yes, it's required, but nothing different than what you see in countries today. That's considered good.
Yes, allowing people to have
a national identity,
allowing people to have a national identity while simultaneously reinforcing their ethnic differences or their diversity of culture is absolutely a necessity for nation-state development if you want this nation-state to succeed. And I'm giving an example of why it didn't work in the USSR.
By the way, I would urge you to look more into the organ harvesting thing, because I do believe that did happen by the state. They were harvesting the
it did happen by the state. It was in fucking prison camps. It was in their own internment camps. It literally could not have happened anywhere else except for in the state. There's no way that could have happened without the state knowing that it was happening.
Muslims' organs, man. Like the wait time on the
You're saying in modern China?
No, not modern China. I don't think. Well, it was modern China. It wasn't that long ago, but I don't think they're doing it.
You're saying the state was harvesting the organs of Muslims?
Yeah, who were in that detention camp to give to their citizens. Dude, the wait time for organ here, listen to this. One of the most cited pieces of evidence is the rapid growth of China's organ transplant industry in the early 2000s, with much shorter waiting time for organs than other countries. Chinese government has attributed this to the use of organs from executed prisoners, but the critics argue that those numbers do not match up. The prisoners of conscious, so
the crackdowns literally came.
I'm sorry, if it was in the early 2000s, it would have been before the crackdown on the Uyghurs.
I don't know when did.
So it sounds like it was just the general prison population.
There was a criminal component. I'm not saying that organ harvesting did not happen. Organ harvesting certainly happened. There was a black market for organs, 100%, not just for Chinese citizens, mind you. That is like literally massaging the narrative to fit the Uyghurs being harvested for organs.
I like
because
it.
Well, that's Uyghur is how you're.
They're Turkish, so yeah.
They're fucking Turkic.
Yeah.
Like it's called East Turkestan. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's not. Like the other side of my family, my mother's side is literally their last name is Uyghur. So this is not like random individuals that I have no affinity towards. That I'm saying like the Chinese nation state should oppressively fucking crush
I'm just
them.
saying.
It's always additionally funny when some fucking dumb fuck from Iowa is trying to tell me about fucking Muslim oppression. Why don't you care about Muslim oppression in John? It's like, what the fuck are you saying? Anyway, sorry, I get very heated about this because like people are so merciless. Just like people are merciless.
Okay, so he successfully got himself away from talking about the organ harvesting. Okay.
With you when they say you're a fucking tyrant or you're a capitalist pig dog or whatever the fuck. People are infinitely more merciless when you deviate from the foreign policy norms that have been mandated by Americans through our mainstream media.
Okay, so this was in 2021. Just to be clear, this is when the UN raised like an alarm about how scary it was, because there was alleged organ harvesting. So Hasan successfully got himself off that topic by pretending to have a meltdown about saying the word to Uyghur Muslim and I care about. No, you don't. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, it was the government. You can't harvest the organs of prisoners if you're not the government. That just doesn't make any sense to me. What are you talking about?
Okay, so in short, I think I got my answer on that.
No, you didn't. He deflected completely with his virtue signal, pretend to caring about other people. Not at all. We did not get an answer to that at all. That was fucking insane. It was almost impressive that he was able to pull that off, to be honest with you. This was in 2021. This is fucking recent history.
You know, the China Tribunal. Okay, whatever. I want to move on to Taiwan. So last time,
I just want to point out it's 1 o'clock. We're pretty far over already.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's fine. We can. I think this is very valuable and very good. So I'm perfectly fine talking about this.
Okay, great. Love that. So last time we were talking about Taiwan, you had mentioned one country, two systems. What did you mean by that? Because I didn't know anything about that when you said it, but I've read it right now.
So since the Nixon era of normalizing relations with China, America's understanding of China has been that it is one over-encompassing nation, and that Taiwan, which certainly does want an independence movement or has a robust independence movement, is simply Chinese Taipei. The American understanding and the global understanding is the same, that there is a different autonomous organization inside of Taiwan, an autonomous government inside of Taiwan, but it's still under the Chinese umbrella. My opinion on the matter does not deviate away from the American foreign policy on the matter, and the reason for that is because it also does not deviate away from Chinese.
When you said it, but I've read it right now.
So since the Nixon era of normalizing relations with China, America's understanding of China has been that it is one over-encompassing nation, and that Taiwan, which certainly does want an independence movement or has a robust independence movement is simply Chinese Taipei. The American understanding, the global understanding is the same, that there is a different autonomous organization inside of Taiwan, an autonomous government inside of Taiwan, but it's still under the Chinese umbrella. My opinion on the matter does not deviate away from the American foreign policy on the matter. And the reason for that is because it also does not deviate away from the Taiwanese, the collective Taiwanese
Listen, Taiwan wants its independence. I don't think it needs to be any more complicated than that, and we should support them in that.
Standing on the matter, which is that if there's two different forces here at play, Taiwan independence is not something that even Anthony Blinken or the American state.
So he's not even wrong about this. One country, two systems is China's policy with Hong Kong, and I don't know the other one you're saying, but not Taiwan. He doesn't know it. So what you're saying is Taiwan wants to engage in that system, but they won't let them. Is that what you're saying?
Backs. Why? Because it would be incredibly disruptive to our largest trade partner. Great. This here at play. Taiwan independence is not something that even Anthony Blinken or the American state backs. Why? Because it would be incredibly disruptive to our largest trade partner. Great. The people of Taiwan want independence in the future. Possibly in the future. The reason why they take that position, well, if you were to ask them without any sort of Chinese influence, like without any sort of like mainland China influence, would you want independence tomorrow? They would say, yes, that is the majority opinion.
Well, what they say is that we already have the independence.
They say
China has no influence over Taiwanese economy or government. And
yes, and yet from a global perspective, they are still considered to be Chinese Taipei.
Right, because people doesn't want to rock the boat.
Exactly.
But the Taiwanese
and that is my perspective as well.
We are already independent. So, but you believe that this is China's statement, one country, two systems.
So then there's no additional need for state intervention from Western forces then?
Well, but China is
China is what?
It is being provocative.
What are they doing?
The Taiwanese.
What are they doing that you would consider to be provocative towards the Taiwanese?
I mean, they have military station around. They're doing war games and shit like that.
You know where Taiwan is in proximity to mainland China, right? It's 1 mile off their coastline. Okay, so whenever people say China is
obvious though.
China is violating their airspace.
We know what China says it. The government even says it, that we're going to fucking take Taiwan if y'all don't play ball.
Yes,
we don't need to pretend like we're not doing
China, no matter if I agree with this or not, right? Because I want autonomy for the people of Taiwan. I want them to do whatever the fuck they want, self-governance, right? So I understand that. And I also simultaneously understand, one, the history of the Taiwanese nation state being propped up and why it was propped up. And more importantly than that, I understand that the Chinese government, which is a different government than ours, right? They are human beings over there that have their own concerns, is not going to want
All right, listen, maybe I'm just a fucking idiot. But China and Taiwan, the distance between these two is 2,100 kilometers, and that in miles is 7,519 miles. What is he talking about?
Oh,
if y'all don't play ball.
Yes,
so we don't need to pretend like we're not doing
China, no matter if I agree with this or not, right? Because I want autonomy for the people of Taiwan. I want them to do whatever the fuck they want, self-governance, right? So I understand that. And I also simultaneously understand, one, the history of the Taiwanese nation state being propped up and why it was propped up. And more importantly than that, I understand that the Chinese government, which is a different government than ours, right? They are human beings over there that have their own concerns, is not going to want a fucking American military base 1 mile off of their coastline. That is a perfectly
Would it be a mile off their coastline? Okay. I mean, maybe I just don't know, but it seems like it's a little farther than that, but okay.
Reasonable thing to never want. And given the historical reasons as to how Taiwan has been created as a separate nation state with its own expansionist interest in the Republic of China, the entire mainland China, including Mongolia, that's like its founding mandate, that it is understandable for China to not want that to happen, which is why they constantly counter American saber rattling with their own version of saber rattling. This does not mean that the Chinese state is nice. This does not mean that the Chinese state is genuine or wants to implement communism in Taiwan. What?
30 U.S. troops are stationed in Taiwan.
There's no way you think that is the only material
I don't know what you
America
read.
is offering Taiwan.
30 U.S.
Taiwan's
troops.
entire standing army would not exist without U.S. support since its inception.
Okay, but
why is that a bad thing? If Taiwan wants their independence and we're supporting that independence, then why is that a bad thing? That doesn't really add up to me.
America. You say America has a military base there as one of the. And that would be.
No.
But
I'm saying I don't want it to turn. I do not want further conflict. The people of Taiwan do not want further conflict, which is why the overarching assessment is like, we're independent, we want to maintain independence, we want to be fully independent, but we don't want to rock the boat.
But it seems like if China was to just invade Taiwan and like, look, we're over.
It would be devastating. It would be awful for Taiwan. It would be awful for China. It would be horrifyingly bad. It would be disastrous. We are in agreement there, right?
Yeah,
like, okay, so we both want no further bloodshed to happen. And that's what the people of Taiwan also say they want as well.
You also kind of see where China's coming from.
I absolutely understand why China would feel like this is a major issue with their national security concerns. The example I will give you is this. Let's say, just
right,
like...
But why does it matter if Taiwan wants the support from America? Then I'm not really seeing too much of the issue here, I guess. Is that they want support from America because they want to be free. So is it really that big of an issue? Like that we're trying to support that and China doesn't like that? Okay, whatever.
England and France tried to do during the Civil War because they had material interest in the cotton trade continuing with chattel slavery. Let's say they offered material support to the southern states that wanted to secede, right, in order to continue slavery. Okay, and they were actually successful to a certain degree because third parties like Imperial Japan were also invading mainland America, okay, in this process. So the Civil War ended in a way where chattel slavery continued in the South, and every abolitionist was executed, and they called it, instead of white terror, let's say they called it black terror, okay? They executed mercilessly and ruthlessly any abolitionist that lived in the South. And then, after years and years of this fascist white supremacist implementation, hyper-nationalist implementation, the southern states that had successfully seceded, okay, kept building a robust military apparatus through surplus military supplies and weapon systems that other countries that were foreign adversaries to the United States of America started giving them even more and more of this. And then also said the real America is the South America. Southern states are the real America, and they will one day take over the rest of America. And that they will inevitably take over the rest of America, and that's going to be the real America. We're going to help them do that. And then,
you're saying Taiwan is comparable to the South seceding?
Taiwan in its inception is identical to the South.
How long after the...
What the fuck is he talking about? I'm not... Okay. What?
Apparatus through surplus military supplies.
Is he saying that Taiwan is the same as a country that's seceded from another country? Do they practice slavery? I'm not understanding. Like, it seems like we're... Okay. This is the question. Does Taiwan have slavery? Okay. Because I don't know. Here's what I know. Because it sounds like what he's saying is Taiwan shouldn't get their independence because they're basically like the South. I gotta be honest with you. Am I just a fucking idiot, or is this Hasan? Because it sounds like what he's saying. It sounds like he's comparing the South to Taiwan and basically giving us a justifier for why like they shouldn't actually be independent. But then he'll say, "Well, I do think that they should be right to have a right to their independence." So I'm getting like a very conflicting message here from Hasan. It sounds like this doesn't make sense. Why would you support them having independence if you're comparing them to a horribly oppressive white supremacist South of America, or U.S. South? Am I missing something? It just sounds like he's a fucking idiot. Like, this is what we're talking about. Like, it's just like a defense run for China. China doesn't want America to get involved because they don't want America to spread their influence. That, I'm sure, is true. America wants to spread their influence. That, I'm sure, is true. America's influence is better than China's influence. That I'm also sure is true. So I don't really care. Okay.
Over the rest of America, and that's going to be the real America. We're going to help them do that. And then,
you're saying Taiwan is comparable to the South seceding?
Taiwan in its inception is identical to the South.
How long after the South seceded did the war begin?
What do you mean?
How long between the South seceding and the Civil War happening?
I mean, there was a period. There was a period of time. No, there was a period of time leading up to that where there were abolitionist movements that happened. That's why people say that John Brown's like execution.
But Taiwan was independent
like a pivotal point.
I mean, they've been separate for a long time now.
Yeah, no, I understand. Which is why I'm saying, like, imagine if the South was able to successfully secede, right? And
America wanted to take it back. Northern America wanted to...
No, Northern America is like, we're worried about our own shit. We can't fucking deal with South America right now, right? Like, Northern America, the Federation, let's say, okay, is now working on improving their own productive forces, doing trade deals and whatnot with the rest of the world, and they start rapidly urbanizing, rapidly developing, okay? And, the New Deal only happens there or whatever the fuck. Meanwhile, the Southern states are entirely propped up by a foreign adversary, okay, that is infinitely more powerful than Northern America. And they keep saying, we're going to take over the entirety of America. It's one America, okay? And because the northern states are able to improve their conditions, have favorable trade deals with the rest of the planet, they inevitably get to a point where they want to maintain their hegemony, they want to maintain their security, their national security. Do you think it would be appropriate? To rock the boat per se and allow the South to continue developing and continue having a massive military and inevitably like you send envoys like Nancy Pelosi to Southern American states to fucking say, hey, look, they're democratic now. Like, yeah, sure, they were designed around slavery, but they have a democracy now.
Well, yeah, isn't that how we've all happened? We were all designed around slavery, and then we gravitated to being better. I don't give a shit about this comparison. I think it's a dumb comparison. I think this is a dumb comparison that's desperate to virtue signal over black people, to be honest with you. I think that the entire goal is to try to invoke the emotions of slavery in America, which was horribly oppressive to black people, and compare it to this situation to give another like anti-US take when it comes to helping Taiwan be independent from a horribly oppressive government of China. It just sounds like another defense front for China once again, and it's just an invoking of slavery. It's just the invoking of like, that's it. That's all it is. It's like, this doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. You said yourself you think Taiwan should have freedom from China, or a level of freedom from China, and that you support them, but then you compare them to a southern racist KKK America or United States. So like, which one is it? Why would you support their independence then if you think that they're so horribly oppressive still? But they've changed, which means that they're not oppressive anymore, and we should maintain that non-oppressive structure. And if America is going to have an influence over there, America is objectively less oppressive than China, so wouldn't it be a positive thing? Nothing that he's saying makes any sense. This doesn't make any sense.
And I think that it's okay and appropriate to fucking keep building their military, make it as robust as possible.
The South seceded just because we were talking about it. It was like 3 months between the war and the.
But leading up, the build up to that was significantly longer.
Yeah. Okay, so I understand your position on Taiwan. I get all that. You know, from a.
But,
I don't. The one country, two
living in
system thing
California
is silly though, because
living in California, you personally understand it, right? Like living in a blue state, you understand why that would be like genuinely like you would understand how blue states in America would have security concerns if like southern states had seceded successfully and kept saying like, no, the rest of America is ours. After they fucking lost too.
Well, I mean, this was 70 years ago that Taiwan.
Yes, Taiwan now is not a fucking fascist nationalist military state.
I don't think that how it was founded matters at all.
70 years is not significant in development. It's of course it's.
That's my point.
No, it's. What do you mean?
What's Hasan saying? What am I missing? What context am I missing that Hasan thinks that like he's right about this? What is it? What are we missing? It's a different country now. 70 years later.
I don't think that you should be like, oh yeah, Taiwan was a bunch of losers that went and started their own country, and like, so they're not entitled to national identity. I don't think that matters.
70 years is a blip in time, in as far as talking about a fucking empire or a history.
Can you just say it was a long time? What the fuck is happening? What?
They went and started their own.
No, it's. What do you mean?
I don't think that you
have been fascist, nationalist military.
I don't
state.
think that how it was founded matters at all.
70 years is not significant in development. It's of course it's.
That's my point.
No, it's.
But that doesn't matter, right? We're talking about human beings.
Yeah, and now they are democratic, which is great, and I understand their want in autonomy and not being under like some form of crushing civil liberties that the Chinese state will bring.
The one country, two systems isn't real. That's not a real thing.
What do you mean?
It's not a real thing. It's one country, one system. Like at Hong Kong, that's what they want to do. They say Taiwan, we'll do the one country, two systems, but that's propaganda.
No, but that's the American policy, which they did with China. They have. Right. America said that they would not support an independent Taiwan and that Taiwan is a part of China. But internally, Taiwan still has autonomy, which is what is currently happening. And the Chinese state sees it as a autonomous region that is still under the Chinese banner that ends up getting...
Wait, so why is our understanding of it propaganda, but Hasan's understanding it isn't? Why is it that like we agree with the... So I just want to be clear here, and I don't know 100%, but... So the American framing on Taiwan is propaganda, but the Chinese framing on Taiwan is not propaganda. Just on face value? Is it possible that there's somewhere in between that we don't necessarily like, you know, that's a middle perspective? Is it also possible that Hasan's just gargling the cum of Chinese propaganda because he's so anti-American that he will take any bit of Chinese perspective and run with it as in their convenience, like
military support from Western forces.
Let's talk about Ukraine, and then that's my final one.
Okay.
So we were talking about Ukraine, and
cool.
Your position was that the support for Ukraine is 100% manufactured.
No,
that's what you said last time.
No, I think that all matter of American foreign policy is greatly influenced by manufactured consent because of our.
Yes, listen, we understand that media will have involvement on invoking the emotions of people to get them to engage in potentially like support of different wars and this, that, and the other. That's fine. I understand that. Who cares? The reality is Ukraine deserves their independence, and we should engage in helping them. But also to talk about how like, oh well, you know, he's basically saying it's America-run propaganda to get people to want to go to war or help Ukraine in the war. What are you talking about? Like fucking conservative news cycles don't shut the fuck up about how we shouldn't be in Ukraine. So to sit here and say that like, oh, people's concern is completely manufactured, I don't even think it's fair to say, considering like we don't even support like. In America, there's so many people that are always like, we should pull out, we should pull out, we should pull out, we should pull out.
interest in doing whatever the fuck we want to do there, whether it be like bringing Ukraine into the Western sphere of influence or
Good.
It's not genuine because they want like genuine emancipation for Ukrainians.
So
good. Who gives a shit? Who fucking? I don't understand this. This idea is just so stupid. So it has to be bad because America has this idea that they want to help Ukraine because then the benefit that we get out of it is that we'll have more influence over that country. Yes, that's a good thing objectively. Who would you rather have more influence over that country, Russia or America? America. Again, we have a less oppressive government. We have freedom of speech. They have the same president for 20 fucking years in Russia. Why is it a bad thing that America wants to spread its influence, which is better than any of the other two superpowers? I don't understand that. What doesn't even make sense to me? It's just a dumb thing. I don't get it.
So last time you guys compared it, you said, well, nobody gave a fuck about Georgia when that got invaded. Therefore, the fact that anyone cares about Ukraine feels like manufactured.
It's not even just Georgia.
But you guys know but you guys realize there's like a massive. I didn't know anything about the Georgian War. I learned about it. There's a huge difference. You guys understand?
Well, I mean, the scale is
it was a 5-day war.
Yeah, it was
they
5 days
expected Ukraine to
versus-
drop in 5 days, and if it did, we probably wouldn't be talking about it.
That's true. That's true.
So like what happened was Ukraine mounted this miraculous defense, and they've got Russia, a fascist country, on the back foot, and we all like when fascism.
I don't think Russia's on the back foot. I think it's just like extending the harm and only furthering
we
conflict.
inflicted so much, and I stand with the Ukrainian people because I like.
Wait, does Hasan just say he doesn't?
What happened was Ukraine mounted this miraculous defense, and they've got Russia, a fascist country, on the back foot, and we all like when fascism.
I don't think Russia's on the back foot. I think it's just like extending the harm and only furthering
we
conflict.
Inflicted
So are you saying that they should just give up and the Ukraine should just forfeit? What are you saying, bro? Why do people take this dude seriously?
much, and I stand with the Ukrainian people because I think Ukraine is a force for good in the world. They're on.
Can I just stop you for a second? Because you said 100% manufacturer consent. Like
that's what you said.
Nothing is genuine. I said 100% manufacturing consent is a leading role in this.
If you want to amend
and the reason why
the
reason why I take issue with this is because it's like stating like I don't give a fuck about Ukraine. Of course I give a fuck about people in Ukraine. I mean,
it just seemed like you were saying that we should pull out because we're making it worse by helping them defend themselves. So yeah, it seems like you don't care.
I want the war and the bloodshed, the unnecessary bloodshed to end. Okay. My assessment on the situation might deviate from, NATO, like bloodthirsty NATO defenders or whatever.
You feel like we shouldn't even be doing anything in Ukraine?
No, I don't.
Nothing.
No, I don't. I think
you don't think so.
Yeah. So there you go. He doesn't support Ukraine at all. But why lie? He's such a fucking loser. Like why? Oh, I really hope that Ukrainian people do really well, but I don't support helping them. Fucking why? What do you? This guy, he's a baby. It's so boring listening to Hasan like fucking flounder around and pretend like he gives a shit. You don't fucking care. You can sit here and justify it all you want. You don't give a shit about Ukraine because you hate. Like that's it. You just don't care. It's because America made a decision and you have to just be against that fucking decision. You're literally just a fucking child. You're an emo kid in high school. Oh my god.
No, I think that of course there's
no, mom and dad. I didn't want to fucking do that. That's it. That's Hasan's entire political take. No, mom. I don't want to fucking cut my hair. Fuck. I don't want to fucking cut my hair, dude.
Necessary intervention that must happen. I'm not saying that at all. I mean, I fucking raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for Ukrainian refugees. Like, I'm sorry, this is such a silly.
Yes, because it's a virtue signal.
Oh no, I don't. I think
you don't think so.
I think that of course there's a necessary intervention that must happen. I'm not saying that at all. I mean, I fucking raised hundreds.
What?
About people in Ukraine. I want the war and the bloodshed, the unnecessary bloodshed to end. Okay. My assessment on the situation might deviate from, NATO, like bloodthirsty NATO defenders or whatever.
You feel like we shouldn't even be doing anything in Ukraine?
No, I don't.
Nothing.
No, I don't.
So we shouldn't be doing anything.
No, I think
you don't think so.
I think that of course there's a necessary.
Wait, maybe I'm mishearing what he's saying.
Deviate from war and the bloodshed, the unnecessary bloodshed to end.
Am I mishearing this?
My assessment on the situation might deviate from, NATO, like bloodthirsty NATO defenders or whatever.
You feel like we shouldn't even be doing anything in Ukraine?
No, I don't.
Nothing.
No.
It sounds like he's saying he doesn't think we should be doing anything. We shouldn't be helping Ukraine.
No, I don't. I think
you don't think so.
I think that of course there's a necessary intervention that must happen. I'm not saying that at all. I mean, I fucking raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for Ukraine.
Is he saying he's not saying that? Dude, this guy doesn't know how to fucking talk. Is he saying that he does support intervention? Dude, I can't even understand the way this fucking guy's talking. What is he saying?
Refugees, like I'm sorry, this is such a silly fucking thing that like not from you, but I hear so much from dipshits online.
Well, let's get
fucking cut propaganda.
So you can say exactly
suck my dick. You know.
So you do believe that America's actions in Ukraine are the right ones?
I think that America's actions to a certain degree in Ukraine is understandable. It's reasonable, certainly what the Ukrainian people want. But I think America's interest in Ukraine is not genuine. It's not genuine emancipation. It's more so.
Bro, he can't even say like, yes, I think that the actions are required. He's using a lot of like walk around language. Like, listen to him.
The right ones.
I think that America's actions to a certain degree in Ukraine is understandable. It's reasonable.
It's understandable to a certain degree.
What the Ukrainian people want.
Is what the Ukrainian people want.
but I think America's interest in Ukraine is not genuine. It's not.
See, it's always this pivot to like how genuine it is. Just shut the fuck up. That's all. I just need you to understand. It's an intentional downplay. He can't say no. I think that what they're doing overall is positive. He has to downplay it every other fucking word. He can't just say no. I think it's good. It is genuine. What do you expect that? What do you think America's like wants to? I don't understand. Like, what do you think? Like, we're helping an ally so we can spread our influence and help them as well, because so that they become less oppressive and spread better rights. I don't understand. It's just the way that he's talking about it doesn't show support. It has to be as negative as possible. Oh my God.
Emancipation, it's more so a continuation of the bloodshed, which is demonstrated not by me, but by American politicians like Chris Murphy, who have openly said on the record that for 5% of our military budget, we've been able to cripple a foreign adversary's military budget without a single American service member dying in the process. Okay. I would say that that is profoundly successful. What are we doing?
Hey, it is success. Hey, sounds good to me. We should cripple the fuck out of Russia. I don't understand. Okay, good. Why is it bad? Why are we pretending that it's like a bad thing? Like, yeah, we were able to intervene, send lots of resources, help Ukraine out, and you know what? We get to hurt the fucking Russia at the same time. Win-win for me, baby. I don't give a shit. We spread our foreign influence. We hurt the ability for another fucking oppressive foreign superpower to spread their influence. I don't see how it's a bad thing. I don't give a fuck. How is it a bad thing? I mean, we're talking about like countries that don't have the same access for like rights as ours do. Like somebody like what? I mean, okay.
Doing in Ukraine, we're sending our refurbished old weapons and weapon systems to Ukraine. We have to replenish those weapon systems. It's a never-ending cycle.
Because the reason I asked,
yeah,
because
well, no, it'll end when Russia stops fucking around. So
there seems to be somewhat of a sentiment in the leftist circles or social. I don't know how to even describe it. I don't know, but that the proxy war people say in Ukraine is unjustified.
It is a proxy war.
No, I know, but they're saying we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine and the whole thing.
Yeah,
Russia should just take Ukraine. And
no, I can't speak for other. I can't speak for other leftists. I don't know what the fuck they say, but plenty of those people also despise me and say that I'm like not pushing Z or whatever. So it doesn't fucking matter.
I thought I heard Richard Wolff have some kind of thing like that.
I can't speak on Richard Wolff either. There's disagreements that I have with Richard Wolff. You had
okay, so you're down with what's happening. Down. You're down with what's
I'm not down with what's happening in Ukraine because I want the bloodshed to end, and the only way to do that is by bringing China to the table, bringing America to the table.
It's by continuously supporting Ukraine until Russia can't afford the resources anymore.
You think
the real actors here?
You think Ukraine should make some secessions to Russia?
I think the original 6-point plan that was a continuation of the Minsk Accords that were tried twice and failed twice would be a far preferable situation than like endless bloodshed over inches of territory where people are being fucking slaughtered.
I don't
endlessly.
think the Ukrainians would describe it.
It's not just inches of territory. This is what I'm talking about. Constant inches. It's not a big. What he's saying is it's not a big deal. It is a big deal because if Russia can start pushing into Ukraine, they're going to continuously push. They're power testing. This is a huge. This is what Russia always does. They're power testing. They're seeing how much like a little bit of influence they can steal over and over again. That's their whole MO. You have to stand strong here, or it's just going to continue to spread. What are you talking about?
As inches of territory.
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, you're saying they're fighting over inches of territory.
He's just saying in the context of how stagnated the war has become, like the back and forth.
What he's doing is he's downplaying the deaths of the Ukrainian people defending their country. Oh, it's just inches of territory. Okay, that's like their whole life. That's inches today turn into feet tomorrow. Like, what are you talking about? That's what I told my wife. When she's like, why is that so small? I say, don't worry. Wait till tomorrow.
Pretty much ground to a halt at this point. And
this is what I mean. It's like a very cynical interpretation of what I'm trying to say.
It's not a cynical interpretation. You're insensitive in the way that you're talking. Like, you'll sit here and you'll jerk off any minority group. But then the second that it comes to like a fucking something that is anti-American, all of a sudden all your sensitivity leaves your fucking body. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, yeah, no shit, it's a cynical interpretation. It's because you're being cynical. Stop being a fucking dickhead. Oh, it's such a cynical interpretation. Like, can't people just pretend that, like, I'm not being a dickhead? Like, just stop being cynical, and people won't interpret your words the way that you're saying. You're talking to your literal friend who has more charitability in the world than anybody else, and they're still interpreting what you're saying as cynical. So don't pretend that it's like, like, what's your excuse there? You can't blame it on the fucking commentary bros that talk that poorly about you for being an idiot, because this is your like best friend. But even he is still interpreting what you're saying as cynical, because it is. Because like what you're saying is cynical. It is negative. The inflection is negative. It is poor. It's intended to be a negative. Stop doing that. Be better about the way that you speak about stuff.
territory physically when we speak about it.
But I guess I think Ukrainian people get angry when they hear you talk about it because they feel like,
that's understandable. I mean,
they
I get
feel
it.
like
they want full-throated support. They want and expect full-throated support, right?
They understandably want that.
Of course they do.
They want more than that. They also wanted Article 5. They wanted full NATO protections. And
yes, they should
NATO
get that.
nations.
They don't like that you say that they should secede territory to a fascist invader.
It's not even secession of territory. It's like prior agreements that neither party has held on to. The real Ukrainian criticism
is secession of territory. It's not even secession of territory. It's like, remember Russia. Why should they secede territory to Russia? Why? Why would we let? You're saying that they're fascist. Why would we? Why would you give in to fascism? I don't get it.
In this situation comes from people who say, "Well, Hasan."
I should have known that Hasan was a pussy when he would say punch a Nazi in the face until he wouldn't fight Sam Hyde. Let's be real, okay? That was your chance, dude. That was your chance, bro.
How can you say that when Russia has not held on to their obligations? And that is true. Russia has not held on to their side of the bargain on the Minsk Accords, but neither has Ukraine. And my point is, ensuring that with international cooperation,
who started it?
The Minsk Accords were, so this again goes deep into fucking history, and you can't always say like, oh, I don't know the history, so I don't know, and then repeat like mainstream media propaganda, you know?
Well, I don't.
Okay.
I don't know anything about it.
Ukraine as a nation state has even predated, or some form of like Ukraine has predated even the Russian nation state or the Russian Empire, I guess, and its nation-state development project has always hinged on excising Russian influence. However, under the USSR, Ukraine, which was called the Ukraine originally, which just means like the border, okay, was seen as, had plenty of Russian sympathetic people that lived in the eastern regions. And that sympathy only grew the further east you went, the closer you got to current existing Russian territory. Now, that is no longer the case. Make no mistake, I'm not saying that at all. And that is no longer the case almost entirely due to Russia's actions in that area. Like, blowing the shit out of Kharkiv is going to make sure, is the fastest way to make sure that there is no sympathies for your government whatsoever, ever again for the rest of your life. So that's all gone away. But originally, the contention was LPR and DPR, through Russian influence, and this is the Ukrainian assessment of the situation, these two areas wanted autonomy and were getting backed by the Russian government, and Western involvement that wanted to keep Ukraine in the sphere of the West did not want to give the actual protective assurances to Ukraine, but wanted to play the delicate balance of like saying, you know what, yeah, maybe we'll get you into NATO, with no real interest in getting them into NATO, maybe we'll get you into the EU.
Well, they can't get them into NATO, or that might start an actual war. Like, we understand that, no? Like, that's why he's trying to make it seem like America is just like floundering around, fucking around. Ukraine would be in NATO by tomorrow if we could do it. We just can't without starting like an actual fucking war. That's it. That's the whole issue. So he's like, oh yeah, they're just lying to them. No, we would like to, but we can't, or else it would be a massive issue. Even the way that he's interpreting these things, it's like America's just some fucking douchebag in the hallway. Like, what are you talking about?
How did Ukraine violate their
EU? What?
How did Ukraine violate their agreement?
There was mass shelling on both sides, like back and forth shelling. No, back and forth shelling that has been happening since 2004.
Okay,
with 13 or 14,000 people dying.
Okay, so
in totality. So that is at the time.
Okay, who started it? I don't understand.
There was a agreement called the Minsk Agreements. There were two versions of this, which neither side agreed upon, which meant that LPR and DPR would still remain under Ukraine, but would have autonomy. Okay, and Ukraine understandably did not want this because that would mean that Russia would have an outsized control on Ukrainian affairs and Ukraine politics, which it already did through Russian loyalist leadership that they had.
Yeah, so they didn't want that. Okay, what's the issue? We should support them in that endeavor.
That was obviously squashed because there's always been this back and forth between Western influence in Ukraine, wanting to move them into the Western sphere of influence, and Eastern influence, Russian influence in Ukraine, which wanted to maintain Ukraine's status and wanted to change Ukrainian affairs.
Okay, so they were both attacking each other, and you think the attacks were equally provocative? And again, I don't know anything about it.
I think that this was another instance of proxy war, 100%.
Okay,
like there are people who
he's got to bring it back. You see how he had to bring it back to America? You saw that?
Both attacking each other.
You ready?
Do you think the attacks were equally provocative?
Got to be anti-America.
I don't know anything about it.
I think that this was another instance of proxy war, 100%.
Okay. See, he's proxy war. He's talking about America. So just be clear, Ukraine wants independence from Russia. And Hasan can't say, well, Russia should be able to take them over because he knows that looks too bad, even though he wants to say that. So now he's got to be like, no, it's not genuine. It's just the United States' fault again because of the proxy war. Dude, this guy cannot stop with the anti-America fucking dribble.
There are people who wanted to be a part of Russia, and
the Russians because fucking Russia I reset the video. Holy fuck. But it's the Russians. The Russians want to be part of Russia that were implanted there after they starved out people in Ukraine. That's like a legitimate thing. He knows this because he got so much criticism for not bringing it up. Holy shit! What a fucking goblin! Oh my god! Give me a second. I gotta go back and now I have to find the fucking the thing. I gotta find where I was at. Thing he knows this because he got so much. This Papa guy's based. We were 250. Oh, we're almost done. Holy shit.
Of proxy war, 100%.
Okay.
Like there are people who wanted to be a part of Russia, and at the end of the day, though, like the reaction from the Ukrainian government to that was understandable. They wanted to protect their own interests. They wanted to protect their own borders. They wanted to protect their hegemony and national security interests. But there's a difference between like what they did in Crimea, for example, and what they did with LPR and DPR. What did they do in Crimea? There was a referendum. People say it was a bullshit referendum. It was under gunpoint, which is understandable to say that because that is what happened in Crimea. But Russian territorial claims to Crimea Russian territorial claims that Crimea had more historical prescience and the highest level of support for Russian expansionist policies in Crimea specifically because of its military base that the Russian military operated out of. Okay. And what did Ukraine do in that situation? They cut the water supply. They immediately fucking broke a dam, a USSR era dam that was offering supply, like water for the Crimean citizens that they said they, cared about.
You talking about that recently?
No, that dam has been destroyed when Russia invaded Ukraine.
But essentially, I wanted to clarify.
Like they cut Crimea off, and not in the same way that they wanted to deal with LPR and DPR.
I wanted to clarify your position.
Yes.
Because it seems like there's a lot of confusion, so it's good to clarify. You do support.
This will not clarify my position. In the eyes of people who want to say that
You
I'm
say
like
you
anti-Ukraine,
believe
people
it.
are still going to fucking yell at me.
But you said that you believe what
Well, he is basically anti-Ukraine, so
America's doing in Ukraine is right.
I believe that Ukraine has a right to emancipation. What America should do in Ukraine is offer security commitments and assurances, and you can only get that by arriving at a
is that not what we're doing?
table where you don't fucking destroy the bargaining chips and instead allow the original security commitments to continue. I
don't know what you mean by that. You mean
so
at the table
Ukrainian
with Russia?
envoys and Russian envoys got together in Antalya and put a 15-point security plan together as they were negotiating the terms of a
You're saying
ceasefire
Ukraine and
agreement.
Russia, we need to get them, and I mean that it's not that easy. I would assume.
Well, there was moves that were being made to arrive at that
Seems like Putin
like a year
It
ago.
doesn't sound like we arrived at any agreement. It sounds like he's saying that, we should just arrive at an agreement. And okay. And whose fault is that? America's probably that we didn't. Russia apparently is just a dumb little baby that like has no actual accountability in the situation. Great.
Kind of like a fascist leader is.
Yes, Putin's interests are
take the whole thing.
Putin's interests certainly are nationalistic. There's obviously material benefits to Ukraine because Ukraine would be a competitor to Russia as far as
You
like
think
oil and
the
gas.
Ukrainians should go to the table and make concessions to the Russians?
I think the Ukrainians went to the table and made concessions to the Russians originally, and it was actually a very clever move by Zelensky to, like, for example, push the Crimean referendum 15 years down the line in order to not deliberate on that aspect right now because Ukrainians want Crimea back as well. They want LPR and DPR to be Ukrainian, and Zelensky knew that was going to be an impossible thing to deal with because he's right now on the one hand you have Ukrainians with interest in emancipation, ridding the Russian scourge from their borders. And taking back all of their territory from Russia, which includes Crimea as well. So he has a delicate balance where he has to make sure that those guys are not pissed off and overthrow him, and then or that America somehow gets involved and overthrows him, while simultaneously ending the war.
I'm assuming where people get mad at you is just the suggestion that Ukraine should make concessions to an aggressive fascist invader, because as we know, European fascist invaders. People often wonder if we didn't make concessions to Hitler, would the war have happened? People wonder that.
Yeah, there's a difference of there's a difference of talking pre-World War II and post-World War II because we do have mutually assured nuclear destruction.
I was about to say unfortunately the nukes change all the calculus with that.
So that's
were you going to say that, Dan? Or are you okay?
Difference there, and that's a very significant one because Article 5 dictates that any kind of NATO nation that Russia tries to attack, okay, because NATO was developed against Russia, USSR communism, it was an anti-communist institution in of itself.
Yeah, good. There's shit. I mean, I know. Again, it's just it's a virtue signal for his audience to be like, oh wait, they must be good, because communism is fucking based when it comes to his audience. That's the suggestion that you're meant to get out of there, is to be like, oh, it was actually just an anti-communist thing. Maybe it was, but obviously whatever brand of communism was or is in Russia was fucking dog shit oppressive, right? Wasn't Stalin the leader? I think he did. I think he pretty much did what Hitler did, right? He was pretty close. He was a pretty bad guy. Wasn't a good guy. He was friends with a bad guy. I'm pretty sure they had like a BFF thing like this, right? So yeah.
Immediately means that all other nations, according to Article 5, are drawn into war with a nuclear superpower like Russia.
Right.
So there's a difference. Plus, one other aspect of this is that like Russia kind of showed its ass and its capabilities and where those capabilities end as far as ground war goes, which is the reason why you see Finland and Sweden, which previously had long-held neutrality, not like direct agreements, but long-held neutrality. I wouldn't say treaties because it's not an official treaty, but just like didn't join NATO, immediately joined NATO. Why? Because they realized they don't have any fucking power. What are they gonna do? Go to Finland? Get the fuck out of here! They can't take over Ukraine. They said it was gonna be a day. They suck. They don't have the power.
So also, I don't know the exact name of it, but I know Ukraine surrendered their nuclear weapons, which is one of the best things you can hope.
Worst things you could do. Never give up the nukes.
But like in terms of like a humanistic, a political move, it's bad. But like as a humanistic thing, that's
I mean, obviously we should get rid of nukes. Yeah.
Some say Ukraine had no way of utilizing those nukes because like the control mechanism was in the USSR, so in Moscow. But but you still shouldn't have given your nuclear.
So
stockpile.
your point is that they should never have done that.
No. I think we'd be looking at a very different world if, for Ukrainians at least.
With the benefit of hindsight, how could you say that? I mean, I don't think they would get invaded right now if they had nukes, right? I mean,
well,
if you have nukes, you don't get invaded. That's just kind of how it works.
Anyway, we made a guarantee to them that you give up your nukes and we'll got your back. And so I do feel like that's a pretty important agreement to uphold. I mean,
what?
You're talking about American promises to Ukraine in exchange for
surrendering their nukes.
Yeah, America never like actually followed through on any of their promises. America's still not following technically their promises of defending Ukraine. They're just giving Ukrainians weapons. Ukraine is currently.
What are you, stupid? Yeah, America's not holding up their end. They've just spent, what, 5% of their military budget, which is almost $900 billion. So they've given them like, what, 40 to $45 billion. That's not upholding their end of whatever agreement? Is that we live in like fucking fantasy land? What are you talking about? That sounds like upholding an agreement to me. What are you talking about? What is he yammering on about? He's yapping again. I don't what do you want him to do? Go there and like fucking drop the nukes that they took from Ukraine onto fucking Russia? What do you want?
Currently sitting in
so America should now be doing more, guys.
A very unique position that I see happen in the same cycle of violence in the Middle East all the fucking time. America goes to a militant group and says, hey, we're gonna give you weapons, you want autonomy, specifically Kurds, right?
Oh, so now the Ukraine is a militant group, guys. Oh yeah. No, that I wonder why Ukrainians go, this Hasan guy really is a piece of shit. This Hasan guy has a real stinky wiener. This dude's wiener is so stinky. Such a stinky wiener.
You think every country should have a nuclear bomb?
I think every country
citizen should have
this
one.
current
every citizen of America.
Yeah,
that's Tim Pool's,
I think
that's
in the
Tim
current
Pool's position.
if you have a nation state, you have to have a fucking nuke. Otherwise, America will come and fuck you up.
So you think every nation should have a nuclear?
I think either every nation has a nuke or none of them have it. And I would obviously want none of the nations to have it.
I think nobody except for America should have it because we're number one, baby.
That's why I was in support of the Iranian denuclearization agreement. I thought that was good, which Donald Trump fucked up.
Oops.
I believe an individual citizen in this country has a right to own.
You believe every person should have.
I'm honestly surprised that Hasan doesn't love Donald Trump, considering Donald Trump fucked up America and Hasan hates America. You'd think that he would be like masturbating the thought that Donald Trump was like destroying America. Like I really don't get it. I genuinely think that Hasan should be in support of Donald Trump. Because holy fuck. Jesus Christ.
That's the socialist vision.
Yes,
of,
I think everyone should have a nuclear bomb.
I mean, that's the only equality that we can really. Everyone should have a nuclear silo in their garage.
I already do.
So, okay, in short, you support Ukraine. What the Allied powers are doing to support them is right.
No, because America's interest in Ukraine is not one that is genuine. America's interest in Ukraine is just
I don't
fucking
care about
withering.
Interest. I don't care about America's interest. I'm asking what you think.
Because no, America's interest in Ukraine is incredibly important.
What do you think?
No, it's not. Like you, the nuance. A person that doesn't have a fucking idiot brain. The nuance here would be this would be Hasan's take if he thought if he didn't hate America. I don't think America is there for a genuine reason. However, they are still providing the support that Ukraine needs. That would be what you'd say. But instead, it's like, no, it's bad because it's America. It's anti-America.
Think is the right thing to do in Ukraine.
I told you what I think the right thing to do.
Then I asked to clarify, and you said no.
Instead of fucking up the deal that Ukraine had with Russia by Boris Johnson fucking showing up in the middle of that, going to Kyiv directly.
Dude, do you think what's happening there is right? If not, why?
Do I think what's happening?
Allied
you ask me a question, I answer it, and then you move on to something different.
No, because I asked you.
I'm telling you what I want.
Allied powers is what they're doing there, right? You said no, but I just got done having this whole conversation where you said yes.
I think what the Allied powers are doing, as far as giving weapons to Ukraine with no end in sight, because they see it as a great way to fucking like.
What end did you think that they're gonna have?
Great way.
The end is Russia hopefully backing down.
To continue the harm done to a weak Russia that they can simultaneously claim is like really fucking powerful is only going to continue this war rather than try to fucking implement security commitments.
I mean, the idea right now, like, dude, I feel like Hasan is like pretending like Russia's coming to the table to be like, yeah, let's do a bunch of stuff. They're not. they're not coming to the table to end the war. So like we have to wait them out until they can't do anything anymore.
And get to a
like why? Because they probably want more land that they shouldn't have.
A unilateral agreement or a bilateral agreement where and not just fucking Russia and Ukraine, but like bring China to the table and put an end, like do a ceasefire, put an end to this war is infinitely better for Ukraine in Ukrainian development, Ukrainian economy, Ukrainian citizens not fucking dying senselessly under a artillery shelling campaign that's literally happening. You know what's really fucking insane about this? Russia is getting artillery shells from North Korea, and America is giving America's telling South Korea to give artillery shells to Ukraine. It's fucking nuts. Okay. Both sides are just fucking shelling each other.
Shells.
But it's so stupid.
Ukraine
is now
whoa. Hasan has figured out that war is dumb. Holy shit.
Using depleted uranium as well on its own fucking soil.
Okay,
that
so
is going to have damaging implications.
Is that?
Yeah, I love how the implication here is that both Russia and Ukraine are both equally as responsible for this war as each other, when the reality is it is 100% Russia's fault.
That allies helping Ukraine is good, but that Ukraine needs to be more willing to make concessions to
not just Ukraine. Allies need to be more willing to some in certain instances even push Ukraine to make understandable concessions.
No,
because
like
the idea,
up land.
What?
Like giving up land.
Not giving up land. No, it's not giving up land.
What concession do you think that you? What would the concession be then? Giving up like sending them a nice letter from a Hallmark card. Like, what is the concession then if it's not giving up land? That's what Russia wants.
But pushing a referendum 15 years into the future for Crimea is a really solid middle-of-the-ground approach that Zelensky's own team actually put forward, which I thought was great.
Do you think Zelensky is a provocateur?
No. What?
Oh, shit, I have a doctor's appointment.
What the fuck? Wait.
Oh, I'm just asking because that's the position. I'm not saying that you ever said that. What?
You said it like I've said it.
No, I was just getting your opinion on it. Just because
I don't know. Hasan's got a guilty conscience. I think he actually thinks that.
People say that, and I was just checking your opinion on it.
No,
what time is it at, Lena?
It's at 2.
That's my last part, though, basically.
No, I don't think Zelensky is a provocateur. What?
Like a bad faith actor.
No, I think Zelensky is certainly a self-interested politician who definitely wants emancipation.
Self-interest, literally, yeah, meaning his... Anyway.
Yeah, no, he wants Russia to no longer have control over Ukrainian territories, which is perfectly reasonable. He also has to strike a delicate balance because, as I correctly pointed out when the invasion first happened...
You mean when you got so much backlash, you had to shift your perspective?
Whenever an irredentist or imperialist power makes a move on another nation, you embolden some of the most reactionary forces, and they are seen as liberators because in that moment, they are the liberators, the ones who have the violent means to
So are you saying that Zelensky is a violent person? What do you
push back, are going to be seen as protectors. That only grows nationalistic, hyper-nationalistic sentiment, and that is never productive, that is never good. It's not good for workers' rights, that's not good for...
They're in the middle of a fucking war. I'm not really concerned with how nationalistic a country is when they're getting invaded by a worse country. Obviously, countries are going to become more nationalistic during war because they have a common threat. If we were at war with the fucking penguins, machine gun penguins, we would probably become more nationalistic because we have to, hey, I'd rather be on the side of us than the machine gun penguins because they don't like people, they eat people alive. Machine gun penguins, they don't kill their prey, they eat them alive. And now that they have access to technology like machine guns, they actually have access to other technology, like the ability to keep people alive while they eat them. They know how to hook your brain up to a machine so that they can eat you alive. And they don't just feed on the food, the flesh. They also feed on your pain and your misery. And so they're also developing drugs that will heighten your senses, but also keep you alive while they eat you. So, of course... the country's going to become more nationalistic during a fucking war. Like, all he's saying is war is bad. Like, yeah, no kidding. Holy fuck. I never would have thought.
For future prospects of Ukraine, and I think that blowback, who knows what's going to happen, but is terrifying.
I have to leave, bro.
All right.
But it's 1:30. I thank you for going so long. How long have we been going?
No, you know who needs to leave?
3 hours.
Vladimir Putin.
I
Needs to leave.
Hasan, do you agree with that?
Leave those people alone. Hey, Putin, leave those people alone.
I know that's controversial, but he's got to leave.
This is probably our longest episode, and we did
Hey,
it.
Hasan, do you think that Russia needs to leave Ukraine, or do you think that you see value on both sides?
Not even mentioning a single current event.
We did mention that Rupert Murdoch died. That turned out to be misinformation that we were spreading. But
no, I said, is he dead?
Oh, okay. He's not dead.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
He's getting up there. 90 something.
I think this was a good conversation.
Yeah,
was that good? Do you feel like I'm a fucking anti-America charlatan who's bad faith?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's obviously every time we fucking interact with this guy, we look at this guy's shit like it's always anti-America, fucking poo-poo wiener brain, you know?
Oh, no. I think your foreign policies, after talking them out, they're all like completely defensible and good positions. On the point of socialism, I can say like, well, I have a deeper understanding of it now. I do still believe that it seems more mystical and
no. You want
wishful.
You want Marxist, Leninist, Kleinist thought, which is socialism with capitalist characteristics.
Yes, and ultimately that is what I want. And ultimately, we agree almost entirely. And if you're mad about that, you're dumb.
Yeah.
You're a dumb idiot.
I have to pee really bad.
If you're watching this and you're angry, you're a stupid.
Freaking got him, man. Dumbass.
No, I thought that was good.
I think so too.
Unless you're Ukrainian, then you have a. Then I mean, they have a right at least.
Yeah, no, for sure. I understand.
Or Taiwanese.
Oh, I kind of understand.
Or Tibetan.
I understand.
They have a right to be angry. I'm just saying.
I get it.
You're an armchair warrior.
My
who's,
tongue.
We're gonna get
NorCal and graduated.
I can't wait for yeah. So many people from Virginia, Langley, writing about how they've been living in Taiwan for 25 years.
Right. Like those, no, I thought that was a good faith conversation. I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was good to and it was good for me to kind of explore.
It's the classic like Donald Trump. My people yearn for freedom. Please glass Iran. Take that you hear from people living on American soil. Like the only way to save Iran is by glassing it.
Thank you.
All right, I have to pee so bad.
That's what Ian said. Thanks, bro. See you next week. Bye, everybody. I gotta be.
Cool.